Okay, we're back. I don't know why the wallpaper changed at the end there. Apologies, I was really getting into the music. I was like, one more, and then another one came on. I was like, fuck, that's a good one. So that explains the stall there. I apologize. Let me open up my chat, and let's get this little ish baby started, why don't we? Apologies for not being on yesterday when I said I was going to. My sleep schedule's been pretty bad. School technically starts today, but I think, as I've said a few times, this semester is entirely online for me. So, and it's the first 2 days. What I'm saying is, it gaff for these first 2 days. So we're gonna try and finish episode 4 today and tomorrow. It was supposed to be yesterday and today, but typical me. You should know that if I give you a time estimate, you gotta give a little bit of leeway on that one. But we're gonna go for a while. Nothing planned, nothing special today. We're gonna put a big dent into this chapter. Let me open up my notes too while we're at it. Beautiful. Everything is open on my end. Don't know why this is not allowing me to skip this as per usual. There we go. Okay. Let's not waste any fucking time. Get right into this bish. So I think we're on chapter 4 or 5. And so far in this chapter, we've been bouncing a little bit between the siblings or sorry, I shouldn't say the siblings. We've been bouncing between just this chapter playing out and then a little bit of Ange in current day. We saw a new modification to the sibling deal and a little bit more of a question mark about the happenings on the island. And while I think the characters, the happenings being that there was the declaration that was made, let's check real quick what chapter it is. I always scroll up. It's chapter 5. Okay. We found out that it was actually, well, not actually. Kiri basically cornered Kraus, made a claim that because Kinzo was never coming down and speaking to everybody, there was no guarantee that Kinzo was alive. And so that maybe the entire time when we were thinking about there being a 19th separate person, we never considered the possibility that somebody on this island had subsumed the identity and wasn't subsumed the identity of one of the Ushiromiyas and wasn't actually who they said they were. This is an interesting theory. I think it is applied on maybe the wrong target, because as it stands right now, I think the only people who this would make sense for are Kinzo, which we will see if Kinzo does not pop up before the end here. If you want to see the notes, here are our notes starting for today. We'll just go over a little bit of what happened. So we find out as well that there was another mention of Asumu. I don't think Asumu is going to come back, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some significance to her, because it does seem sort of weird that she's just been kind of backed off. We got a little bit of history with Maria and with Ange in her current day life. Ange is basically learning her magic, things of that sort. Like I said, modifying the deal, talking about how basically if Kinzo doesn't appear and if he never appears again and etc., basically if he dies anything other than a natural death or disappears, which I guess disappearance would be under that umbrella, that Kraus loses his right to be the successor. This also includes anything that could have reasonably been prevented beforehand. I should also put reasonably prevented beforehand. When he dies, autopsy must be held, blah blah blah. Now this is just going through the same idea about how maybe he was dead before the game, and that in the last game when we had Ova declaring that all these people were dead and that it didn't matter, it didn't necessarily cover every base, because we could have somebody that is not the person in name, but has just taken their name and their identity as an alias. The only thing that starts to run question mark on this idea, I guess, is we don't really know, or not rather that we don't know, but there's a lot of people who it just automatically can't apply to, because we would imagine that some of these people see each other every year. They are relatively familiar with their siblings. They know what their siblings look like. So they're probably not going to get fooled by somebody taking on the identity of one of their siblings. The only thing, and I don't think this would be the case, because I don't think it would make sense in the game, But right now, as far as it stands without any more info being added, the two people who could be suspected of having a fake identity would be Battler and would be Kinzo. Kinzo, we kind of went over in the last stream, and is sort of the guy that's been the focus of everything, because he's always hidden up in his room, because the only people who see him are the servants, who would cover for him and who would lie for him if they were given, like, directives to lie about his existence or his death or his life, you know, whatever. We know the servants are loyal to him first and foremost, so they would cover for him if they were told to. I don't know ways about streaming and yawning. I don't know if it's like a nervousness thing. I don't know if it's like a talking thing. I don't know. But so we have that. But the other reason why I say Battler is that Battler was gone for 6 years, and the fact that there was a 6-year gap, it just makes it ripe for the possibility that something could happen. I don't think that's going to happen. The only reason why I say that is just because it seems a bit, I don't want to say fake, but it would seem a bit odd if the main character was actually the person all along, although again, we don't, it could be like a double unreliable narrator. Even though it seems like it's sort of a stupid tree to bark up, it is something that I'm going to potentially consider. Other than that, the other thing that somebody said here, or not somebody, in the game said here, is that it doesn't even have to be that there's somebody that has subsumed somebody's identity. This only works for Kinzo, though. If it's anybody else, it would have to be that somebody has taken up, like, pretending to be somebody else. But as far as Kinzo goes, it could be that Kinzo had already died before the game started, and he's not even on the island. He's been dead for, you know, a year or two. And so then stating that Kinzo is dead is a true statement, but actually has no bearing on the game, because the person who is Kinzo isn't Kinzo, if that makes sense. So that's also a possibility. The other thing is, it was more rigidly defined what a victory is for the entirety of the game. So if Beatrice wins, the game still continues, you know, up until the point where Battler basically resigns and says, you know, witches are real. So at the midnight on October 5th, so midnight of the second day, rolling into the third day, the game concludes. Depending on how it's played out, the victor will be decided. If the human side can explain every mystery without any gaps, as being physical in nature, they win. If the human side can't explain any mystery, they lose. Each side has a 1-minute rebuttal period when the game is over. So we also found out that now we can make blue declarations, which are basically our version of red declarations. And the blue declarations don't have to be answered at the moment that they're proposed, but they do have to be answered at or before this time at the end of the game, and if they are not explained, the witch will lose. So we have that. That was the bigger thing, and this was the blue statement that was the first one that we had been given. And at the very end of the episode, we saw, I'm going to hide the notes here, and I'm going to go into the episode. We saw a reveal of Kinzo in his, like, mage form. And they were saying, you know, he's goldsmith, he's a summoner, he's like an insane level of summoner. He basically lacks as a mage in entire areas, but is like god tier in some. So when they're saying here, like, you know, he can't reheat tea, but he can summon demons that could boil oceans. It's like, obviously. And they're saying that his system of magic is his own in mathematical miracles. So now this is another thing that starts to get interesting, is that maybe magic itself isn't the, it seems like the core underpinning, it'll be the first note, it seems the core underpinning, or underpining, however you want to say it, I'll say underpinning. The problem is, I don't like to use words that if I'm gonna Google real quick, I'm sorry, one sec. Underpining. It is underpinning, not underpining, okay? So, underpinning. All magic is belief. We knew this already. However, this doesn't mean that everyone's magic functions the same as Kinzo's does. We know Kinzo's is basically insane probability. Judging from, sorry, I'm just trying to like word this out of my head. Judging from what we've seen though, in the descriptions, it doesn't necessarily mean all magic is like this. Beatrice, however, did copy some of Kinzo's magic. So hers may operate in the same way. So that's just like the first thing we're going to add for this. But like I said, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody has this. Yeah. There's an interesting thing with Ange that she entirely... It's just... They're trying to point out with Ange that you have like a contradiction in her character. Or a contradiction with most people, Battler mainly, is kind of what they're insinuating. That you can't deny a witch without first understanding how they work, but to understand a witch is then to be unable to deny them. Which is what they're saying to Slay. And now they're saying that Ange is sort of this one person who has a, like... She is the 1%. She is the person who both understands them and denies them. I think we still have like a really big question in this game to answer whether or not magic is totally happening. Episode 3 makes it really confusing because in parts of Episode 3 it makes it seem as though magic is totally fake. We get entire proof of how Hideyoshi and Ava were actually the conspirators and like they were the ones that were behind the whole crime. And that makes a lot of sense. But more and more and more and more, it starts to get a little bit more confusing that... Because that whole last game was a charade. Because all of that was Beatrice putting on a show. Like, even the passing on of her title was fake. We don't even know if... How do I word this? We don't even know if that is necessarily true. We're kind of having an issue right now determining what parts of what the narrator is telling us. When I say the narrator, I should just say, like, the frame. Because there's not necessarily a narrator, but... We're having a hard time determining what stuff is being shown to us as what is real and what is fake. And that's sort of like the whole thing with this game is, you know, parsing through what's actually behind the magic. Is the magic real? I'm still currently going to side more towards there is no magic. I wouldn't even call Kinzo's stuff magic. Now, there is like summoning and stuff, but if we put the summoning away, just like the staking things on incredible odds, that's just hitting like, for instance, let's say that you went to like a casino. And you bet on green, like, 5 times in a row, right? I don't know what the odds of it are. I don't know how many slots there are on a roulette wheel. I think they're somewhere between 30 and 40, but, you know, you can look it up yourself. Whatever that number ends up being. To hit that, like, 5 times straight and it to land in that pocket every time is astronomical odds. You know, we're talking, like, dream Minecraft speedrun odds here, right? This shit doesn't happen. But... because the fact that it is kind of just simple probability, you start to get into a weird world. This is kind of like the nature of probability that makes it hard to understand, is that there does get to a certain point with probability where we would say, like, this is probably not real. You know, if you had something that was 1 out of, like, 10 to the 100 chance, we would probably say, you know what, you probably didn't do that. But again, that's, like, one of the really weird things about probability is that, like, by nature of how it works, you can't say it's impossible, just that it's improbable. So with Kinzo's stuff, I'm not even, like, necessarily convinced that Kinzo's shit is magic at any point. The thing with the servants is a bit odd. We only ever see the servants engage in like magic when they're around each other. The only thing that becomes interesting is there was the scene in episode 2, I believe it was at the end of episode 2, where Nanjo and Kumasawa got killed by one of the blades. But like I said, we are almost certainly going to be doing a theory thing. I have some theory for episode 1 of what happened. Episode 3, I think, is sort of already solved. There may be tiny parts of it that are not. Again, I'm going to try and go through like all of the hidden rooms, all of everything to that point, and we'll try and find explanations. But I don't want to waste much more time. So, let's get back to it. Let me take a drink real quick. Okay. Also, the current like odds line in my head about who Beatrice is, if she is somebody that's present in the game right now. I have Rosa, Jessica, and Maria as the top 3. I almost want to put Rosa and Maria at the highest. It is really hard to say. But just if you were wondering where my head is at on that, but regardless. Mic is positioned properly, and Let me make sure. I'm sure that now that I've started streaming, I will start getting calls and messages because it's always how it goes, but it looks like we're clear for the time being. So let me make sure I'm clicked in, which we are. I didn't mean to skip that line. And we will get after it. So we are at nighttime, 6 p.m. on the first day. The door was forcefully flung open, and Rosa flew in with Maria. Is Genji or anyone here? It doesn't matter who. Someone bring us a bath towel. It was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Though she had at least been using an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all that wind and rain the whole time. She had grown ice cold. I'm gonna try and slow down a little bit too, so I don't... I bungled so hard while reading the last stream. I apologize for that. Maria had gone into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden, and had been told to stay there forever. She had done as she was told and had continued to remain in that spot even after the rain started. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn demands were probably more at fault. This is another thing that I'm going to point out too. I'm going to put this in the notes, but I'm not going to pop it up for you. I'm going to start taking more note, and I'll go through this when we go through everything. There's something that's to be said about certain events that happen in every chapter. We know that Maria and Rosa's conflict in the Rose Garden, happens every chapter. Every chapter without fail. As does the siblings' conversation about the inheritance. These two things always happen. And I think that if we can start to point out things like that in the game where we have a really consistent event that continues to happen, it will help us unravel what's going on. But Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn demands were probably more at fault. The cousins, who had unfortunately been witness to that exchange, were relieved to see the mother and child close to each other again. Still not over... This is my current thing too. My current, working theory with Beatrice is if there isn't, some 19th person shenanigan of somebody hiding on the island. It's going very good. We, just starting for the day. But, been very enjoyable so far. Enjoying it a lot. Reminds me a lot of Higurashi, surprise, surprise. It's almost like they're written by the same person. But there's I'm trying to think here. Let me see in the notes if I can put this down somewhere. Some importance to be put in events that happen in every single episode. Think how even though it was different people, similar events happened in each Higurashi chapter. And so then, part of me wants to think here. I have to think. If it's not a 19th person, so if there isn't, again, we'll see at the end of this episode with the whole blue text thing about Kinzo maybe being dead and there being, some fuckery with a fake identity and somebody sneaking in on the 18, so there actually is 18, but not the 18 that we thought, yada yada. Let's say that we dispel that and we find out, Kinzo is alive, etc., etc. Part of me wonders how much of air quote Beatrice might be, I think I even mentioned this in the first chapter, if Beatrice is something like a possession, or if there is a person who has the ability to not necessarily possess other people, but make them go crazy. So, for instance, because there's a little bit of it in the last chapter that I was thinking about, when we had Rosa and Ava, and both of them discovered the key to finding the gold. Now, we know in the first two chapters that nobody discovered the gold. Whoever Beatrice is was the default winner, because nobody was able to solve the epitaph. We know in the last episode that Ava was the one that was able to find the gold, so she was able to solve what was going on. The only thing that then becomes confusing is we know that Rosa was the one that gave the hint to Ava about it, so that's why I have a really high suspicion on Rosa right now, because it means that Rosa for this entire time has had some... The problem is, I don't know if she necessarily learned that info from the conversation with Kiri, or if this was info that she had maintained the entire time that she'd been keeping secret. There's also a little bit of sus on Rosa, considering that she was the one that says that she saw Beatrice and Kuwadorian when she was younger. So that's another thing that's a little bit interesting going on with Rosa. We also know that Rosa... We have Maria at times saying that, oh, it was the witch, that wasn't mom, it was the witch. So then we get another interesting thing. It's is that just a child talking? Or does Rosa have, a split personality thing where she goes, entirely crazy? It starts to get interesting because Rosa was the surviving person of all the siblings in the second chapter. We know all the siblings had knowledge of the chapel. So there's going to be something that's weird. I think a lot of the details with the second chapter will probably confirm what I'm thinking, but sorry, to circle back to the actual point I was trying to make, is that I think that there is going to be, if Beatrice is like a thing, I think Beatrice is going to be more like there is someone who has the ability to cause people's mind to like break. And that there's a person, because the thing that I've been thinking this entire time is that I don't know if it's necessarily explainable in every chapter to have a single culprit. And what I mean a single culprit, that doesn't mean that there's not a mastermind, but rather that all of the killings are not necessarily done by the same people. If we look at the last chapter, it seems to me pretty, I don't want to say self-evident, it's a little bit too strong. I don't have 100% conviction that it was true, but I have like a 90% conviction that Kinzo was the one that was the creator of that 6 locked room mystery. Again, that theory could be shaken if when, in the end of the 3rd chapter, there's one of these weird things that I'm wondering this whole time in this game, is that when they refer to the servants, and they don't say the servant's actual name, okay? We know that Shannon and Cannon don't have real names. We know that Shannon's real name is Seo, and we don't know what Cannon's real name is. We start to get to an interesting point where, is there a semantic difference when the witch says, like, this character is dead when talking about Cannon or Shannon, and using those names, using their servant names, their given names, not what their actual names are. Because then this opens like a whole can of worms, because then we don't know necessarily. It seems that Goda, Kumasawa, and Thing, Genji is the only one that's also another question mark. He could potentially have a given name if he is, I mean, he has the one wing inscribed, so he's probably, we know that he's like important to Kinzo. But there's no guarantee, I guess. There's no guarantee about his identity. Genji's sort of been like a wild card this entire time. He seems like he's on the side of good. He doesn't seem like he's evil, but he has also been pretty mysterious the whole game. We don't have a lot of info on him. Let me think, what else? I think Goda and Kumasawa, I don't want to necessarily say they're in the clear, but they kind of seem like they're in the clear. I'd be very surprised if it was them, just because they seem kind of whatever. And again, the other thing too with Virgilia is that Kumasawa might not, like, Virgilia might be fake. I don't know how to describe that. I was sort of trying to get over this in the 3rd episode, and I think this is true. Virgilia probably did exist at one point, right? She probably was real at some point. But if we buy into the theory of magic being fake, I think that Beatrice was basically doing a sock puppet act in the last chapter. She was bringing up all these witches. Maybe not so much Ova. Ova very well could have been like a witch thing. But I think more and more, I'm starting to think that Virgilia just didn't exist at all. We already know that at the end of the chapter, Virgilia twisted evil when it was like, oh, you know, sign this waiver or whatever for the Golden Land, which was to admit that witches are real and, you know, to lose the game before Ange broke in. So that makes me think more and more that I think Kumasawa is just Kumasawa. I don't think she is like Virgilia in hiding. I think this was just a total act. Which means that that whole show that Beatrice put on, even if magic is real, was probably a farce. It probably was not real. Yeah. I'm constantly just stuck in this, like, and I understand this is like the mystery of the game, so it makes sense that this is the part that is confusing the most, is to disentangle like the magic from the real. Because my current like working theory is that we have the real Rokenjima and we have like a demon world Rokenjima. The only thing is, it feels like these two theories are sort of incompatible with each other. And the real world theory seems like it's what is going to be true, but currently we just don't have enough info, or I am not keen enough to understand, I guess, which part is being fake and which part is being real. I don't think it's like evident enough right now for me to put together. And so we've been working under this idea that there's like 2 mansions, and when I say 2 mansions, not just Kuwadorian, but that there's like 2 mansions in the sense that there's 2 Rokenjima main mansions. There's 2 Rokenjimas. There's like a witch world one and there's a real world one. And in the witch world one we have all the crazy things that we expect of magic and all these crazy events that happen. But in the real world we're kind of just governed by, you know, real rules, physical laws, things of this sort. The only thing is, I don't know if there actually is like another world, you know? It's hard to like understand, but if we look back at, I'm gonna put up a little spoiler talk thing here. I'm gonna talk Higurashi for a second. If we look at like what the overarching thing was for Higurashi, which we learned in this game was actually that Lady Lambda Delta had basically inflicted a curse upon human Rika. Rika was not a witch at this time, she was still human. And the Rika was trapped inside Higurashi. And upon completing and being trapped in Higurashi for like 100 years or however long, however many years she was trapped in there, she eventually breaks out. She becomes a witch herself. Now, the problem is, like, I don't know how much of witches actually exist. There could be like another realm with magical things. I just don't think that that has an effect on the in-game realm. And so when I look at like the thing of Higurashi, the entire game, everything that was put forward as having like a supernatural explanation. Now in Higurashi, it wasn't so much witches, it was just like other kind of unexplainable things that we had no way to understand. But when we were in that situation, eventually everything unraveled in such a way to find out that there wasn't really any magic. There was one little magic thing involved in Higurashi, which was that Rika was looping. But outside of the looping thing, like everything in the game was still bound by the real world. And so then that's where I'm start to talking about in this game, where I will now get rid of the spoiler talk. That's where I'm talking about in this game that it feels like we're going to have a big subterfuge this entire time of like having this idea that there's witches and there's magic, but that there actually is that there actually isn't any like real magic going on. This is all just like it's all misdirection. But that doesn't necessarily mean that magic like entirely doesn't exist. We know that magic does exist to some degree, but it might be outside of the game board, you know? It could be magic in the sense of like the witches do exist in like a witch world, but like once the game board is set up, the game board is just the game board. But we don't know the effect that the witches have on the game board. It's hard to disentangle right now. That's what the theory stream is for. So again, I don't want to waste any more time. These are my current thoughts. I think that we probably don't have one consistent... There may be like one mastermind or one puppet master which is behind everything, but I don't think that we have a consistent like killer that is responsible for all the killings in every episode. I'm going to go over everything eventually too, but it seems kind of clear that in every episode, every character in the game, with the exception of the main character, which again, hey man, the main character isn't even out of my suspicion, but that outside of everything, every character in this game has died at some point. There's been multiple timelines so far, and we've had multiple things, and we're gonna see today. We're gonna get past the first Twilight. We're probably gonna get through a few Twilights today. That we're gonna see another set of 6 people, die. And then we have to think more and more about the fact that like everybody has died at some point, and earlier or at different times, right? It would be more suspicious if there was some person that you looked at like the first Twilight every single time and you're like, oh look, the this person, Kiri, or look, this person dies every single Twilight. Well, that's not true. That hasn't been true so far. So then we start to get into more interesting things, because that would be sort of obvious if it was like the same person that died in the first Twilight every time. And then we don't have the same people that die in the second Twilight, and so on and so on and so on. The only consistent thing that we have is like the same people tend to die by the same stake, no matter what. You know, Nanjo dying by sloth, Kumasawa dying by envy. These are things that have seemingly held true. But, again, outside of that, there's not really been a consistent through line, which makes me think that we have somebody that is puppeteering in some way, that is causing people to kill others in some fashion, that is, whispering in people's ears to do certain things. There may be some chapters where we have like one person that does everything. I just think it's like highly unlikely. We probably have things like Hideyoshi and Eva in the last episode that are in a cohort together, that are working together. But again, with all that being said, let us continue. I will take a drink and we will actually continue now. No more baiting. Rosa toweled Maria's head dry. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria might catch a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant. Damn, Maria, you're so nonchalant? Okay. Are you alright? Also, I feel like more and more, even though Rosa beats up on Maria, Rosa's been rising up the tier list for me. I don't know why, but she has been. Are you alright? You didn't catch a chill, did you? Maybe we really should go back quickly and get a change of clothes. Ooh, I'm fine. And I'm hungry, so food is better than a change of clothes. Ooh. Ha 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 ha. She seems fine, Auntie Rosa. She's gonna be alright, or she's gotta be alright if she's got that much bounce. It's a really good thing she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone. The fact that she was holding on to an umbrella is one consolation at least. But, Maria, even if you've got an umbrella, you have to get some shelter. If it starts pelting down like this, got it? Sorry, I was like, did I read that wrong? But I didn't, so then I paused. Little girls shouldn't ever let themselves get cold. Ugh. It's alright, Jessica. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm a good girl. Good girl for doing what Mama said. Stayed there even though it was cold. Stayed there until Mama came. Yes, you really are a good girl, Maria. You did exactly what Mama told you. You really did well. But next time, even if Mama tells you to do something, you find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Alright? Promise, Mama. Promise, Mama. As Rosa gently held Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Battler and the others could tell that by this bonding between mother and child, expressed through a single little finger, the warmth was starting to return to Maria's body. Cannon, thank you for the towel. That really helped. Then, if you would excuse me. Cannon bowed with a blank expression as though he had done nothing that required gratitude, then left the parlor. Alright, it's already dinner time. Let's all go together. Maria, you can even have half of my dessert too for being so good. Really, Mama? Get dessert. Love you, Mama, love you, Mama. Now, Maria, don't jump around. Mama loves you too, Maria. Love you, Maria, love you, Maria. Me too, love you, Mama, love you, Mama. Wow, Rosa actually doing the oohing? What is this? Okay, Rosa's getting fucking killed early. She's too happy right now. Rosa and Maria looked really happy together. Even the cousins watching started to feel a somehow familiar warmth filling up their chests. You know, that might be the age when you're on the best terms with your parents. Wasn't like that for me. Like Mom and stuff, always yelling at me to study. That's because they love their children. Parents' love isn't always gentle and indulgent. My mother was strict with me too, but by now I realize that it was because she treasured me so. Love you, Mama, love you, Mama. Love you, Maria, love you, Maria. So, shall we go get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands. Be friends and hold hands. Mama and Maria, friendly. Yes, that's right. Mama and Maria are friends, forever and ever. I love you, Maria. Whoa! Okay, what the fuck? The hell was that? What happened? The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Sorry. I was out of it for a moment. Sorry for dropping it. The cup on the floor was broken into tiny pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed into so many pieces just by being dropped from that height? She probably threw it down in anger. Even someone as obtuse as Battler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something, but he couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown so displeased. When she made to bend over and pick up the pieces of the cup, Ronove appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. Please, you will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Shall I bring you another cup? No thanks. I guess a demon's black tea just doesn't suit my taste. Oh? To think that there is someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by Ronove's tea. I must respect your discerning palate. I'm getting bored, so I'll go out for a bit. Bored? Wait a sec, but things are just about to get started. At this point, Maria's probably going to say that she got an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice again, you know? This is the critical part. You'll have to excuse me. Sorry, someone clean up this mess. Leave it to me. Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There had definitely been a displeased expression on her face, but neither Battler nor Ronove, nor of course Beato either, could understand why her mood had so suddenly worsened. Okay, this is interesting, because we know it's probably something to do with Maria, but then the interesting part is, why would she... Ange is upset after the scene of Maria and Rosa getting along. Does she have some hatred over seeing Maria alive and happy, and the fact that the witch, or that, I should say, the island stole her away from her? Or is there something about Rosa that Angie knows that we do not? That is the note I just wrote in my notes. Pop it up here for you to see if you want to bet. There it is, that's what we said. Beautiful, okay. All that remained was the fragrance of the black tea she had spilled. Is she gonna go talk to Rika? Whoa, what the fuck is this? Probably gonna get the explanation right away about why she was upset. It felt very unpleasant. No, to be even more blunt, it made my skin crawl. Why are you so irritated, Angie? Why? Isn't it obvious? Not to me. Even Maria, with that blank expression on her face, irritated me. I held my hands, palms up in the empty air, and from out of nowhere, a single book landed upon them with a thump. It was Maria's diary. Even though there was no wind, the pages flipped and flipped without me turning them, and opened the door to Maria's world. Why do you think that I'm not happy, Angie? By thinking about it objectively. Objectively from your perspective, right? Are you trying to say that the truth is different from me and you? Truth changes its form depending on the observer, and observers from the future always overwrite that form. Angie, what do you want with my happiness? The pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over it all with white. I feel so bad for you guys if you're watching this at night. You're getting fucking flashbanged constantly. I'm sorry. We're gonna go to Angie's world now. Got a little ringing. So I wonder if she just thinks that Rosa's a bad mother. I'm assuming that Maria wrote a lot about Rosa. We already saw one of the scenes with Sakutaro from the last episode. Or, stream rather. Sorry, Maria. Mama has a mountain of work that needs to be urgently taken care of, so I'm gonna be confined to my workplace for a while. I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night the day after tomorrow. Jesus. Then what about the promise to go to the movies together on Sunday? The movies? Judging by Rosa's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise, but Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question. I'll stay home. I'll behave myself and wait. I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear. I know where the money is. I'll go to a different store every day. I'll make sure not to go out too late. If a policeman asks, I'll say I'm running errands for Mama. I'll say it just like you told me to. That's right. You be a good girl. If you're good, I'll buy you a present. Listen now. Go to bed by 9 o'clock. Make sure not to tell your teacher or any grown-ups that Mama hasn't come home. Alright? Okay. I will. So, Mama, work hard, okay? Work hard, finish your work, and come back as fast as you can. I won't cry during the night and annoy the neighbors anymore. So, come back soon. Well then, I'm busy, so I'll hang up now. Be a good girl and wait patiently. Don't do anything foolish. See you. You don't even say I love you when you hang up? Click. Using a tone that indicated she was wrapping up the call, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria neatly sat down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal Sakutaro, who had been watching TV with her until a second ago. Sakutaro was clutching the remote control to the TV. She had turned off the TV temporarily because of the phone call. He looked like he was asking her to turn the power on again because he wanted to quickly get back to watching TV. Sakutaro, did you want to watch TV? Or you? You don't want to watch anymore, Maria? If the entertainers team gets all the questions right, they might turn everything around. Or you? No, that's enough TV. Again, Mama's busy with her work and isn't coming home. Mama usually has a lot of overtime and doesn't come home until late. She has to socialize or something for work, so she comes home having drunk a lot of alcohol, even though she can't handle it, and with a pale face she goes straight into the shower and then to bed. Again, this is another weird thing to mention, but whenever there's tiny things like this that get brought up, so when they say that, like, Rosa apparently can't handle her alcohol, this is, like, something that's important. Rosa apparently can't handle her alcohol, according to a flashback from Maria's diary. Just again, so you guys know what I'm typing, but that was in the notes. And even on the weekends, she says she has overtime or has to stay over and almost never comes home. I wonder if this is trying to insinuate, like, I wonder if Angie is going to say that, like, Rosa just hates being around Maria, and so she finds an excuse to not come home. I don't know if that's, like, the insinuation that we're going with here, or, you know, maybe this actually, she could just say that she's a bad mother for putting her work over her daughter. I mean, there's a lot of angles you could go with here. This has been happening often recently, saying she has a big job lined up or something. The picture I did my best on during art class got laughed at by everybody, but I wanted Mama to look at it properly at least, but once again I won't be able to show her. And talk about the time when everyone pushed the cleanup on me, but I did my best by myself and got praised by the teacher. And talk about when I went shopping, and the man at the shop said he's always impressed by me and gave me a free can of coffee. And there's a card I wrote and secretly hid under Mama's pillow because I wanted to encourage her when she comes home from working so hard. And there's more. There's so much I wanted to talk about.
Mama is working really hard at her job. She's working with all of her strength so we can eat every day.
Hate jobs. Mama should just quit that stupid job.
A job is an important thing for adults to do. It lets you eat food, buy clothes, pay for school lunches, and pays the deposit for summer camp. It's all because Mama works and earns money for you.
Don't need food. Don't need clothes. Don't need school lunches and don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any of the groups will let me join in.
Or you. Just now on the phone, Mama promises she'll buy you a present when she comes home back from work, right?
I'm sorry for this. I don't know why this voice compelled me when I saw him, but I have to.
I think Mama made that promise because you're important to her, Maria, and she feels bad for making you lonely.
I don't know.
Oreo! She definitely wouldn't do that if she thought you were a pain or annoying. She wants to stay by your side all the time as well. She also finds it painful and sad that she can't. I remember when Mama spent the whole night by your side crying.
Yeah, didn't understand why Mama was crying, but seeing Mama like that was so sad. And I couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side. Thank you, I appreciate it.
I remember the last thing Mama said then. She said thank you. She said that just by being by her side, you were her only ally in the whole world, and apparently I can't read. Oreo, do you remember?
Yeah, you're my only ally in the whole wide world. ... She said. Sakutaro set the remote on the table, crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap, and spoke to me while gazing into my eyes.
I'm sure Mama's just like you, Maria. Where the designs Mama draws are the only ones laughed at by the clients, and her company is the only one that has annoying jobs pushed onto it by other companies. Mama is the president.
Fuck, I'm losing the voice.
So she has to take care of everything all by herself, and her company is the only one that never gets to join in with the business of other companies. You're Mama's only ally, remember? Even if you tell Mama to quit her job, in the whole wide world, where would Mama's ally be?
Sakutaro.
The only person I have in the whole world is you, and the only person Mama has in the whole world is you. What about you, Maria?
I have Mama, and I have you.
And you aren't lonely at all, are you?
Ugh.
Mama is busy with her work, so she can't be with you very often. But please, don't blame her for that, Maria. In exchange, I'll always be by your side, and I'll be there forever and ever. So don't cry.
Okay, if Sakutaro dies or goes, I'm gonna fucking cry.
Oreo, me being with you, can't you stop feeling sad?
Sakutaro. From the holes in Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally dripped down. Drip, drip, plop, plop. Sniff, sniff, drip, drip, plop, plop. Even though weekends where Mama doesn't come home aren't that rare a thing, even though this night wasn't especially more painful or sad than any other, Maria's tears poured down.
Oreo, don't cry, Maria. I'll always be with you. Even if you're going to cry, I won't. I'm a lion cub. I can't cry just because I'm lonely. I want to cry too, but I'm not going to.
Why won't you cry, Sakutaro? You still won't cry even when it's this lonely and you can't hold back the tears?
Oreo, but if I cry, who will make you feel better? So I'm not gonna cry, because I want to make you smile.
If I smile, will Mama come back? Sorry for the hiccups. Jesus. Excuse me.
When she does come back, and you greet her with a happy face, I'm sure she'll feel the same. Oreo.
Mama will be happy?
Oreo. And then, I'm sure, it'll relieve her tiredness from work as well. And then I'm sure she'll get in a good mood earlier than normal and play with you a lot. When you come home and Mama's waiting for you there, and she's in the kitchen in a good mood, don't you feel really happy? It's definitely the same for her.
If I stay here, being happy, she'll be happy too?
Oreo!
Sakutaro nodded deeply with his big head. No more tears could fall from Maria's eyes, because if she greeted her Mama with a tear-strained face, her Mama would probably get sad to it. No, it said stained. I said strained. I can't read.
You know this already, Maria. You can't use the magic that creates smiles if you aren't smiling too.
Yeah, I know. So I won't cry anymore.
Hey, Maria. I have an idea for how we can have a fun time. Oreo, can I tell you?
What is it? I'm a little bit worried the music just cut. Is Sakutaro about to reveal that he's like a fucking evil spirit? Because even more so, I'm gonna sus Rose even more. I gotta take my sweater off, sorry. It's actually getting really fucking hot down here for the first time ever. Oh, Jesus. Get ready for in like 30 minutes, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm freezing.
Mama won't be coming back until late Sunday. Why don't we have a pajama?
Okay, no, he was not gonna be evil.
Why don't we have a pajama party in secret without Mama ever knowing?
Pajama party?
Until you get tired late at night, you can play with me while eating candy and drinking soda in bed.
A pajama party? Yeah, that sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9? Mama won't get mad at me for not going to bed?
This is a secret between you and me, only for when Mama isn't around. So until you get sleepy, let's spend the whole night having fun together. Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what color we'll get next. Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which half is the grandpa. Let's search for treasure in the closet, and more, so much more. I wonder what it'll taste like if we mix orange juice and mellow soda.
Ugh. Wanted to try that once, but asked Mama if it was alright and she got mad.
Oh, let's try it out in secret from Mama. Tonight, let's play a lot, laugh a lot, and blow away our tears with happiness. Don't worry, with me here, it'll definitely be fun. I'll make you happy for sure, Maria.
Yeah. I know it'll be fun with you here. It'll definitely make me happy. Thanks, Sakutaro. Won't cry anymore. Let's have a super fun time together, make ourselves super happy, and say welcome home with a smile on our faces when Mama gets back.
Oh, let's play and play tonight and get in a really great mood. Let's play a lot in a secret party that we can only have when Mama isn't here. If we're lively enough, I'm sure plenty of friends will come to play from Wonderland and Looking Glassland. We'll have so many friends at that point there won't simply be time left to feel bored.
Lost Oreo. Are you? And now we get back to Angie, who's like, your mom's a fucking bitch! And then I started my pajama party with Sakutaro. Sorry, I had to raise my mic a little bit. And had fun late into that night. I played by sticking my hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking, and tried to guess which color I would pull out. Sakutaro had good intuition and got it right a lot. Partway through, I also achieved the brilliant feat of guessing right 4 times in a row. The game where I split peanuts open and tried to guess which half would be the grandpa. That must be like a Japanese thing, maybe a translation. I have no fucking clue what that means. Was easier than guessing the color of the jelly beans, so I got it right a lot. But maybe that has something to do with what side. I don't know. Sucking my salt-covered fingers was bad manners, but that was the yummiest part. I like both orange juice and melon soda on their own. I hope that by mixing those 2 favorite drinks, there might be a flash of light like alchemy. And a new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. I got excited about how, if it turned out really delicious, I'd call it Sakutaro soda and sell it. But unexpectedly, it had a weird, I was gonna say too much of good things tends to generally be bad. But I respect the effort. Had a weird and disappointing taste, and the color was somewhat dull and boring. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that orange and green mixed together would make this. Too bad. I imagined it would become a sparkling pineapple color. But it was an awesome, awesome fun night. If I'm having this much fun, maybe Mama will start wanting to come home too and unexpectedly appear at the front door. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home, and went to the front door many times to check, but there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy with work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, I felt just a little disappointed that I couldn't invite Mama to join in on such a fun late night party. Next time I'll do this when Mama is around and let her join in. Even some things that I don't think are yummy, Mama says are delicious, so she might say that Sakutaro soda is really yummy. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some. And more than anything, I wanted to at least write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, hoping that these strong feelings of happiness would reach Mama too. Hoping that when Mama comes home exhausted from her job, which is always so tough for her, I could share this happiness with her. Hoping that when Mama comes home late Sunday night, almost certainly tired, it could make her even just a little brighter by sharing this happiness. It was because I can't read. I softly placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama. Good job with your work again today. Some of my happiness for you to share. From Maria. Then I decided to give a present to Sakutaro for proposing this wonderful night. A small red scarf that I had found when searching for treasure in my closet. When Maria was still very young, her mama had knitted this tiny, tiny red scarf for her. Maria was embroidered on it with knitting wool. She softly wrapped that scarf around Sakutaro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well.
Aww. Oh, does it suit me?
Sakutaro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. It's got a little metal on it. Yeah, it really suits him. Ooh, Sakutaro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight. I can't even remember why I was crying. Let's always stick together, okay? And let's always play and laugh together.
Oh, love you, Maria.
Me too. Love you, Sakutaro. After playing so wildly, my room was a mess. Maybe I played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together for now. And tomorrow, we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Okay, Sakutaro?
Oh,
See? See how happy See how happy me and Sakutaro are? I have the hiccups again. Is this your happiness, Maria? The music is cutting, uh-oh. Yep. I am happy. Even though you were looking forward to that movie so much, and Aunt Rosa promised that she'd definitely take you, she completely forgot. She just happened to forget because she was so busy with work. Even if she had remembered, she couldn't have done anything about it with her work. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would spend the night at work in either case. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she remembered the promise or not is insignificant. I'd actually disagree. I'm gonna side with Angie a little bit on this one, that I think remembering it still is pretty important, but there's no way that's insignificant. After all, when Aunt Rosa replied, "the movies," on the phone, it was obvious that she had completely forgotten her promise. And when she heard that, Maria's mood definitely darkened. Well, like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, you wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, nice Danganronpa 1 reference there. In the end. To think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of her few days off with you. It's sad. I'd be angry. Yeah, it was sad. Because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't have been able to go to the movies. But after that, I had a very, very fun night with Sakutaro. You must have thought that pajama party looked really fun too, Angie. There's no way that would be fun. I mean, all that messing around you did that night was just you intentionally making a frenzy out of nothing so you could forget that you were lonely and that your mother wasn't coming home. That's not true. You really did have a fun party with Sakutaro. No, you didn't. You were just so sad, and you hated your mother so much for forgetting her promise that you made a mess of your room. Where was something like that ever written in my diary? It isn't written anywhere, but by reading in the gaps between every line I can tell how you felt. You didn't have a good time at all that evening, and you stayed up late when you were told not to, broke the strict rule about not eating sweets outside of snack time, and when even that didn't bury your sadness, you went wild in your room and made a mess of it. Isn't that all? And after you made a mess of your room and were all tired out, all you did was claw at the bedsheets and cry yourself to sleep. It is written in the diary that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie, and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakutaro, and made a mess of my room searching for treasure. Yes, and that can only mean one thing, can't it? You were starving for Auntie Rosa's love, and Aunt Rosa always put her work and her public image first, always keeping you on the back burner. That's why it makes my skin crawl, because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you are. You should realize this yourself. So how can you say that you're happy? I don't understand that part of you, Maria. Even at this age, I can't understand it at all. How aren't you sad? How is it that you can experience a reality filled with misfortune and call yourself happy? I can't do it. I can't understand it. You are a sad kid, Angie. I don't get it. Why are you pitying me? Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written in my diary, when it's observed by a different person, it looks like that same fact takes a different form, huh? I remember talking about this with Berncastle. Truth is indeterminate and changes its form every time it's observed. I'm going to put this down. I think I probably put this down somewhere else. Truth is indeterminate and changes its form every time it is observed. Just might come back later. By the way it's perceived, in other words, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth becomes different truths. And truths of the past are painted over by the truths of the future. I remember that part in particular. In this diary I wrote that what happened was very, very fun. You described the events of that night as something very happy, and yet when you read that diary, you read the events of that night as very, very sad. Even though you described it as happiness, I read it as something different. Stop it. This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. Please don't take this happy truth and twist it, and paint over it with a new and different truth. Does this make you happy, Maria? Yep, happy. That's why I feel so sorry for you, because you can't feel happiness in the same situation. Both she back then and I now have the same friendliness and lonely situation, and Angie accepted the lonely truth as the lonely truth, but she painted over the lonely truth with a happy truth. Ushiromiya Maria took the sad truth and changed it into happiness. That is the only and yet all too large difference between me and Maria. And at the same time as being unable to accept it, another part of me is jealous of that power. Yeah, that's right. It is power. With that power, I was able to become happy. And without it, you can't. That power. What is it? I didn't know what to call that power either. At this point in time, at least. Eventually, I would be taught its true form. Magic. I'll talk about it later. On a later page. So then, late Sunday night, with a present just like she'd promised, Mama came back. I love this fucking track every time I hear it. I'm back. Mama, welcome home.
Oh, yo! Mama came back! Mama came back!
Waiting to greet Rosa as she returned home all tired out was Maria holding Sakutaro in an unbelievably good mood. Rosa's worn-out expression was surely due at least in part to actual fatigue, but also partially because she was sick and tired of having Maria cling to her and loudly whine and sob after being left alone in the house for a few days. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria, and discovered unbelievably that her fears had been unfounded, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise. What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood, aren't you? Is someone here? It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend might have come over, and that she had come back home in the middle of them having a good time playing together. But there were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she was home alone. At first, Rosa was suspicious that this unexpectedly good mood might have some kind of unwelcome underlying cause, but that really was a needless fear, and it really did seem to be that Maria actually had stayed at home in a good mood. I think I read that right, but stumbled it. Even if Rosa's heart had been as cold and hard as rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could see none of the weariness caused by being unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she had playing with the stuffed animal Sakutaro. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she'd gifted her would be liked so much, and she couldn't hide her pleasant surprise. I see. So you and Sakutaro were having fun watching the house together. Well done, Maria. I have presents for you and Sakutaro for being so good.
Oh, yo! Presents! Presents!
Ugh, I wonder what they are. Maria started jumping around with Sakutaro. There were two presents. One was a Western cake assortment. It contained different kinds of Scotch cakes. It looked to be of very high quality. But Maria was more interested in the other one. The other one was an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy. Open it and have a look. They might become new friends for you and Sakutaro. Who knows? Wow! What's this? More stuffed animals? Bro, I don't have a good range of voices, okay? You can't give me too many. Inside, laid there like chess pieces, were about 20 small ceramic animal figures. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats. And they were all holding musical instruments. In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. A forest scene was drawn onto it. Little woodland animals were all gathered around a forest clearing, and they looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she lined them up, the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, and when she lined up the ceramics, I read that wrong, it became a band of forest animals. Let me reread this entire line now without being slow. And when she lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, it became a band of forest animals. Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in the store window and I was taken with it at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria. Ooh, thank you, Mama. Isn't this amazing, Sakutaro? Look how many more friends we have. It's just like you said, Sakutaro. It was true. We had a fun and lively time and we did get more friends.
See? Didn't I tell you? Looks like we have more friends. Look, we have more friends. Oh,
Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa suddenly remembered that she was filled with several days of weariness. Mama, you really worked hard. You should go take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your tiredness will go away. Want to take a bath? I'll choose what to put in the bath today. Thank you. But it's already late, so you get ready for bed. Mama's tired, so I'll just take a shower and go to bed right away. I have to get up early tomorrow. Yep, okay. Here, Mama, I'll take your coat off for you. No, really, I can do it myself. Ah, thank you. Your coat is full of smells from outside. Oh, sorry, I dropped something. I'll pick it up, okay? No! If this is a movie ticket, Rosa, the tier list, you're cratering right now. When she had taken Rosa's coat, a receipt or ticket stub or something had fallen out. It had been in her mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for a green car or the Shinkansen or something. A Tommy. Maybe it's that place famous for its hot springs? Yeah. Oh, you got caught, bro, Rosa. It wasn't work. She wasn't going for work. Rosa, no. Rosa. I was liking you. Oh, fuck me, man. Why did you have to... Rosa. Dude, why would you do this? You're gonna ruin the mood. Ugh. Fuck me, man. Just then, a razor-sharp sound shattered the warm atmosphere. Instead of the Rosa, who had been there just a second ago enjoying a gift with her daughter and full of weariness after returning home for the first time in several days, there stood a completely different person who looked exactly the same but had the most terrible of expressions on her face. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant. After a few seconds' delay, by the pain of her hand that had been hit and her mother's expression, Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. But she didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It was probably because of that ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome her mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something so important to her without asking and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately. Sorry. Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rosa's expression actually darkened. Maybe those words had been undesired? Maria didn't know what to do, and cautiously watched to see how her mother would act. Then, even though it should have been such an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it up and hurried off into her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong. I don't remember what episode it was, but there was some point in the past where Maria had mentioned that she knew that Rosa hated her. I think it was episode 2. That she knew that Rosa hated her because she didn't like the responsibility that came along with her. No, sorry, it was after episode 2. It was the tea party. That's what it was. It was the, Beatrice revealed it. We know from the tea party after episode 2 that Rosa had a resentment for Maria since she put, how do I word this? Since she, what is the correct way to word this? Since she tied her down more than she would want and caused a fuss whenever Rosa would do anything. Oh, Jesus. I remember Tommy from, the iGames. Pretty sure at some point there's like the meme with the secretary in I don't know why I can't remember the name of the talent agency. Lemniscate. And Date is like talking to her about, oh, you wanna go to a Tommy? So a little bit of a jump scare to see that again. But fuck, man. Rosa, come on. God, see, this is the thing too, is like there's like so much time that's put on Rosa that I just become more and more suspicious of her. But ugh. I must have done something I shouldn't have. That paper must have been something important for Mama's work. No, it definitely wasn't. And I touched it without asking.
Oh, you didn't do anything wrong, Maria. So look how happy we are tonight as well.
Yeah, happy.
And when Mama takes a bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being the normal nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it. Or you.
You're right. Mama's tired too, after all. Ugh, mustn't worry about it. We're so very happy tonight.
Or you.
Please, stop. I can't bear to watch this. Angie, I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way. You're the one who's wrong. How can you call this happiness? It's too painful, that's pitiful, painful for me even to watch it anymore. What is? That Mama suddenly got mad? That happens sometimes when people get tired. Condemning a person because of a momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you, Angie. I can't believe I'm hearing this from a 9-year-old. But that's not the problem, is it? That ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange. How? There was nothing strange about it, and it has nothing to do with the happiness of that night. Aunt Rosa called you saying she'd be staying over at work because of her job, right? Why a Tommy? Isn't that what you'd call a vacation? It means she left you behind and went on a vacation, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly. And you normally don't go on a vacation by yourself. Even if that was a ticket for a Tommy, that alone doesn't make it prove that Mama lied and went on a vacation, does it? It heavily insinuates, you're right, it's not concrete proof, but it's a pretty big... She lied on the phone, changed her expression like that, and grabbed it from you. What more proof could you want? It might be from a business trip long ago, right? Depends on the condition of the ticket. It'd probably be faded and fucked up if it was old and it had just been floating around in her pocket. But why would Rosa react that mad and grab it? Because then all you would think is that... I'm sorry, that's like the Maria, like... Where's the, I have a canister of it here. 1 second. It's fucking... The amount of copium that she's huffing right now is fucking insane. Or maybe she just happened to pick up some trash or something and put it in her pocket. It might even be a receipt from someone who works for her who went on a business trip. In that case, it was important for her work. It wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away. This evidence you're talking about is nothing more than circumstantial evidence. Dude, circumstantial evidence is sometimes and oftentimes the best evidence that you get. Oh, Maria is coped. I'm just putting this in the notes. Is coped out of her mind. She has somewhat of a point about happiness and not letting other things damper it. But she is, however many, whatever that number is, 10 million, 100 million% putting blinders on. Ugh. Imagination and delusions. I don't know why you're interpreting it so that my relationship with Mama is bad. I'm the one who doesn't understand how you can interpret it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa. You really are a poor child, Angie. There are fragments that could make you happy, so many of them, scattered all about at your feet, and you can't find them. Instead, all you find are the unhappy fragments, and you keep getting hurt over and over. That's why you get scared of being hurt. Oh god, let's not turn into Evangelion, bro. And you can't start even looking for happiness until after you finish making sure that there's nothing around you that could hurt you. When I talk with you, One-chan, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense. You know what? There are lots and lots of both happy and unhappy fragments, and the world is full to the brim with both kinds. So people who can't find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it no matter where they go looking. Okay. So again, this is sort of, I guess I'll put a continuation in the notes that, like, Maria's saying that there are things to be happy about, and unless you choose, this is probably a pointless note to make, unless you choose to grab the happiness that is possible to grab, you will end up in a cycle of constantly finding unhappiness. Since if you can't grab happiness right in front of you, you will never be able to find others in further away locations. Again, there's part of this, I don't want to get philosophical or wax poetic about this, but like there's a part to be said about, yeah, you probably want to like try to make the best of a bad situation, and there are a lot of people that live in bad situations, and when you look at it from like a detached eye, maybe it seems really bad, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's how the person was feeling at the time. So there is something to be said about like, hey man, if you're constantly going to try and find the negative and find the unhappiness and find the bad in every situation, well yeah, it's just going to follow you like a plague. You're just going to keep repeating that shit. On the exact same token though, girl, this is like the biggest copium huff I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, that you're trying to defend Rosa like this as much as you are. And I'm someone who's like, I want to be like a Rosa believer. I'm like a Rosa defender, but this is just embarrassing. Like Tiltil and Mittel, I know this story and I always get their names right. Tiltil and Mittel. I feel like I've heard... I'm looking this up. Sorry, 1 second. I'm probably saying this wrong. Tiltil and Mittel. I've heard this before. Isn't this about a bird? Was this mentioned in Higurashi? I think it was. Sorry, I'm just gonna... We'll get... Whatever. Searching for the bluebird. Oh, it literally says about a bird. Yes. The story didn't have that moral. You're the complete opposite, Angie. You're searching for a world without a single unhappy fragment, but even that's the same as the blue bird, so you'll be unable to find your own happiness for all eternity. Battler is Hansel, isn't he? Isn't he the blue bird? Give it a rest already. In any event, I got the point that a night of happiness was wasted because of a single scrap of paper that fell from a coat. It's scary, isn't it? That a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, don't you think? Okay, that's like a super fucking sus line, especially given the message in a bottle. So pause on this shit. I'm writing this down in the notes. Maria is quoted saying to Ange, I knew I spelled that fucking wrong, I could tell. Okay. Just when she had finally been able to bond with Maria after so long, Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sorry had stuck into her chest more sharply than any knife. Then, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. Oh my god, it's gonna twist the knife even fucking further. She's like, you did so good at work. Meanwhile, Rosa's at a Tommy with some guy fucking... Like, okay, Rosa, hey, I'm not hating you for it, but, you know, couldn't have, like, sent your daughter to, like, a fucking McDonald's play place, locked her in there for, like, 3 days or something? Like, come on. Probably something that had come with a girl's magazine. To Mama. Some of my happiness for you to share, it said. Sorry, I'm repositioning my mic here. She took it, hesitated, opened it, and read what was inside. ... Then after dotting the surface of the paper with 2 large tears, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back and cried. And realizing that she was the one who should truly be saying sorry, she apologized to her. And when Maria asked why, she gave no answer. You can't even admit. See? Already made up. A little thing like that was absolutely nothing to worry about because of the friendliness between Mama and me. Your happiness is too painful for me. I do understand your feelings more or less, Ange. Until I realized my power. Even I was just like you. A sorry child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune. What is this power? This power that I don't have but you do. Magic! She's turning into fucking Himiko from Danganronpa 3. Sorry, I gotta raise my mic again. I'm sorry. I swear to God this thing droops over time because I don't tighten the fucking stand enough. What is this power? This power that I don't have but you do. And are you saying that me not having it is the reason I have misery and you have joy? Just what is this thing that you can't describe except with an abstract word like power? Yeah, that is what you want to know, isn't it, Ange? That's why you've been reading my story all this time. Of course I'll teach you, the secret to that power. And I did teach you about it long ago when you were little, you know? Did you forget? Don't worry, you'll be able to remember. Now she will teach you. She? Who's that? Rika. I shall teach you in Maria's place. But, Beatrice. Oh! I thought it was going to be Rika. The power that Maria has, but you do not. Again, interesting that they write Maria's name in, like, the witch font. Interesting. Yep. The power that I have, but you do not. That is magic. Maria and Beato said it together, and then they started giggling because they'd said it at the same time. It was an innocent behavior, which seemed somehow unlike Beato. Beato. Hey, we're back at Kuwadorian. Black tea was arranged on a table in a peaceful garden. And Beato, Maria, and Sakutaro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, were having fun chatting. Oh, I see. So he is called Sakutaro. And your best friend, you say?
Oh, it's nice to meet you. My name is Sakutaro.
Ooh, Sakutaro is shy, so he's nervous right now. It's okay, Beatrice is my wonderful friend too. Wait, I never realized. I want to hear what Sakutaro sounds like. 'Cause I don't have voices on. He's not listed in the thing too. Is it just gonna be like a Maria voice? Okay, yeah. Boring. Boo. Boo. Tomatoes. Tomatoes. Boo. It's okay, Beatrice is my wonderful friend too.
Oh, are your friends my friends?
Yeah.
Oh, then I'm Beatrice's friend too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maria, do things like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life? Ooh, things. Is breathing a soul of magic into inorganic matter and giving it life in this way a commonplace practice for you? Wouldn't you just call this like a child's imagination? I don't think this really is. Again, depends on how you define magic, I guess. Ooh. Sakutaro isn't inorganic matter, he's a lion cub.
oh,
Stuffed animal makes for an excellent vessel. Therefore, when it is spoken to by an innocent child without toxin, it is not uncommon for a spirit to take up residence within in an attempt to respond to them. According to Beatrice, when a child plays with dolls, the dolls sometimes gain an actual will and converse with them, in rare cases even moving on their own. However, the power that they can imbue into such a vessel is very weak due to their innocence. If even a tiny bit of the toxin from a human's common sense gets involved and tells them that there's no way a doll can talk or move, it instantly reverts to being an ordinary non-speaking doll. Okay, bro. However, this Sakutaro stuffed animal of yours is different. Ugh, Sakutaro's a stuffed animal, but he's not just a stuffed animal.
oh, lion cub, oh,
Sakutaro is a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can't say gow sometimes, roar sometimes.
oh.
Oh, that wasn't him.
Oh.
Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration as she gazed at Maria, playing around with Sakutaro at the table loaded with tea. How incredible. This Sakutaro, with a core of a cloth and cotton vessel, has completely manifested into the human world. He has his own character, talks with his summoner freely, and even moves by his own will. And what is most surprising is that you did not summon him by name as a being from another world, but created him out of the sea of zero. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna write this in notes, but this is like entire fucking bait, but I'll still do it. Beatrice talks about how, children sometimes imbue stuffed animals with spirits, yet most times, when common sense enters the equation, the dolls return, I shouldn't say the dolls, I should say the stuffed animals return to being just that. However, Beatrice says that Sakutaro is not the same in this sense that he was literally manifested into the human world what was the second line that she said here? By name, okay. Not summoned by name, but created from nothing, and can move and talk freely away from his master. This all just seems like people with like schizophrenia and like insane imagination. I shouldn't say schizophrenia because it comes off like I'm making fun of it, but like these people are like delusional with like insane imaginations that are running wild, but whatever. After that, Maria boasted to Beato that Sakutaro wasn't her only friend, and that when she went home there would be plenty more of them. She claimed that there were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who, like Sakutaro, could talk and move of their own will. It was something natural to Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own free will. When she heard Maria speak of this in that way, Beatrice, as a witch, felt a respect bordering on awe. Maria, without a doubt that power of yours is magic. It's magic, but I'm still a witch apprentice. I'm not able to use magic yet. Not so. It is magic indeed. You may be an apprentice since you are unable to use it in full awareness of that fact, but even so, what power this magic has. The manifestation of your friend Sakutaro is excellent proof of that. Manifestation? In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. A piece of inorganic matter that would have no soul at all in another's hands has had a soul imbued into it through your magic. Furthermore, you're using strong power to keep it tethered to the human world. In this era so filled with the toxin that denies magic, maintaining the magical power necessary to manifest a being to the degree that it can exist as an independent life form is not easy even for me. It isn't hard to create soulless beings in any number, however creating a being with a soul is very difficult. Beato declared this definitively. Don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. I'm gonna put that down to you, and Beatrice says, creating soulless husks, we'll say, to be derogatory, in any number is easy, but to create those... create beings with souls is difficult, and even more difficult to keep them bound to the human world. Don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. You're saying Sakutaro is amazing. I'm saying that you and Sakutaro both are marvelous. You may feel proud. Yes, that which Kinzo desired above all else seems to dwell most strongly within you. Don't have a clue why you're praising me so much. Right, Sakutaro?
Oyo!
What is truly admirable is not only that you have caused a soul to reside in a stuffed animal, it is the fact that by that act you have changed your own worldview. Your power to create something from nothing is beyond exceptional. It is simple to make 100 from 1, however creating 1 from 0 is not easy. When you become a full witch, you may not only be a match for me, but might even grow into a great witch that I must acknowledge as superior. The Witch of Origins, perhaps. I too am greatly looking forward to your future. Ooh, Beato said I have talent as a witch.
Isn't that great, Maria? Oyo! Beato, thank you for praising Maria.
Cackle. There's no need to thank me, Sakutaro. That red scarf truly suits you, and I am envious of the talent of your master that enabled her to create a friend like you.
Oyo! Thanks for complimenting my scarf. I got it as a present from Maria. I really like it.
And its size is truly as if it was created just for you. Yes, in light of this I see that I must also give my new friend some kind of present. Ooh? Beato, you're giving Sakutaro a present? A gift from a witch must be something with magical power, of course. In that case, so that your friend can remain your friend for all time, and so that you can have even more fun playing with him. I shall give Sakutaro my magic power. It should allow him to achieve an even stronger manifestation. Ooh? Okay, this is interesting. Beatrice says she will grant Sakutaro her magical power. I'll be able to have much more fun playing with Sakutaro? How?
Oyo? What could it be, Maria? Is it something scary?
Don't worry, Beato won't do anything scary. Right, Beatrice? I am certain that he will like it. Let us see, then... Yes. In order to achieve a stronger manifestation, a stronger image will be necessary. Well now, what to do? Beato folded her arms and thought about what she could do to please them the most. Regalia. And at that moment there appeared the form of yet another witch. It was Beato's master, Regalia. Regalia truly was a great witch. Since Maria already thought of Beato as a great witch, this person Beato called a great witch must have been a great witch. According to Beato, not even she could hold a candle to this witch when it came to magical power. My. I thought I heard some cheery voices. What a fun tea party this seems to be. Oh, master, perfect timing. I want you to take a look at this lion cub. I hear he's Maria's new friend. Oh ho ho! What an adorable little lion. I wonder if he can greet me. Hello, nice to meet you.
Oyo! I'm Sakutaro.
Sakutaro got back down onto Maria's lap and greeted Regalia with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. He seemed to be very nervous since this was a witch that even Beato called master. Oh ho ho, what a lovely name. As a reward for giving such a good greeting, here's a sweet for you. After waving her hands about, Regalia held the palm of her hand upwards and made a movement as though lightly grasping some of the air. Then she held that closed fist out in front of Sakutaro. And when she opened it, there lay one of those individually wrapped cough drops. Ooh, disgusting.
Oyo! It's candy, Maria. Oh wow! Oh wow!
Ooh, isn't that nice, Sakutaro? Make sure to thank her.
Oyo! Thank you very much for the candy.
This is a long-ass subchapter, holy fuck. Bow. Even though Regalia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakutaro to an elegant greeting. Still, master? Cough drops? Are you someone's granny or something? Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy? How mean. Perhaps I won't give you candy anymore. Sorry. Well then, Maria, take out your grimoire, and of course, your writing tools. Ooh? Okay, taking it out. Are we writing something? Oh, what's happening now? I will use a magic I learned from you, master. Magic to make a resident of another world manifest into a vessel. Okay, interesting. She is granting the magic to make a resident of another world. I'm typing so much. World manifest into a vessel. Okay. I think that by applying that, I may be able to further strengthen the power manifesting this friend of Maria's. I want to give that as a gift to Maria and her friend. I see. It shouldn't be that difficult for a being that is already manifested. That seems like it will turn out to be a wonderful gift. Well then, I shall offer what modest help I can. If you shall be signing for this magic personally as a witness, Master, that is greatly encouraging. Rejoice, Maria. This shall be a wonderful gift.
Real? What's happening? It isn't scary, is it?
I'm gonna fucking cry if they do something to him. I'm gonna be so pissed off. Is it? Don't know. But don't think it's scary. Wonder what it is. Exciting, huh? Beato borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically rifled through the pages. Then, finding an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them, she flattened the book out. And after staring at Sakutaro with a smirk, she suddenly started darting her pen across the page. It was something like a written proclamation made by witches to a higher order world. Magic, which would take effect by Beatrice writing it and Virgilia giving her signature as a witness. Maria didn't understand what Beato was doing at first, but partway through she figured out the wonderful magic power of this document and her eyes began to sparkle.
Real? What is it, Maria? What's she drawing? Real?
Sakutaro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written up on the table, but even if he had seen, Sakutaro probably wouldn't have understood. It's amazing, Sakutaro. Wait a bit, almost done. Beato, that's awesome. Beato, that's awesome. When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent is splendid. I expect you could even work as a secretary in the netherworld. I'm a little bit terrified she's gonna do some fuck shit to Sakutaro. How is this? It should be passable. After she'd completed the things she'd been so intensely concentrating on, Beato looked over the document again from a distance. It seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work. And Maria, upon peeking in at it, let out a cry of wonder. It's amazing, Beato. So cute! By the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice, I hereby acknowledge Sakutaro, Maria's child. Master, if you would sign as a witness. Yes. By my name I stand witness to and acknowledge this oath. It is done. Virgilia signed, completing the proclamation. It was a powerful document that proclaimed to the beings of a higher world that Sakutaro had most certainly manifested in the human world. Sakutaro, created by Maria, had received the recommendation of the two witches Beatrice and Virgilia, and in this very moment the higher world had accepted his existence. That was the great magic of manifestation. According to Beato, it was apparently an incredible stroke of luck that Virgilia had been here, because the power residing in the proclamation would change drastically depending on the number and the ranks of the witches signing it. Virgilia in particular had many friends in the higher world, so her signature gave the proclamation a power with which Beato's couldn't even compare. By this proclamation I accept thee, Sakutaro, as an individual with thine own sense of self, and I welcome thee as a friend in accordance with the treaty of Mariage, Sorcière. I don't know if that's a typo. I don't know if that's supposed to be pronounced as Mariage, or if this is like supposed to be just Mariage, Sorcière. Henceforth, Sakutaro, thou art our common friend. And as a gift I shall bestow upon you a form appropriate of that status. Accept it. With the grimoire still open to the page with the proclamation, she turned it around and handed it to Maria. Maria showed it to Sakutaro on her lap. When Sakutaro beheld that proclamation, in his body made of cloth and cotton, he felt something hot and bright. No, is he gonna explode? Even as he looked around, nervous at the sensation that he had never felt before, that power strengthened, and eventually, a bright light completely swallowed him up. No! What are you doing to my goat?
What
the fuck? And when that light disappeared, there Maria's friend Sakutaro held a new form and existed. Oh, bro, he evolved. Beloved furniture of Lady Maria, Witch of... No, it's not a typo, because they would have... Mariage Sorcière. His existence is Lady Maria's pure white heart itself. He is an irreplaceable being to her, and could even be said to be another Lady Maria. He holds a decoration as a diplomat, and all witches, weapons, and furniture in the Alliance, and even demons and divine spirits in contract with the Alliance are not permitted to take aim at him. So he's like a... He's Switzerland. Okay, we see you. Ooh. You're cute, Sakutaro. Really cute. I actually preferred him when he was a plushie. Are you? Does it really suit me? Isn't it embarrassing? Ho. It is a very lovely form of Sakutaro. I felt that the scarf was his charm point, you see. And the ears. Animal ears are nice indeed. Truly cute. Allow me to nibble at them later. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you so much for the wonderful present. There is no need for thanks. This is merely an expression of my respect for your wonderful magic and your friend. And now that you have reached this level, it would not be odd for you to graduate from an apprentice at any time. Starting today, I shall initiate you in even newer and more fun forms of magic. From this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, the apprentice witch of origins. Okay, this is Beatrice and Virgilia. I'm gonna put in comments or in comma here that if it really is her, I'm still not sold on that. Gave the power, or I shouldn't say, bestowed power upon Sakutaro so he could become furniture of Maria's. Maria is also given the title of the Witch of Origins. Origin PC sponsorship with Maria. Although she is currently still an apprentice. Okay. What's the Witch of Origins? It is the title of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now you are just an enchanter, possessing only enough strength to breathe magical power into the small objects around you. But after 1,000 years of training, it is not unthinkable that you could create not just your own system of magic, but even a galaxy. The talent of the Witch of Origins is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they are young, no one can continue to hold on to it. This title is also proof that you have not lost your untainted heart. Ooh, Witch of Origins, wow, I'll become one. So because she's like stunted mentally, they're like, wow, you have like the power of a kid, you're never gonna grow out of it. I'll become one. I'm the apprentice Witch of Origins. Maria, that's so cool. He's losing his old voice, okay? He's got a new voice. Maria, that's so cool. The Witch of Origins. Wow, awesome. Are you? Eventually, you will probably be able to call yourself by the title of a full witch, Lady Maria, the Witch of Origins. It may be a good time now to give not only Sakutaro, but you as well, an appearance fitting for your rank. There. I shall give you a proper outfit for one who, while an apprentice, is worthy of calling herself a witch. Okay. When Beato waved the pipe that was her wand, many gold butterflies appeared out of nowhere, grouped around Maria, and granted her a wonderful dress. What the fuck am I witnessing, man? Endowed with both cuteness and majesty, it was indeed a fitting article of clothing for the girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins. Isn't this the same staff that Ova had in the last episode, though? A little bit of sus on that one. Is it just gonna change what she looks like here? Yeah, okay. The Witch of Origins, who will live for the next 1,000 years, possesses the motherly magic to give birth from the Sea of Zero. At a glance, her magical power is weak, however, Zero will never become anything but Zero. No matter how it is multiplied, but the one she gives birth to will eventually surpass the heavens. Protected heavily by Beatrice, who understands her true value, she is in an alliance with Beatrice. Bro, this game is like constantly just like mind-fucking me. It's so fucking hard to understand what the fuck is going on at any given time, my god. Oh wow, awesome, 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 awesome! So cute, so cute. I want to show these clothes to Mama too, can't I? The full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Such a thing is worth more if you reserve it for those most grandiose occasions. And then the Great Witch, the Witch's Apprentice, and their new friend Sakutaro had a lively time enjoying their tea together. See? Look how happy I am, and look how fun this is. Please don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness within your current misfortune. That is the magic of origins. Okay. Isn't the same thing as accepting. Okay, yeah, whatever. It's the same thing as we kind of understood from last. I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't abide accepting such an isolated and painful world. That's why even though I was entranced by your world, Maria, ... I couldn't cross the final line. I'll teach you. About my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used to be able to use it. Did you forget? Yeah, because she grew up, right? So she doesn't have it anymore. You were also a witch apprentice, Ange, with your name entered into... Okay, I need to see how they're saying this. Because it's fucking destroying my brain. I need to know how they're saying this.
Ange だって、Mariage Sorcière に名を連ねる
Mariage Sorcière. Mariage Sorcière. Now, to be fair, some of that is probably just the accent. But we'll call it that. Why not? Yes, so I was. Mariage Sorcière. That takes me back. I also had my name entered in there at one point, didn't I? This is like the... Okay, I was about to say, this is like the longest sub-chapter of maybe the entire fucking game at this point. Holy fuck. Oh my god, flashbang. Holy shit. Mariage Sorcière. 12 years later. Flash forward. What chapter is this? 6 now? That was so long. That was a long ass fucking chapter. At least it felt like it. I always do the scroll up. Yeah, it's 6. Yes, I will never forget it. It happened in April of 1987. Okay, so that's 1 year after the events of the thing, right? I'm assuming this is Angie speaking. Angie states that she was entered into the Mariage Sorcière in April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. A large collection of books, the former possessions of a very rich man, were being sold at an auction, and it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable from an archaeological and folkloristic perspective, as well as in an occultic sense. So this friend wanted me to take a private look at their value. 87. Half a year after the crime. Yeah, that's what I was saying. She's pretty young. Oh my god, you're a terrifying creature. Who are you? Correct. Those books were explained to have escaped the disaster on Rokenjima. I was told that the owner of the island, Mrs. Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction. Fucking Tanaka's quality goods or whatever from Persona, and like I said, now I'm cold, so I'm gonna put my sweater back on. 1 second. I didn't know Tanaka was gonna be in this game too, man. Fuck. Oh god, where? Oh, if this guy's name is actually Tanaka, it's 100% a reference. Ain't no fucking way it's not. They appeared to be at a high-class restaurant. Angie and a middle-aged man were sitting across from one another in a pair of secluded and quiet seats. Not to... sorry, I'm trying to get my mic back in position. Now that I think about this, if this is only... I know they're just showing her form, but Angie is... She would have been, like, not even 7 years old at this time, right? Like... Angie and a middle-aged man were sitting across from one another in a pair of secluded and quiet seats. Amakusa could be seen by the restaurant's entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumidera... Okay, wait, what? I am so fucking confused. A large collection of books, a very rich man, sold at an auction. No, okay, no, I think this is in 12 years in the future, and they're just saying that's when it was. Okay. A bunch of goods from Rokenjima were sold not even... Or I should say, no more than 6 months. Sold at auction. Sorry, I should show the notes. Out of the disaster on Rokenjima. Okay, correct, those books were explained to have escaped the disaster on Rokenjima. I was told the owner of the island, Mrs. Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction. They appeared to be at a high class, because if they're still trying to run away from the Sumideras, this has to be in the current time. It doesn't make sense otherwise. The scholarly-seeming man across from Angie spoke politely but with enthusiasm. He hadn't so much as touched the food in front of him, which communicated effectively the passion with which he was speaking. He was a professor at a certain university, known in particular as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was the only one with the most acceptable public face. His true life work was the study of Western occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and all else falling under the umbrella of the occult, as well as demonology. In short, he was one of the people best positioned to understand the details of Kinzo's research. Professor Utsuki. First, what I learned by appraising the books was that Mrs. Ushiromiya Eva had absolutely no education in folkloristics, and that the original owner of the books, Mr. Ushiromiya Kinzo, was without a doubt one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan. Okay. April 1987, a major city antique shop came into possession of a large quantity of ancient texts thought to have a high historical value. The texts had been entrusted to them by Ushiromiya Eva, who had requested for them to be put up for auction on her behalf. At the time, everyone thought that Eva had succeeded the Ushiromiya family and obtained all the wealth for herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, barely half a year had passed since the accident, which was not enough for the rest of the family to be legally declared dead in absentia, even given the extraordinary circumstances. So this is another interesting thing, is that seems to imply in the timeline where Eva survives that the rest of the bodies of the people were not found. Eva seemingly had them declared dead in absentia. I think, was it in this game they said it was 7 years or something that was required for someone to be declared dead in absentia? I'm trying to remember exactly. Not that it really matters too much, but it also makes me wonder with like Asumu, but Asumu was only 6 years, right? So she was definitely dead. Because of that, Ava was thought to have been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect from her family's life insurance. Yeah, but why would she need to? We know she would have had the gold, right? It seemed that she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in Kuwadori in her location when she escaped harm became a target of this. It's another thing that we didn't really note. Sorry, I have hiccups. Ava hid in Kuwadorian to survive the disaster. Okay. Interesting. Says she sold everything off. Sorry, I'll show notes again. Confusing. Since she should have had the gold, no? Like, I don't really know what's going on with that, but it's something to consider. And when the authorities in the field gathered at the request of the antique shop to appraise these documents, which were later called the Ushiromiya Library, they were given the shock of their lives. At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the shockwaves that discovery sent throughout the world were comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The reason for this is that the Ushiromiya Library even included some extremely important documents which had been known to exist for more than 1,000 years but had never been found. Okay, this is interesting. All these books on occult topics are dubbed the, show the notes again, Ushiromiya Library, and was like a library of Alexandria for the occult world. Some of the books apparently being known about, but never found for over 1,000 years. Basically, Omega treasure trove of books on the occult spanning a long time. Okay. The so-called romantic side of the occult, epitomized for example by alchemy, never ceases to stir an intense fascination in dilettantes. Even now, it is whispered that in various places around the world a great number of magic books of historical value might be in the secret possession of very wealthy lovers of the occult, unannounced to the public. The prime candidates for this are said to be items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes. It is said that approximately 5,000 pages of the notebooks currently exist, and over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be being monopolized by certain dilettantes and millionaires. Dude, so, I'm sorry, I will say, okay, I said this in the last time, I said this when I played Higurashi, and I will say it again, and I'll say this in a lot of games that are translated from JP to ENG, okay? And I don't fault the writers, and I don't fault the localizers, but my god, you can make some of these things more readable. You could cut out the being here, and this just becomes less wordy and easier to say, and say, like, that a large part of this lost portion may be monopolized by certain dilettantes and millionaires instead of may be being, is just like it's just such a word salad for no reason. Sorry, I just had to get my little soy rant out very quickly. It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away and unannounced notebooks. There's probably no doubting that Ushiromiya Kinzo himself was one of those dilettantes. It is unknown what Kinzo went through to obtain these, but undoubtedly he must have spent his vast wealth like water to buy them off other rich people with the same hobby as him. The discovery of that huge number of books at the end of the 20th century, books so valuable that dilettantes were filled with the desire to hoard them away, and their subsequent release to the public gave the entire world a massive shock. Due to this incident, the name Rokkenjima became known across the world, and at the same time, the world also received a shock at the very high probability that, due to the accident on Rokkenjima, a large amount of undiscovered books of even greater value had been lost. It literally is the Library of Alexandria. Interesting. Okay. After that discovery, the names of Rokkenjima and the Ushiromiya Library were certain to remain in our memories for all time. I want to see what this guy's character page is. I haven't even opened it. Professor at a certain college, well known as an authority on the study of Western folklore, also famous as a hobbyist researcher of the Rokkenjima witch legend and of the witch hunters. The witch hunt is primarily focused on the straining of occult superstitions to explain the truth of Rokkenjima crime rather than doing so scientifically, and is dilettantes and enthusiasts of the mystical primary view and as a type of mental game, And its dilettantes and enthusiasts of the mystical primarily view it as a type of mental game. Okay, so we finally got the name of like the group, so it would be the witch hunt, which are the people that are trying to explain it using magic. Our memories. That hour probably meant the occult neck of the woods, with the same hobby as Kinzo. This incident caused the name of Rokkenjima to develop an important meaning within the world of the occult. Certainly there had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rokkenjima, but it hadn't been on an international level. However, this incident circled the globe, taking the image of Rokkenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago and painting it over as a demonic island with a mixture of riddles, suspicion, mystery, and the occult. In other words, until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Eva, Rokkenjima had been nothing more than a nameless island that no one thought twice about, and it definitely hadn't been a witch's island. However, when knowledge of the Ushiromiya library spread across the world, Rokkenjima's image immediately took on an occult twist. And so, what happened next was that matter with the message bottle. It is what turned that island into a witch's island. A nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an occult island, and then into the island of the mysterious witch Beatrice. Okay, so again, we have a reminder of the importance of the message in a bottle, which earlier was described by Rika as a truth to override an old truth, and is used to make Rokkenjima appear occult, and not as the site of a family mass murder tragedy. Okay, so I was writing in my notes. You could say that, lacking either the Ushiromiya library or the message bottle, the Rokkenjima witch legend would never have been established. Again, it's quite... Utsuki said? Okay, so Utsuki says that without the message in a bottle and the Ushiromiya library, Rokkenjima would have remained as just a nameless island without the legend attached. Okay. Very interesting. A message bottle. Sorry, I feel like I don't get a read on like how my pop filter ever sits. There we go, I think that's good. Yes. A form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside into the sea. It is a famous way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of famous foreign detective novels, it has also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. The Rokkenjima message bottle was certainly the latter. So you're saying this was like an epitaph, quite literally. Okay. This is the thing everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up. Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shihi Nijima had picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. I don't know if that's important at all, but I'm gonna put that down that it was a wine bottle. More details about the bottle are given. It was picked up by a fisherman on a nearby island. It was a wine bottle with a letter in it. Because that makes it interesting. Why would Maria be in possession of a wine bottle? She's like 9 years old. Not to say that she couldn't get her hands on one, but there's probably many other bottles that, or like jars or things that she would have access to. A wine bottle seems very particular. It was only later when Rokkenjima fell under the global spotlight due to the Ushiromiya library that he announced his discovery. That's interesting. The fisherman only announced the letter in a bottle. I should say message in a bottle. That's how I usually say it. Message in a bottle. When the Ushiromiya library made Rokkenjima fall under global spotlight. Okay. Is there any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The notebook pages in the wine bottle had the signature of a certain member of the Ushiromiya family, a girl named Ushiromiya Maria. However, from the handwriting found on her former belongings, it was ascertained that the hand... You motherfuckers, I fucking knew it. Okay. A fabrication could not be ruled out. I'll show my notes. Likely that someone else on the island wrote this message in a bottle. When they compared the belongings of the real Maria to the note, to the message, which was claimed to have been written by Maria, they ascertained that the handwriting did not match and was almost certainly written by another person. Now, the only thing they could say is Maria does have that split personality shit that we saw early on, so you could say that maybe if she was in her split personality mode, maybe she would write differently or something. But I don't know about that. A different person's handwriting. Correct. At the very least, I believe there can be no doubt that it was written by a person more skilled at writing and of greater age than her. The writing was attributed to someone of a higher age and higher writing ability than her. There was a very high likelihood that it had been written by someone else using her name, therefore at that point in time the contents of those notebook pages were thought to have a very low credibility. However, later on a sensation was created when it came to light that on the day of the accident, a similar message bottle had been recovered from the surrounding ocean by the police in their search. Apparently, on the day of the accident, another message in a bottle was recovered by the police. Seems that due to evidence from the surrounding area and the intact state of the bottle seal, the police had decided that its likelihood of being a hoax was low, and that it had been cast out no earlier than a few days before the accident. That's interesting. A few days before the accident is very interesting, though. When you say few days, generally few means 3, which means it would be... Ooh, I'm getting even more suspicious of the people that are on the island. The bottle apparently had been cast out no earlier than a few days before the accident, in all caps. If you want to see it in my notes, all caps. Okay. And the handwriting for both matched. The handwriting on both matched. Holy fuck. Okay, I have to go pee really fucking bad. Let me go pee real quick. I'll be right back. This is like, this part right here, this is an mega important chapter, I think, for the theorizing stream that's gonna go fucking nutty. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get back to this. This caused the credibility of the notebook pages discovered by the fisherman to rise. As for the message bottle's contents, magazines and the like seem to have been reporting on that repeatedly, but do you require an explanation all the same? No. I know about it more or less. Several sheets of notebook paper had been stuffed into each of the 2 wine bottles, okay? I don't think we ever got like a full explanation. Several pages of notebooks stuffed into both wine bottles, okay? They were extensive accounts written in a diary-like fashion by some unknown person calling themselves Ushiromiya of the events of the day of the accident and the day before, and it was these that prompted the beginning of the witch legend serial murder case. They were extensive accounts written in a diary-like fashion by some unknown person calling themselves Maria of the events of the day of the accident and the day before. Contained notes on the day of the accident and the day before. Again, recall, this was apparently written prior. And it was these that prompted the beginning of the witch legend serial murder case and the mystery of the Golden Witch Beatrice. These bizarre diary-style accounts describe the Ushiromiya family members pinned to the island by the typhoon, becoming caught up in a ritual for the resurrection of a witch and being killed off one after another in inexplicable ways. And at the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revives and swallows everything up into the Golden Land. They were written almost as though this was the complete picture of the events of that day. Additionally, the state of things on the island at the time is also depicted in immense detail, and former servants who once worked for the Ushiromiya family have given testimony that the pages were definitely written by a person who knew the inside details of the island, okay? Notes were written, this isn't really surprising, but I'll write it down anyways, were written by someone with inside knowledge of the details of the island. Okay. For those strange fantasy novels, the occult boom that started with the Ushiromiya library, and the fact that the truth remains shrouded in darkness, the combination of all 3 of these factors is what created the legend of the Rokenjima witch. Correct. Already more than 10 years have passed since the incident, and it still attracts the interest of occult enthusiasts across the world. No, in fact, you could say that it has become increasingly deified as time has passed. There are still many enthusiasts who try to land secretly on the shores of Rokenjima, even though that has been prohibited. Could there be another message bottle that has not been discovered? And what really happened on the island that day? There's still much to discuss, oh yes. As though he had finally remembered what he had been going on and on for some time, the man took a sip of water. His pottage was now cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away. If I remember correctly, I heard that the fisherman's pages and the police's pages had completely different contents, okay? So this is of note as well. I'm going to add this to one of the prior notes here. Put it here. The contents of each bottle was different. Okay. Correct. Due to that, the appeal of the Rokenjima mystery increased even further. Inside each of the 2 bottles was diary-style accounting describing the events of the day of the accident the day before. However, while they both cover the same 2-day period, the contents are completely different. As though one is true and one is untrue, or perhaps both are untrue. However, the beginning and the end alone do match. This is so odd. So this is like the game that we are playing. We are the message in the bottle. Okay, apparently the details contained within the notes are entirely different as to what happened on the island. Only consistent thing is the beginning and the end in both. So the thing is, you would think almost that these were written by like Battler. Like that would be the thing, like the person that's trapped in the loop, or someone that is aware of the loop. Do we have someone that is a looper that knows? We know that Kinzo knows of the looping. There was like a little bit of an inkling early on that Kinzo might. At the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are sealed up on the island by the typhoon. At the end, everyone dies and the Golden Witch revives, and everything is swallowed up into the Golden Land. The contents of both message bottles describe the events of the 2 days of the accident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the manner of deaths, and even the tale of the 2 days are different. Where both depict the same ultimate conclusion: everyone dies and the witch revives. Since the only survivor, Mrs. Ushiromiya Eva, remained silent about what happened on that island, the events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness. These 2 diaries presented not just one but 2 theories to wipe away that darkness. You could explain those 2 days with either diary, however we don't know which is correct or even if there is anything correct contained within them. Schrodinger's cat box: if it isn't denied, even fiction can be truth. Through the media, these notebook pages had of course been shown to Ava as well, but in the end she never broke her silence. Who sent the message bottles and why? Do you remember the magazine that put together a special issue for the crime's 10th anniversary? They covered that question in extensive detail. It seems that their theory is that is the one that garners the most support today, but it is rather dull. Okay, let me think. What would they... So my current thinking right now, if you want like my theory before the game tries to reveal it, is that it would have had to have been somebody that's on the island, and it would have had to have been someone that was familiar with the fact that the ritual was going to happen and was unavoidable, and was familiar enough with the looping of it, right? Because the way that it sounds is it sounds like the notes were cast out prior to anything ever starting, before the ritual even began, which then also narrows down the amount of people that could have written it. Unless there's somebody that had access to the island that we didn't know about, that means it would have had to have been somebody that was on the island prior to the event starting, which means it was one unnamed servant that we don't know because it's not a servant that was on the island at the day of the accident. It was either one of the 5 servants or some unknown extra servant. It was either Kinzo or it was one of Kraus, Natsui, or Jessica. If we go with that reading, it has to be one of them. To me, again, the most likely seems to be Kinzo. With Kinzo, we know that Kinzo is on the island, of course, again, unless he's already dead, which that would be a huge jackknife in this theory. But if we believe the current understanding, with our current understanding, we think that Kinzo was on the island, and... How do I word this? We know that Kinzo's on the island, and we know there was one comment that he made, I think it was at the start of episode 3, where he said something like, he kept saying like, oh, the wheel spins again, but he's like, oh, so that's how it's going to go this time. Like, he knows about the looping. So it has to also be somebody that is, I'm gonna put this in the notes here, before they reveal this. To me, seems like these are written by Kinzo. If not him, then it has to be someone who is on the island at the time prior to everyone else arriving. So, unnamed servant, which we can't know the names of, Kinzo, or I should say, I'll do everyone other than Jessica, Kraus, Natsuhi, Kanon, Shannon, Goda, Kumasawa, Genji. It has to be one of those people. Or, well, you also could put, like, potentially unknown person hiding on island if this comes to be true. So this is, like, our current understanding. These are the people that it has to be. It leads me to think it's Kinzo. The reason why I think it is Kinzo is due to his knowledge of the occult and the fact that he is the one that triggered the ritual to start, can't type, and even further, that at the start of the 1 chapter, Kinzo seems to have some retained knowledge of what is happening loop to loop. Okay, that's my reasoning there for that, if you want to know. Okay, now back to this. It's rather dull. What happened on the island on that day? Considering this question is the real thrill of the witch hunt. Witch hunt? Yes, the Rokkenjima witch hunt is the name of a group of enthusiasts endeavoring to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective. From the Ushiromiya library to the mysterious 2-day period, the legend of the Golden Witch, and more, discussion of the mysteries that surround Rokkenjima is flourishing even today among enthusiasts. Where the 10-year anniversary and international convention was held in New York, I was there participating as well, representing Japan. I was able to have a variety of interactions with zealous overseas witch hunters. Witches are a very popular category overseas. The age span of the participants was truly vast, stretching from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan in recent years, we finally... You probably didn't need any more explanation, but he is one of the most famous Rokkenjima witch hunters in Japan. After that, he just kept continuing on excitedly all by himself, even though I'd never asked. As I swirled the thin film on my pottage with my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Maybe it really had been a waste of time to research about the message bottle. No, I think you're barking up the right trees right now. Sorry, I was taking a drink. I think Ange is like, she is summoning the tier list. Because she's acting like how you probably should in this scenario. I always hate when you have main characters that are doing like stupid fucking shit that seems pointless, but she seems like she's going in the right directions. There was only one thing I'd gotten out of this. It was the knowledge that those pages supposedly written by Maria had actually been written by a different person faking her name, and that person had taken it upon themselves to write an occult story, put it into a bottle as though it was the truth, and throw it into the sea. This is the other thing too about that we have to put into thing. this person would also have to have knowledge of Maria's occult obsession. Or I shouldn't say would also have to, I should say would also likely have knowledge of Maria's occult obsession. For what other reason would they pen such an occultic tale if they didn't know, I should say, and use her identity to do so? The person would also likely have knowledge of Maria's occult obsession. For what other reason would they pen such an occultic tale and use her identity to do so? If not, I'll just leave it there. And I mean, and that person had taken it upon themselves to write an occult story, put it into a bottle as though it was the truth, and throw it into the sea. This raised questions for me. Why did they go to all this trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With a message bottle, there would be no guarantee that it would ever pass into anyone's hands. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk into the ocean and never been seen by anyone. And even if someone were to pick it up, this is the other thing too, as well, it makes it even more likely that it's Kinzo, since the bottles were found. Since we know Kinzo's magic is that of taking advantage of insane odds, who else would be able to have all the bottles end up in the possession of people when they're dropped into, presumably, I'm going to say presumably, the Pacific Ocean? It would make sense if it was him, if that was why they ended up in people's possessions. Plus, he's also an occult dude. He would love to fucking pull the wool over on people. And even if someone were to pick it up, they might have thrown it away without ever thinking twice about it. Why did they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea in such an uncertain method, and why did they write up multiple different tales? If there had been one message bottle, claiming that its story was the truth would be reckless but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 mysterious days to be the work of a witch, that was really superfluous. And because there was 2, it suggested that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, may exist. In other words, the 2 having different contents was making it even harder to take either of them at face value. But despite their differences, the contents of the 2 matched in that both tales told of a witch. Does that mean that this is what the writer wanted to tell us? I can only imagine that this was a crime committed for pleasure by someone who wanted to create an illusion of a witch. But 17 people, excluding Aunt Ava, lost their lives, and a vast inheritance, and maybe even 10 tons of gold changed hands behind the scenes. It just doesn't make sense for the confession coming at the end of all of that to be this fantasy about a witch. I don't need to hear the magazine's reasoning to find it extremely doubtful whether the message bottles really are diaries. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would have been able to calmly write down again, further proving my point that it was written before anything ever happened. In that case, it's probably more realistic to say that these diaries were written slowly over a long period of time, thank you, before the day prior to the accident. I agree. In which case would mean that everything on Broken Gym was premeditated and prepared for over a long stretch of time, which again, even more so points to Kinzo because we know that he was doing this on purpose when the most amount of people were going to be present. The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is detestable. She definitely told me on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was the best way of harassing me. By now I'm painfully aware of it. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But now that I start to think of it this way, I'm pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is... Exactly, that's kind of my thinking too. I'm like more and more doubtful that Ava had anything to do with it. I also said that with the whole succession and showing like Ava as a witch and everything, like... It's too on the nose too early for it to be her, but... Of course, this isn't because the handwriting in the message bottle differs from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because in both discovered tales, Aunt Ava was included among the victims. Interesting. Okay. In both discovered tales, Aunt Ava was listed as one of the victims. The writer of these diaries was the culprit, then maybe Aunt Ava had also been one of the targets to be killed. Aunt Ava had survived because something had gone wrong. Ange posits that Aunt Ava survived because something went wrong. Perhaps it was her finding the gold and stopping the progression of the epitaph in the way the person expected. even more so too, that explains why... Or fuck, I just had a thread there in my head and I fucking lost it. I was gonna say, it explains in a sense why... Fuck, what was it? No. It had something to do with Kinzo. I don't know, I lost it. I was gonna say it had something to do with the discrepancy between the fact that Ava was the winner in that game, kind of, and the fact that in every other one it showed her as dead, because if this other person was the one that carried out the things... Oh, that's what it was. That it probably wasn't Kinzo. That I think episode 3 might be all smoke and mirrors. I think episode 3 might be an entirely, like, to throw you off of what actually happened. To be like, look, Ava was like the winner. Because it's showing you the progression of what the person would have otherwise done, or if nobody else would have found the gold. So if nobody finds the gold, it goes in accordance with what it says there. But because Ava found the gold, it bucked the trend of what was supposed to happen. Because of my hate for Aunt Ava, I had believed until now that she had to be the culprit, but the existence of the message bottles was making me suspect that the mastermind was a far more profound and unknown person than her. Ow, I just punched my fucking mic stand. I have these little, like, graham cracker biscuits. One second, I want to take one out. They're fucking really good. I haven't eaten really anything today. They're like these... You probably are supposed to... It says milk chocolate concerto. I don't know if this is like a type of biscuit, but they're just biscuits with chocolate on top of them. I don't know. They're good, okay? I haven't eaten anything. Give me a break. I feel like the game is really dangling shit in front of me. Oh, thank you! Drink water. I appreciate it. Let me think here. Okay, my bad. It feels like these last two sub-chapters have been like info dumping hard on me. And I think whenever we do the theory stream, this shit's gonna be like super important. I think it's really gonna reveal a lot of shit, because this feels like I'm getting somewhere with something on this. I looked at the clock. I'd asked everything I wanted to. Time to go. As he continued to speak fervently, I volunteered that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he had gotten excited and talked too much, so he accepted this without resistance. Thank you very much for today. I'm glad to have had the opportunity to hear your valuable stories. No. It was truly a joy to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious documents that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue. I should be glad to show you them at the next chance we get. Thank you, Professor. Can I ask you one more thing? Sorry, I might have to blow my nose here in a second. Yeah, 1 second, blow my nose. Okay, sorry, I'm muted for that. Yes, what is it? Professor, what made you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology. I must admit being asked that is somewhat embarrassing. Simply put, I used to think that if only I could use magic, I wouldn't be beaten by the big school bully. This childhood fantasy of mine went straight on to become my life work. Because the primitive yearning for power unknown is as universal today as it ever was in the past. Professor, if you could, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will? But of course. Even though at this age I understand rationally that there is no such thing, I find myself unable to forget my childlike dreams of flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. Huh. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students. If I told you that actually I am a witch, would you believe it? It's my pet theory from my few experiences with women that they are all Okay, bro, calm down, Trainwrecks. Ange snorted the old professor, who is undoubtedly an earnest scholar and unlikely had any experiences... What are you trying to say about my scholars? My scholar friends unlikely had any experiences with women at all. Oh yes, and one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself? I have indeed. In that case, are you also well acquainted with the handwriting? Of course. I'm not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I am proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan. At that point, Ange set a book on the table with a thud, because this is Maria's actual diary. And this is... I've never seen it before. He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rokenjima, but he looked bewildered at this binding that he had never laid eyes on before. Ignoring him, Ange silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them, and showed him. Is it going to be the Sakutaro writing? On that page was a handwritten paragraph beginning with, "To my dear witch apprentice," and at the end there was a signature in capitals that said, "Beatrice." What is... The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She knew the answer before asking. She was going to say, is this the same writing? Does this handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottles? Well, I would have to take this home and investigate it in detail pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you... The man stretched out his hand, but Ange nimbly pulled it out of his reach, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands. Thank you. Just the reaction is all I need. Okay, so... Utsuki's reaction implies that the same writing on the bottle, or in the bottle I should say, in the bottles, is the same handwriting that, in quotations, Beatrice, sorry I should show this, that Beatrice wrote, and wrote in Maria's diary. Meaning, we have a through line for one perpetrator. Thank you very much for today. Here's the reward I promised. As she stood up clutching Maria's diary, Ange casually tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped with a band of paper onto the table. As she turned her back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her, but Ange never stopped walking. I beg you, what in the world is that book? I don't need a reward, just please show me that book. Both of you and I are fellow witch hunters, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box. What? Both of you and I are fellow witch hunters, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box. Oh, I see. And I want to know what about... Okay, I see what she's saying. She's saying, like, you're entertaining yourself with, like, all the shit that's happening around it, and all the shit that's, you know, blah, blah, blah. I want to get in. I want to know. What I want to know about is the inside of the cat box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well then. Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day. That's in English, in the game. But we don't have the voices on. Please wait. Sumadera. Ooh, he used the wrong last name. Ew. His voice didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amakusa and gone into the car. Interesting. Did you find anything? This feels like the same CG from Higurashi. I don't know if it is or if it's just very similar. At the very end, I was right. The one who wrote the message bottles was Beatrice herself. Now that's cool. Okay, I have to hear that line because this is going to be a hilarious line. So it's settled, is it? The witch exists? Who knows? No, probably not. I don't think the witch actually exists. It's just... We know that whoever claims to be Beatrice... We haven't... Oh, holy fuck, the character page is filled up. Oh, wait, nope, I was in the right spot. Oop, oop, oop. Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to be way more hammed up than that. That's my bad. Mariage, Sorcière. Weird that's the title of this episode because we still haven't got anything. Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that prattling professor gets lost in his own little world in lectures and has kids falling asleep left, right, and center. Sure, take a rest. Still, that went really well. That guy believed I was Sumadera until the end. Till the very end. Believed I was Sumadera. Like, huh? The Sumadera family had cast out a net beforehand over any people Ange might try to contact. They had offered a reward for anyone who could detain Ushiromiya Ange. Oh, I see. Ange had foreseen that and snatched it away. She had called herself Sumadera, and after skillfully tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush... Oh, I see. So she went in first saying, like, okay, she's gonna be here soon. But, yeah. She had taken him with her. So when the Sumadera pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, a young man and a woman calling themselves Sumadera visited this morning, took the professor out with them, and still have not returned. There is a chance we were outmaneuvered. What a bad child that Ange is. I wonder if that craftiness is from Nesan's blood. To think that she would casually take on the name Sumadera after saying so often how she'd hate to call herself that. Oh ho 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 ho! The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea. Yes, understood. I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. She is such a naughty child. And then she's laughing. With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel. Okay. I'll teach you. About my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used to be able to use it, Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Ange, with your name entered into Mariage Sorcière, weren't you? Is that Kasumi saying that, I'm assuming? I also joined in as one of the witches, didn't I? I know. It seems like now we're getting to the scene that Maria was talking about. I feel like there's a little bit of a weird juxtaposition there to make it seem as though maybe... Weird transition to Ange talking to Maria. I think it was made to confuse if it was Maria or Kasumi that had the power of witches. Or is it Maria or Kasumi that was talking to her about the power of witches? For now, I will assume it was Maria. Because we already heard of Maria mentioning this. Oops, didn't mean to. Oh, there you go, there's a note I wrote. I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. Since I'd fallen into a pretty deep sleep in the car, it was taking longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, and I'd been spending a long time reading the diary as I waited for that. This was a super expensive hotel in the city. Expensive hotels that are often used by the rich and famous have an abnormally strong duty of confidentiality out of concern for their various circumstances. This made it a very convenient place for Ange on the run from her pursuers, so we're still in current day. The idea that runaways spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. For Ange, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family, the life of a runaway was truly comfortable. Of course, as a man, Amakusa was in a separate room despite being her guard. Ange was using the bedroom of the suite while Amakusa was lying down on the living room sofa. Amakusa said something about how the sofa here was more comfortable than his own bed recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 a.m. Still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. Even though there was no wind, I suddenly got the feeling that Maria's diary had floated open. Then, One-chan appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one that I knew. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her status as a witch. If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, you know. If I were a witch too, I could use magic, right? Yep, could. I taught you, didn't I? How to use it. And you were able to once. I remember. I've started wanting to. Did you get lonely? Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough. The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom, or any reason as small as that. Even killing time until you get tired? Yep. I'm happy that you remembered about magic one more time. It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point with Maria's introduction, I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit, so I should still remember that sensation. Right now your magical power has declined significantly, Ange. If you don't stick to the basics, it'll be hard, okay? Sure. Checking all directions. Quiet space secured. What about Amakusa? He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep. With your magical power as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, and even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic. Sever those completely, like how ancient magicians shut themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolation. I remember. The very existence of humans blocks magic, therefore the very act of showing magic to humans is the sign of a high-level witch. Obtain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should cover it for the preparation of a space to use magic. Next is the vessel. Right now that's as important for you as a bicycle having training wheels. No, a chain. ... These would obviously not be possible, right? Ange rubbed her own head. She was wearing hair accessories with pink beads attached. They felt a little childish for Ange's style, but she had never taken them off for a single day. Yeah, that really is impossible for you right now, Ange. If you had practiced every single day since then, you might have become able to summon him by now. If I were to start training now, how long would it take? It said that a year of witch training as a child is worth 10 in old age, okay? You'll need a strong resolution. You mean like Ushiromiya Kinzo. So private tutoring from a young age is important for piano, violin, and magic. Power has weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Ange. Don't overdo it and stick to the basics. After regretfully rubbing the things on my head one more time, I let it go. Then I started fishing through my knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Wouldn't this be perfect for a vessel? It's been so long since I saw that. Yeah, I think even as you are now, you should be able to summon that one. And she has no master now. It should be possible for you to become her new master, Ange. She has no master now. Who the fuck would that be in reference to? What the flip? Sorry, 1 second, just replying to a message. Fuck is that? Okay, sorry. Among the things that looked like good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power and set it on the side table near the bed with a clunk. It was a... Oh! Ange is in possession of one of the stakes. It was a shady-looking stake-shaped weapon embellished with an occult design, a stake of the 7 stakes of purgatory used by witches to offer sacrifices. In the course of their search for evidence, the police had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, this had been faithfully returned to the Ushiromiya family. I found something there that I had seen in the illustrations in Maria's diary and took it home with me. Originally, the 7 stakes of purgatory were a 7-piece set. Poor girl. She's the only one left now. Okay, wait, which one is it gonna be? Place your bets. Which deadly sin is it going to be? Huh. I feel like with everything that's been going on, envy would make the most sense because she's like envious of Maria's power and like the power of magic. But I don't know if there's going to be necessarily like a tie-in like that. Right now in my head, it's like envy would be my number 1. Pride is going to be my number 2 because pride just always seems to be like the progenitor sin. Seems to be like the first one that people always mention. And we'll go with greed. That'll be the 3rd one. But let's see. Let's see which one it is. One-chan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was another old-fashioned, blatantly occult-related book. But this, too, was a book to be written in. It was one of Maria's elaborate notebooks. This one was not a diary. It was a grimoire which she had written as a witch. 7 stakes of purgatory were Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake, but since Beatrice was a witch of Mariage Sorcière, they could also be employed by Maria, who was a witch of the same alliance. God, this is so fucking weird. Since Beatrice was a witch of the Mariage Sorcière, as is Maria, Maria is able to summon her furniture. I should say employ, to employ her furniture. Okay. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 stakes of purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria's grimoire, and as another person with her name in the same alliance, I was also permitted to employ them. This stake is which of the 7 sisters? Their characteristics are well described in my grimoire. The sisters of the 7 stakes really hate it when you get their names wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them. A colossal number of pages telling of the 7 stakes of purgatory. They describe the 7 sisters in great detail. Yes, quite a long time ago, I think I learned these pages almost by heart. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. By the illustrations and identifying... It is greed! I fucking unbelievable. And identifying the characteristics written in the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was the stake of Mammon. Okay, so I'm gonna put this down. The stake that Ange is in possession of is greed. Okay, interesting. In the past, I'd been summoning them without any vessel because I never had any stakes. So this was the first time I had gotten a good look at any of the 7 stakes, not just Mammon. Mammon, the 5th sister, presides over the deadly sin of greed. What an incredible kid. Greed also controls aspirations, the desires to improve oneself, and the strength to live. It definitely doesn't mean only bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard. Okay, this is an interesting thing. Maria says... Dude, these chapters feel like they're so fucking dense compared to the other ones. Maybe I'm like totally making this up in my head, but says that, I'm just putting the quote down here in the notes. Greed also controls aspirations, desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live. It doesn't mean only bad things. Well, I think by definition the sins aren't necessarily supposed to be good things, although I guess you could say it's supposed to be excess, so they become bad. Yeah. You could say that without desire, there's no reason to live. Although it depends on the reason to improve oneself. Because again, like for instance, let's say you want to become more beautiful, that would 100% be pride. Because vanity falls under pride. So I don't necessarily know how much I agree with that, but whatever, we won't dig too much into that. For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge brings about magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon and build the necessary amount of magic power for the summoning. Grimoire is a little bit interesting, aren't they? Maybe much more interesting than reading some crappy novel, and it really takes me back somehow. For a grimoire, it is demanded not only that you understand the text, but that you expand the world from the gaps between the lines, and give birth to a world from the illustrations, creating things in various ways. The power to create. For someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known that you'd be able to understand that. I think that should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yeah, it's come back to me more or less. I'll give it a try. Take care. In preparations for the worst, use my talisman. You are not protected by the Treaty of the Alliance now, okay? That Mammon can be a little aggressive at times. She may still bear a grudge. Interesting. So, Maria says... Sorry, I'm gonna move my phone because I keep fucking pressing it with my wrist when I'm typing. Says that Mammon may still bear a grudge. Be careful. What would she have a grudge for? Also, that Ange, again, if you want to see the notes from typing, also that Ange is not protected from the members of the Mariage Sorcière because she is no longer a member of the Alliance. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll wear it. The 7 stakes of Purgatory as furniture for sacrificial rituals are treated as beings inferior to even weapons, but that is only when it comes to demons. To humans, even furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I had gotten from Maria a long time ago, and put it on my arm. I had no need for something like this in the past, but I need insurance. It's alright. That is still endowed with a sufficient amount of magic defense. As long as you have it on, I'm certain you'll be fine. Maria's magical power, in particular the power she could put into charms, was enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it would only have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of Purgatory, Mammon the Covetous. I concentrated my mind. I made the anti-magic toxin that filled my body 0. This song is fire, holy shit. Imagine a vast, untainted space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance 0 and erase the burden towards magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air and the neon stars on the ground sparkled. A world with the stars that should have covered the heavens were drowned out by the light from below, and the stars covered the ground instead. Excuse me, hiccups. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through freely. Just then, in that room where no wind could blow, the free nighttime wind whirled around. That long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body, the unique feeling of exultation felt when using magic. From Mammon's stake held out in my hand, I gradually began to feel a pale light. The cyclone gyred around the stake. The hefty stake floated a bit into the air. Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent. Come, arise. Forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of Purgatory, Mammon the Covetous. Show yourself to me. I slowly raised my hand, and as I brought it higher than my head, almost as though it was being sucked upwards by it, the stake of Mammon likewise floated high up into the air and gradually began to shake. The shaking grew faster and faster, and then it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around, violently rebounding off the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it jumping from place to place bore down upon me, trying to make me flinch, but I mustn't lose my mental concentration. Okay. Then the stake, which had been flying around at incredible speed, finally restrained itself and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It was trying to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with incredible power, but Maria's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily. No good. I can't bite through it. The stake muttered hatefully. You could probably say that I had been saved thanks to the scorpion charm. Without that, my way of killing time until I got sleepy would have become a way to kill time for all eternity. When Mammon's stake realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up gracefully and changed its form from that of a stake into that of a person. In her usual shameless outfit, which I would never be seen walking outside in, although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way. Ange, is that you? That's some pretty shabby magical power. Are you really Ange? It's been a long time, Mammon. Have you been well? And here I was convinced that furniture which had already fulfilled its function would just be left to rust away in a closet. So what kind of sideshow is this? You aren't going to say that you're my owner, are you, Ange? Yep, Ange is your master. Lady Maria, I'm ashamed. Was that barrier just now yours? Yep. I thought that, as Ange is now, she might just fall to you. I lent her a talisman. If I'm told by Lady Maria that Ange is my master, I can hardly refuse. Ange, I am yours to command. Given that my assistance is required, is it a new ritual? New sacrifices? Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty. That role isn't one I'm looking for anymore. All you have to do is just talk with me, like you used to. Yeah, if that's what you desire. Furniture is furniture because it is used. It is an honor just to be summoned, Ange. Mammon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She'd accepted Ange as her new master because Maria had told her to, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Ange with her frail magical power. Or perhaps she had some other reason for hating Ange. But for now, it seemed that she couldn't disobey Ange despite her discontent. So, what should I do? I don't know. Just be lively. Like old times. With all due respect, I think this liveliness you speak of is probably the bustle from when we sisters are together. It may be difficult by myself. Perhaps it slipped your mind? How would she remember the stakes being together? Yeah, the Seven Sisters were really lively when they got together, but with your magical power now, I think summoning Mammon is the best we can hope for. The stakes for the other 6 have been lost. Okay, that's good to know. The stakes for the other 6 have been lost. My apologies, Lady Maria, but I believe it may not be impossible to summon the Seven Sisters via my own stake. Okay, so you could potentially, but apparently we can summon them from just one stake. Okay. If Ange is to employ me, I would hope that she has at least that much power. Mammon giggled. Apparently she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Unable to be satisfied with being summoned alone, she asked for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it. Agreed. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? Bliss for furniture is when it is used. Being used, no matter how roughly, is furniture's joy. Not only that, but no matter how much care you might treat them with, if they are not given a job, that would get them, or give them, the greatest anguish. Mammon spoke as though to provoke me, but what she wanted was for me to summon the other sisters somehow and rescue them from the world of nothingness. Why not just be honest and ask me to then? Demons really are difficult. Well, you said they're furniture, not demons, so question mark, but Ange, don't overdo it. Just being able to summon Mammon is more than enough rehabilitation. Oh, I'm rehabilitated after just one. I'm just killing time anyways. Alright, Mammon. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll call as many as I can for you. Really? Nice, Ange. Alright, go, go, go. Even though she had said it, it seemed that Mammon hadn't really expected to be able to ask this of Ange. She hopped around, badgering Ange to summon the other sisters. The consumption of physical and magical power used to call Mammon alone was considerable. It will probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm in awe of the magical power of those who reach the level of being called witches, because those people can summon these sisters with no more than a snap of their fingers. Mammon, don't make Ange overdo it. She still isn't back to form yet. What? Ange said that she'd summon everyone. Actually, I only said that I'd call as many as I could. Guess this is greed. Don't overdo it, Ange. You should rest for today. You're tired enough. It's alright. I'm just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough so I can just keel over. This time there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image solely from the knowledge in the grimoire, and manifest them with just that. Damn, Ange was a manifestation girly before it was popular. I held my hands out into the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I had summoned Mammon. Come on, I know all the 7 sisters personally. Remember, in the past, the times I talked with them. Okay, this is interesting. Ange talks of in the past when she knew the sisters. I wonder how. Once again, the power of the magic began to fill me up. It radiated as a faint and yet distinct pale blue light from both of my hands. Ange, keep it up, do your best. Hey, Lady Maria, Ange will definitely summon everyone, right? The 7 sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right? Yeah, I'm sure of it. But there's no guarantee that it'll happen tonight. Okay, I want to check something real quick here. Where is... Okay, no, so it added all of them. Is this just the same explanation? Yeah, it seems like these are just Yeah, okay, never mind. Mammon is the piece of furniture who was the first to become Ange's friend. She remained alongside her throughout her years of training, supporting her master constantly and greedily so that she could become a full-fledged witch, a special person even among the 7 sisters. Eldest of the sister, the leaders. It seems like these are all the same currently. Yeah. It doesn't seem like there is anything else except for Mammon. Mammon seems to have updated, but the others not so much. No, Angie can do it. I just know it. Please, Angie. Start from the youngest sister, Asma. Asmodeus, the 7th sister. Okay. I'll call them in order starting from the youngest. A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really does put one hell of a strain on you. The pale light in this space began to form into the vague outline of a girl. Come, arise, one of the 7 sisters of Purgatory, Asmodeus the Lustful. There was no vessel, however, with the strong core conviction that she definitely did exist there, I began to crystallize her form. Her outline became distinct, and the form of the youngest of the 7 sisters, Asmodeus, was finally created. If we get like the twing where it's like, ba-ding, Asmodeus the Lustful, right here. Where is this? Am I alive? Asma, oh, I'm so glad. Mammon, where in the world is this? Who summoned me? Angie did. Angie said she'll revive all of us. No, I didn't. Angie, thank you. Next is Belzy. Do Belzy, please. Beelzebub, the 6th sister. Beelzebub the Gluttonous. Come, arise. If I just keep on like this, I wonder how many I can summon. If I lose my concentration, that'll probably be it. The pale light made an outline and formed into Beelzebub. Beelzebub the Gluttonous, right here. Belzy! Angie, awesome, awesome. Mammon and Asmodeus jumped on Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion. Summoning 3 people at once, my head was throbbing. Without resting, I summoned the next one. Come arise, one of the 7 stakes of Purgatory, Belphegor the Slothful. I feel like Belphegor is like secretly like the most talented of them, even though she's sloth, but because when she was fighting Rudolph, she was kind of macking on him, although she did lose eventually, but it was kind of some fuckery. Belphegor the Soulful, or Slothful, right here. My, to think that I would still be needed. Belphie, I'm hungry. I mean, I'm so glad to see you again. To think that the 7 sisters would be able to meet again. Angie, we are truly thankful. Keep it up and do Satan next. And Levia and Lucy. Yes, I know. So please try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time is pretty tough. Angie, don't push yourself any more than this. You did a great job summoning 4 of them after such a long time. Ah, my elbow's itchy. Ah. Okay, we're good. Stop it, Mammon. Our summoning is placing a heavy strain on Angie right now. Angie, I beg you not to push yourself too hard. No way! Angie promised. She said she'd play with all of us again. No, didn't you, Angie? You said we'd all meet again. You promised we'd be able to see each other again soon. You're right, I did. I didn't promise anything about when soon would be, but I certainly did promise. So keep that promise. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until today. So that was the grudge that she held. Seems the grudge that Mammon held was that Angie promised to bring all her sisters back. Never gave a timeline for it. And it's been a long time, it seems. So she's upset that it hadn't happened yet. Okay. Come arise, one of the 7 stakes of Purgatory, Satan the Wrathful. My mind was starting to get hazy, but I'll call. I may have forgotten those days. I may not have thought of them as anything but sadness and loneliness, but certainly the short time I spent with these girls was without a doubt fun. Satan the Wrathful, right here. What the hell are you people doing? Do you realize how much it's burdening Angie just for us to have an idle chat? Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, yelled out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness fade again. We are furniture that has been permitted rest by Beatrice, furniture that has finished its duty. Not content to be graced with the opportunity to once again be of some use, you're putting a burden on your new master. This is a disgrace to furniture. Erase yourselves right now! Yes, it's like Satan says. I'll erase myself, and you all vanish too. In this moment, that is the best way for us to be of use to Angie. No way. Not until everyone gets summoned. No way for me too. I'm hungry. I mean, we only just met up again. I don't want to go back already. Don't be so selfish. Come on, hurry up and vanish. Come on, Asmo. Disappear right now. Ah, Satan's bullying me. It's always me first because I'm the youngest. It's not fair. Ah, they really are lively. They never make you bored. That's enough. You've surpassed your limits for now, Angie. You're right. The situation where I had summoned 5 of them, and they were messing around as they pleased, was placing far too heavy a load on me currently with my meager magic power. This is it. As my consciousness grew distant, I collapsed onto the bed. Have beds always felt this soft? It seemed that the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. For a way to kill time until drowsiness comes to get me, this will do. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the end of this chapter? Oh, no. At the entrance to the dream world, I felt Maria and Sakutaro waiting to receive me. I miss plushy Sakutaro. You worked hard, and good job.
Who are you? Welcome back, Angie.
I know I said I'd give him a different voice, I probably will. Welcome back, huh? And I should respond like this. Glad to be home. Hey, that's like the meme from Monster. Okaeri, tadaima. There we go, end of the chapter. That's right. This was Invitation to Fantasy is the name of this chapter. What chapter are we on now? 7. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power which could save me from my sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was a thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics. Imagine a vast space, the scenery when I looked down at the base of the mountain from the rest stop at the peak. Like this. I projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal little girls get over their admiration of magical girls during elementary school. Trying in absolute earnest to use magic at this age, I have to say I'm embarrassed of myself. But even that embarrassed emotion felt pleasant to me now. Right now I was learning mental concentration from Maria in order to use magic, but it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as going to a person who can wiggle their ears, asking them how to do it, and expecting to learn anything at all from their demonstration. Actually true. I've heard that this is a thing that some people just have like greater control over some muscles. And it's the same way that like when people talk about being like double jointed, it's more so that they just have like, I think the correct term is like they have insane laxity of their joints. Laxities. What is this word? The state of being loose, flexible, or not tight. Yeah, there you go. They just have like insanely loose joints, so they have the ability to bend them more. Just like a genetic thing for the most part. Sorry, just put chapstick on. Okay, yep. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remembered the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation, and I had looked down towards the base of a mountain from a viewing platform at a rest stop on the peak, and I tried painting this scene in my mental world. No, still far too small. Imagine a much, much wider space, and create your very own mental world. Your image is still far too foggy, there's no temperature in the air, and there's no wind. No smells either. The world is still very thin. You can leave those for later, so for now just imagine a wider space. Or you. Why do you have to imagine a wide space? From the time they're born, humans have inside them a toxin that blocks magic. If you don't purge yourself of that toxin, you can't use magic well. She's gonna say that like, to dilute the magic, you need to spread it out over a wider area? One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space. Just now I thought of the world as seen from the window of an airplane, but that didn't work either. A world more vast than that. I can't even imagine. In that case, Maria, why don't you just tell Angie about the vast world you have? Won't that make it easy for Angie to imagine it as well? For you. That's right. And I'm interested in the kind of world you imagine when you use magic too, One-chan. I'll use it as a reference as well. Ugh, won't work. The mental world must be vast and isolated. A world with absolutely no obstructions other than yourself. Which means if you tell someone about that world, it won't be isolated anymore. So you can't reveal your mental world to anybody. So if you manage to drop a good mental world, you have to keep it a secret only for yourself. This sounds like a interesting way to say, Maria sounds like she is saying, if you tell someone of your mental world that you use to cast magic, you will lose your ability to cast from it. / maybe lose your ability to use magic entirely. Although I guess you could just conjure up another one, but that would be part of the hard part, right? Ryu, Maria's a meanie face. Thanks, Sakutaro. I guess there's no shortcuts in training. I'll make an effort. It's alright, I've been given plenty of hints. Ryu, do your best, Ange. I'd come to think that there was no way I could be saved by something like magic. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing should be nothing more than a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream. However, Maria had shown that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that was impossible for me. I had been looking down on that happiness as an empty happiness. I had been denying it all, thinking that because I didn't accept magic, I couldn't accept the happiness that came from it either. But Maria's world grew happier and happier. In the past, I had disparaged it, calling it painful to look at. Yeah, it definitely was a little bit sad in some ways, but... Oops, I just controlled that. But that might have been nothing more than jealousy. It was time for me to admit that. And doing so was my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space. A dry wind that can blow unobstructed by everything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my hair. Oh yes, even the ground might block me as I am now, then I don't need it. Push away the ground, downwards, downwards. Okay. Isn't this also by definition, if Maria can see this and perceive her world, isn't this going to be counterintuitive to Ange? In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing it further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time I began to feel the sky. Oh. Then I understood its vastness. In that instant I felt the vivid wind pass straight through my body, in other words, blow through without any resistance. Imagine it's one of those like kids mats, you know, that everybody had as a kid with like the helicopter pad and everything. You know what I'm talking about. That's what she envisions here. Yes. Maintain that sensation. Yes, I can feel it. I can tell that I've been released from all hindrances. You did it, Ange. You did it, Ange. You've taken your first step into the world of witches. This is the world of witches? Yeah. So let's try practicing the magic that you've always wished for, Ange. Magic to summon friends. Magic to create allies who will save you from your loneliness and thereby bring you happiness. Will Ange also be able to summon friends like me? You. As Ange is now, it's still far too early for her to summon a friend of your caliber from the Sea of Zero. For now, let's just start by practicing with friends that are easier to summon. What will we begin with? Because you are a witch of Mariage Sorcière, you are also permitted to use those who are employed by other witches in the Alliance. For example, Sakutaro is my friend, but since you're in the same alliance, Ange, he's your friend too and you can summon him. You want to try summoning Sakutaro one of these days? When you're feeling all alone and it's really getting you down? I'm sure Sakutaro will cheer you up. Alright, you could call Sakutaro a being employed by One-chan. Though as a witch in the same alliance as One-chan, it's possible for me to summon Sakutaro. I met Sakutaro's gaze. What a joy it would be to have him just sitting there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights. If I call out, will you appear? And talk with me? Uryu! I'm looking forward to you summoning me. Uryu. I miss when he was a plushie, man, bring it back. Looking happy, Sakutaro playfully pressed and rubbed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly getting this cute younger brother left me feeling a bit confused, a bit embarrassed, and a bit happy. Unable to understand why I hadn't been able to honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes. Okay. I'll give it all I've got, One-chan. And let's try and practice. Let's try summoning the furniture of a witch from the same alliance, Beatrice. Oops. Beatrice's furniture. Hearing Beatrice's name mentioned gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rokenjima, the public had made a lot of noise about it being a witch's sacrificial ritual or something like that. And that witch was Beatrice. So if the culprit of that crime was a witch, it would mean that this very woman was the culprit who took away my family. However, according to Maria, Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, she would get mad, argue with me and call me mean, and refuse to talk with me for a while. One-chan was my only close friend right now, so to avoid worsening the mood of my close friend, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than One-chan's magic master. And anyway, my belief is that the crime was a murder plot hatched by Aunt Ava. Someday I'm definitely gonna bring that all to light. Ange, obstructions are mingling inside your body again. Sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time. One-chan is really something. She instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through the vast sky. 7 Sisters of Purgatory? That's a pretty creepy name. But they're very energetic and fun girls. They might become your new friends, Ange. I'll summon them first. Watch. Maria lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. The state that I could not attain without meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then a pale blue light began to gather in her palms, and one by one the girls began to show themselves. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was overwhelmingly impressive. Incredible. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory, just like the illustrations in One-chan's grimoire. The younger sisters were behind the eldest Lucifer, who saluted One-chan. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Lady Maria, it's been quite some time. Yep. Long time no see. Are you all doing okay? We furniture our furniture because we are used. I consider it an honor from my very heart to have been summoned again for the first time in a long while. Kya! Sakutaro! It's been so long. You look as cute as ever. I'm first. He's so fluffy, squishy, and cute. Ah! Let me hug him too, let me hug him too. You can't breathe. I won't run away, so let me go, everyone. Hey. Are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture? Just get away from him. Hugging is prohibited. And yet you're the one who looks like you want to hug him the most. What? I don't have any interest in something so fluffy and squishy and cuddly, okay? Hey, be silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Ange, you cretinous sisters. They were so energetic. The sudden burst of activity as soon as they appeared left me stunned. And even greater than that was my surprise that the innocent Sakutaro was on such good terms with the 7 sisters. That's unexpected. I think that Sakutaro would be so loved by such a dangerous bunch of people. They're fellow members of the same alliance. There's nothing to be scared of, you know? But if Sakutaro were to do something to upset them, it looks like they could finish him off in an instant. It's alright. The witches of the alliance and their furniture are all friendly with each other. So Sakutaro can play without worrying. Of course that goes for you and me too, Ange. One of the treaties of Mariage, Sorcière, mutual non-aggression and non-interference. Okay, so that's interesting. So Mariage, Sorcière has a mutual non-aggression and non-interference pact with all other members. Member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters who were normally extremely combative and dangerous interacted with the fellow alliance members as friends. So to the 7 sisters, Sakutaro was a common friend. Okay. He was loved by all the 7 sisters, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. The scene as they all surrounded him and loved him was actually a bit charming. I see. They're fellow members of Mariage Sorcière. At a glance, you'd think that Sakutaro's easygoing atmosphere and the 7 sisters' unsettling one would be like water and oil. They look like they'd never be compatible. And yet they were interacting in such a friendly way, as if it was completely natural. If all the peoples of the world could be joined in this wonderful alliance, I wonder if the whole world could immediately become friends. All of you 7 sisters, listen. Right now Ange's in the middle of magic training, so I want all of you to lend her your power. Certainly, Lady Maria, but what specifically? I'm gonna yawn. Excuse me. I will move the magical power manifesting you from me to Ange. I want you to stay close by her all the time in that state. All you have to do is talk with her and stuff like that. My apologies, but with Ange's magical power, I suspect that it will not be easy for her to continually summon all 7 of us around the clock. The older sister, Lucifer, gauged my reaction as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In short, she was saying that the burden might be too heavy for me at this point in time. That's the kind of training it is. Ange has more talent and magical power than you all imagine. I think it'll be a little tough, but I think it's worth it for Ange to take this challenge as she is now. Ange, I will now switch the magic power from manifesting them over to you. Basically, you'll be in the same state as if you'd summon them yourself. So what Maria was trying to say was something like this. To keep the 7 sisters manifested, you're burdened continuously with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing weighted wristbands. Doing all the 7 sisters will be pretty tough. Isn't that asking a lot of Ange all of a sudden? Thanks, Sakutaro, but this is my training to become a witch. I want to give it my best. The 7 of them certainly do seem boisterous, but even if they're doing it for the sake of my training, having them be with me will surely distract me from my loneliness, at least a little. I understood it would be an ordeal, but before anything else, I wanted to give it a shot. Don't overdo it if it gets tough, alright? And everyone, if Angie looks like she's having a hard time, tone it down for her. Certainly. You get that, people? Yes, One-sama. Well then, Angie. We, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will now become your furniture. Lady Maria, if you would. I'm gonna fucking yawn again. Holy fuck. Oh, my God, man. Fuck off. I hate yawning. Let me read something. The fuck is this? Somebody tell me why I'm getting a thing from my girlfriend telling me this is how you perform a testicular cancer exam. I'm pretty sure I would know if I had that. I appreciate it. But thank you. But I'm pretty sure I'm good. But I don't even... Okay. I know my balls well. We'll leave it at that. What is this? Okay, sorry. Back to this. Yeah. Okay, Angie. Can we start? Sure. I'm a little nervous. Are you? This might be tough all of a sudden. If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power right away. Okay, I'll move the source of magic power over to you now, Angie. Holy fuck, why am I yawning so much? I'm not even tired. Instantly, the inside of my head felt very heavy. Yes, it's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had been used only for myself. It was almost like it was now also being used for 7 other people. Their mere presence there, blinking or even letting out a single breath, was placing an enormous weight on the inside of my head. Lady Maria, my apologies, but I fear that the burden of all the 7 sisters at once might be too great after all. I'm alright. Maybe it's no good after all. You're using all of your energy to manifest them. If it's such a burden that you can't balance it with your everyday life, there's no point. I mean, this is a little unrefined for a witch. Are you? I said doing so many all of a sudden was impossible. Everyone disappear a little bit and make it easier for her. Yes. It seems it would be better to lower the number of people. Asmo, erase yourself. Me again? I'm opposed to the youngest sister bullying. Yo, fucking free Asmo, okay? This is fucked up. Start from the top every once in a while. But that would mean I'd have to disappear second. No. Don't make a ruckus. Asmo and Levia. The kind of disturbance will put even more strain on Angie. The noise you're making is straining her as well, stupid Satan. The 7 sisters started arguing over who should vanish first. All the energy of that fight became a burden, imposing an even greater headache upon Angie. In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and they began to disappear. 1 of them, 2, 3. But even at that level, Angie was still far from comfortable. In the end, I was finally able to calm my breathing once 6 of them had erased themselves, and so Mammon should be the one that's left. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters, just 1 of them is my limit. Wow, what a surprise, it was Mammon. This way it's not the 7 sisters, it's just me. You're not very dependable, Angie. Mammon, who had won her way through the rock, paper, scissors and received permission to remain until the end, complained. You, Mammon, you mustn't say such a thing. Angie is still just starting her training. Are you okay, Angie? Is your headache okay? Sakutaro stretched on his tiptoes and did little hops trying to pat Angie's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult. Maybe this was a little too austere. This much is no problem at all for me, though. The more friends you have, the more fun it is, after all. Now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, One-chan. According to Maria, when you reach her class, you can even summon enough people at once to make up an orchestra. And yet she calls herself a witch apprentice. That's awe-inspiring. Are you alright, Angie? I'm sorry. It looks like summoning you is the most I can do. Well, I guess I'm alright with that. After all, of all the 7 sisters, I get the role of Angie's furniture all to myself. What do you think of that, Angie? Will I be a burden by myself? No, I can manage you alone somehow. Great! Then please train a lot and cultivate a lot of magical power, and someday, please let me serve you as one of the fully assembled 7 sisters. Promise? After checking that there was at least nothing wrong with her own manifestation, Mammon immediately returned to a good mood and tried to make me promise to work even harder. Yes, I can see the greed in her. But maybe you could also call it positivity. Yes, I promise. I have to be able to do at least that much someday. Thank you, Angie. Until that day, I, Mammon the Covetous, will serve you without fail. My headache finally abated, and I relaxed both hands, which had been clutching at my head. Then Mammon stuck out her hand and helped me to stand back up. I mean, you're fucking floating in the sky. Fuck you mean stand back up? You? Aha. Maria, Angie, look at the time. You'll get told off if you don't go back to the room now. Are we in like a fucking stall? This looks like a changing room or something. Huh? Oh. I hadn't expected Sakutaro to talk about the time. I was brought back into reality. As though the light had disappeared from it, the vast world sank into darkness, and I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall sitting on a toilet. This looks like a change room. Oh, I guess it could still be a bathroom stall because of the coat hanger. I thought it was a changing room in like a mall or something because of the coat hanger, but I guess it would make sense, you know. You gotta have one of those shits where you strip naked. I get you. One-Chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 8 p.m., time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before lights out, not only do they make an annoying fuss about it, but it will cause trouble for my roommates and floor mates as well. I couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I'd rather not have to deal with the annoying interference that would come as a result. It's the end of my me time for today. I'll go to bed, wake up, tomorrow will begin, and another long, long gray-colored day will repeat. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. One-Chan appeared again and spoke. Come on, Angie, you're forgetting your training. Take Mammon with you. I'd forgotten. The moment I'd returned to reality, I'd stopped manifesting Mammon. One more time I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind. Sheesh, you're so mean, Angie. Erasing me suddenly like that? At this rate, you're gonna find it pretty hard to call all the 7 sisters, you know. I'm sorry. I got careless. It's been a super long time since I've manifested in the human world, so I'm interested in absolutely everything. I'm feeling a little bit excited. Where is this? The St. Lucia Academy dormitory. This is a stall in the communal bathroom. Each room has its own bathroom, so no one comes here. It's quiet and perfect for reading books. In this dorm, you have to hide in a toilet stall even to read a book? Do they burn them or something? I had a double room, so my roommate is always there. Our relationship is strained, and it feels like I'm always being ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so it's really not a place I can relax. And it's good for her as well. As long as I'm not there, she can go all out, call her friends, and have a chatting party. It's more convenient for her, too, if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also the library, but the group that uses that as a meeting place is constantly whispering about me, so I don't like to go to the library either. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall in the communal bathroom in the dorms. And those are the only hideaways where I can be given peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for Mammon to come with me. I'm not sure I really understand, but I get the point that you find it pretty hard to call this place comfortable. Let's hurry up and get out. I hate the air here. Damn, was she like farting it up? Damn, Angie, we see you. Really. You can't breathe this easy anywhere else. When I left the bathroom and exited into the corridor, because it was near lights out, all the girls who had gone to play in the other rooms were dashing back to their own. When it came time for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway, and go through the dorm leader's roll call. If by some chance someone were to be late for this, we would be made to take a collective responsibility, and all of us floor mates would have to undergo a punishment that went by the name of volunteer work. As long as I took care to avoid this, the girls would disregard me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing girls and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some girls from the room next door. Boy next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, they blatantly changed the topic of their conversation. They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went into my room, changed, and hurriedly went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up. Hey, this is weird. Isn't this a school for rich girls? It's like a prison. This is dumb. It is, isn't it? I think so too. And you could say the thing that makes it even harsher than a prison is that you don't get out early for good behavior. After bitching for a bit, I noticed. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Fortunately, Mammon's form can only be seen by the summoner, me. And of course, there's no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I have to do is speak inside my mind so no one can listen in. magic and the friends created by it might actually not be so bad. These guys, all of them look so scrawny. It's like they're not even alive. Yeah, stop it. If they happen to see you, it'll be pretty bad. Humans without a fragment of hopes or dreams are like lumps of anti-magic. They'll never be able to see me. They're inferior life forms who can't even see. Hehehehe. Are you alright being around so many humans with that anti-magic toxin? I'm fine as long as you continue to manifest me, Ange. Although you probably have to keep concentrating to do that, so there's a chance you'll neglect your daily life. Look, aren't you being called by that girl you're sharing a room with? Huh? Ah! Ushiromiya, are you listening? It's us two on duty next week. I wanted to have a little talk. Probably about pushing a few more chores onto me. My roommate, who normally would never even look me in the eye, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But I'll have a much easier time having the weekly duty pushed onto me and doing it alone rather than being forced to do it with her. It's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me. Yet after the shameless excuses, she transitioned into pushing a completely different point, insisting on flipping the issue on its head, as if I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. On top of the special traits, or one of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor. What's her problem? She pisses me off. I'd love to just gouge her right in the forehead. Is that where Mammon would always hit before? I'm assuming that's like a little call to that. So I gotta move forward in my chair here. Everything is all out of place. There we go. Yes, I'll take you up on that sometime. Yeah, having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. The Seven Sisters really were lively when they were all gathered together. I'm sure that just watching them mess around would be a lot of fun. I've decided. I'll do all I can to quickly gain the magical power to summon all the Seven Sisters at once. And then I'll keep training more and more and more, and summon the thing that I really want to summon. Ange has something that she is training to summon. Although she didn't say exactly what that thing was. We might find out instantly. What is it that you really want to summon, Ange? Memon noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. I hesitated over whether to talk about it, but then thought that it wasn't anything to hide and told her. My family, that's what I was gonna say. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan. So you mean the souls of the dead? Calling forth a resident of another world is called summoning, but calling back the souls of the dead is resurrection, and they're completely different. Resurrection is supposed to be a very high-level magic. I know, okay, so... literally right after, Ange says that she really just wants to revive her family. I know. So much so that even Maria can't do it at all. But that's the thing I most want to call with magic. I've been warned that it's a very difficult high-level magic. So great that in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach that point even after training for my whole life. Furthermore, I have no vessel. A vessel is something vital for making magic succeed, whether it be summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have one, what would already have been difficult magic instead became helpful. That's interesting that... What? Did I hit the length of my fucking notes? What? You guys obviously didn't see this, but I put enter on my notes and it said exceeded length limit, and then I went back and it was fine. I have to Google this, 1 second. Do notepads have length limits? Windows. 32 megabytes. Now it says it can do up to 1 gigabyte. Wait, is there already a new pope? Wow, a fucking new pope has already been chosen? What the fuck? Sorry, we get that live hit right now. When will we know? Okay, my bad, I am back. Let me switch this text back. This, and then we'll hide this. Okay, my apologies. That phone call lasted way longer than I thought it would. Okay. She wants to summon her family, so I gotta fucking get a refresher. It's been like 20-30 minutes. My fucking brain's fried. What did I... Okay, yeah. She was just talking about resurrection, and then Mam was dissing all the other girls. Okay, sorry. I'll cut that out of the VOD. My bad. Because I don't have one, what would have already been difficult magic instead became hopeless. Oh, that's what I was writing in my notes. Fuck, I'm sorry. That Ange mentions that you need resurrection, or you need a vessel for both summoning and resurrection. I don't know if that's how you spell occurring. That seems wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be like fucking spell checking my document. I don't really give a fuck. Everybody knows what I'm trying to spell. Is it 2 C's? Okay, no, it is 2 C's. I don't know why I thought that was wrong. Makes one of the if there's magic occurring on Rokunjima. If one of the people, I don't know if they have to be living. I don't know if was used as the vessel to summon Beatrice. If we buy into the witch hunt. Okay, regardless, even if it wasn't one of the living people, who the fuck or what the fuck was used as the vessel? Okay, apologies, get back into this. Because I don't have one, what would already have been difficult magic instead became hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Mom or Dad by. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to help me remember Oni-chan. And that's this. That hair accessory with the pink beads. What is that? Sorry to say it, but it looks a little cheap for you. Long ago, without telling Dad, I went with Mom to see Oni-chan and we went to play at an amusement park. This is a prize from the crane game there. I know it's something cheap, I realize that it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish, but this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler is by my side. Okay, so the hair beads that Ange wears are potentially a vessel for Battler. And it seems he won them for her from a crane game at an amusement park. I'm gonna assume that's where we're going with this. So I was writing that in my notes, I just didn't pop it up. The inside of the glass case had been filled with plastic capsules packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each of these capsules had some kind of cute little object inside. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young and it was too hard for me. No matter how many times I tried, I didn't get even close. Mom told me that, is this the fucking arcade from Persona 5? Where's, is it Shota? Is that his name? I forget his fucking name. The bang kid. I don't even remember what his hat says. Whatever, you know what I mean. Mom told me that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway, and we didn't even know what it was, so there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the issue. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt very important and sacred to me, so I wanted that capsule with its unknown cheap little object more than anything. Then Battler came over after finishing with a game where you shoot soldiers with a gun and had a go in my place. Aww, look at her. The happiness that was beyond my reach, Oni-chan stretched out for with his longer arms and he grasped for me. Oni-chan really was coordinated. Apparently he often played at the arcade with his friends. After only 1 or 2 attempts with the crane, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass that I hadn't even been able to touch, and dumped it into the exit chute. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remember feeling like I could count on him for anything. For the next several days I felt like the capsule was too precious to open up. Then one day I finally opened it. And when I did, what revealed itself from inside was this pink bead hair accessory. Since that day, this has been a symbol of Oni-chan. My young mind thought that getting that 4-person family together with Battler included was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I had made this hair accessory a charm to bring my whole family together. That's why I always used to wear it. Because I wanted to feel my reliable, funny, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time, and give him a place in our house. But my memories of Oni-chan are so distant. I can't do it as easily as Maria created Sakutaro from a lion stuffed animal. One day I will learn that high-level magic to revive the souls of the dead. And the only key, the only vessel that can make that successful is this. I see. I did feel an incredible magical power from that hair accessory, and that explains it. Magical power? Magic power resides in this thing of Oni-chan's? Maybe I should say that you are imbuing it with that power. Your strong desire to call your brother to you is giving you magical power. Resurrection certainly is a high-level magic, but there can be no mistake that you are steadily and unconsciously climbing the stairs towards that magic. I'm glad. It's nice to hear someone other than myself acknowledge that. Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a dangerous demon girl who governs one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy. Well, I can't guarantee that you will attain the magic of resurrection before your life is over. However, your power as a witch will be proportional to the height of the mountain you dare to climb. If you don't lose heart, I'm sure that one day you'll be able to rival even our former master, Beatrice, as a great witch. I wonder if I can. Become a great witch and revive Oni-chan? No, my family. The Witch of Resurrection, Lady Ange. How wonderful! A Witch of Resurrection is a very rare kind of witch. Having a witch like that as my master would make me pretty proud. Actually, I'd love for that to happen. Because furniture's worth is also proportional to the rank of its master. Please zip right on by Beatrice and become a great witch like the world has never seen. On behalf of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, I support you from the bottom of my heart. Yeah. I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too, I'd like a cute kid like Sakutaro. But even this fifth sister of the frightening Seven Sisters, who governs the seven deadly sins, was enough to calm my heart this much all by herself. Maria probably knew this long ago. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again. And I kept on stubbornly rejecting it. I should have given in and started my training as a witch sooner. A year as a child compares with 10 in old age, was it? At this point I find my past self deplorable for wasting precious time doing nothing but complaining. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Mammon continued to talk to me beside my pillow. Aw. I promise. One day for sure I'll develop a magical power that can summon the Seven Sisters, and I'll let them have a lively and fun time. The 7 of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. Ooh, nice background. I know they showed this already, but... My awareness began to return slowly. I hadn't been able to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria's relationship, and had run away from Beato and Oni-chan's game, hadn't I? I've gotta go back. I've gotta go back, support Oni-chan, and quickly bring him back from this world and its crazy witch games. Because as long as I'm here, I'm not permitted to call myself Ange. Suddenly I felt someone's presence. Maria? Oh, Mammon. When I turned around, there stood Mammon. Gretel. Beatrice says that if you do not return soon, it will become a hindrance to the progression of the game. I beg that you return swiftly. Thanks. I'll go back now. Isn't it great? What is? You being able to meet Battler. Sarcasm. If it sounds that way to you, you can take it that way if you want. I'm sorry. I should accept it literally. Yes, it is. Even in this screwed up world, being able to see Oni-chan makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. And you'll win against Beatrice for your Oni-chan's sake? Yes. Can't have him playing around in a world like this forever. It's about time for him to return home. That's why I came to call him. Please do the best you can, although I can't support you, seeing as my current master is Beatrice. I know. Until October 5th, 1986, you are Beatrice's furniture, and eventually you become my friend, and eventually you throw that friend away. After all... Mammon moaned as if she had bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently the rule applies to people other than me as well. You alright? It's pretty painful. I do apologize. Gretel. It's alright. Thanks. Did she call her Angie? Is that what the... And eventually you'll throw that friend away. After all, no, I don't think she was... It's alright, thanks. I'm happy that I was able to meet Oni-chan. That's the answer to your original question. Well, let's go back. If I grumble too much, you'll get in trouble with your current master. Yes. Thank you for understanding. Well then, Mammon? Huh? I'm sure Mammon had been about to say well then this way, but she stopped dead as though the film had been torn off. It looked like she had suddenly frozen. Then I noticed. She wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place. A world where it seemed like even time itself had frozen. Yes, it resembled what would usually happen just before Burncastle appeared. But the atmosphere was different somehow. Then I understood. It wasn't Burncastle. It was the other witch, Lambda Delta. Easy. How are you doing, Angie? Lambda Delta? The rule doesn't apply to you, I see. Duh. Rules exist to bind others. What kind of idiot would bind themselves with them? Burncastle is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, she's on the side of the enemy. But there's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. There's something elusive about Lambda Delta's existence and Burncastle's as well. How should I put it? Maybe like they're beings from a higher dimension. In any event, I'm still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that I'm certain about is that she is my enemy. And no, just knowing that might be enough. So do you have some business with me? Kinda. I was listening in on your conversation, and it started to get a bit interesting. I thought I'd let you hear something good. You're supposed to be my enemy. I can't think of any reason for you to tell me something that would benefit me. So the moment I start listening to you, I lose. Goodbye. See you next time. Don't get the wrong idea. I want to hear that quote. I need to hear the... I'm a fan of the English, okay? Gotta hear it.
あなたは私の敵のはず。そのあなたが私に得する話を聞かせる理由が思いつかないわ。つまり耳を傾けた時点で負けということだわ。じゃあね。See you next time.
Sorry, I love it. Config, turn this off. Don't get the wrong idea. My opponent is Burn, not you. So it is possible for there to be a topic that benefits both you and me. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening. That said, I probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is happy. That itself might be proof that she's a higher dimensional being than me. I haven't been given the option of not listening to her. About the only thing I can do is strengthen my mental guard and try not to be shaken by anything she says. She'll probably either try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me or threaten me. Seriously, you don't need to get so defensive. I just came to fix your misunderstanding. Well, actually no. I came thinking I'd tell you about the lie Burncastle told you. Burncastle lied? I'll bet Burn made it sound like if you defeated Beato, your big brother would come back. Who knows? I don't have any intention of talking about it with you. My brother coming home? I hadn't been promised anything that dreamlike. It was a promise with considerably low prospects, where I could end up with maybe one person and only if I was lucky, but that's enough for me. Since I was promised an eternity of isolation, this faint but still non-zero chance was like a blindingly bright beacon to me. In a way, that promise of Burn's wasn't a lie. If that's what Burn promised, then I'm sure that if you defeat Beato, Battler and your parents will be released and come back to you. Then there's no problem, is there? Seriously? That girl, you'd never think she was that cruel, you know? To deceive you on purpose? How are you saying I was deceived? Shoot. I'd let her take the initiative. But I won't be released until I lend an ear to her story, so it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized that I could be on the verge of falling into a trap, I urged her onwards. What year is it now? You're talking about the world of the game board? In that case, it's October 4th, 1986. That's right. If you win against Beato, then on October 6th, when the typhoon is past, the people who were trapped on the island will return. On October 6th, 1986, that is. So what? How was your October 6th, 1986? You were at a relative's house, weren't you? I'd been at the house of the only Sumidera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call. While I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room, we got that call. After watching to see that I'd remembered, Lambda Delta smiled unpleasantly and spoke. Well, on your October 6, 1986, did Battler Oni-chan come home? Even though I didn't understand what I was being told, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out over... Is she trying to say that in this thing... Because if we're gonna get into like some weird like Steins Gate grandfather paradoxing shit, is she trying to say that like, well, if you actually created a timeline where that happened, you've already come out on the other side, and you already know that your family didn't come home. Which is, I mean, kind of a fair point if you think about it like that, but because if you think that it's a loop like an endless amount of times, maybe she's trying to say that like you definitely would have failed, but even though I didn't understand what I was being told, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. I don't understand. I don't understand. What is this witch saying? Okay, so it's like, if you defeat Beato, Battler will certainly be released, and yep, he'll probably return home, to his home in 1986. I mean, he would, right? Battler is imprisoned in the 2 days of the 4th to the 5th of October 1986. Obviously, he'd return to the next day if he was released, right? And who are you? A person from 1998, you're Ushiromiya Ange of the year 1998, in which Battler did not return. Get it? Huh. Is she also saying that, like, to get him back would be to destroy the current version of herself? That's the only other thing I could think. What are you talking about? If my family came back home on October 6th, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? I guess what they're saying is that, yeah, but you wouldn't be the you that you are right now. I would come home from Grandpa's house right away, and then we'd meet, and everyone would live happily ever after. Yeah. Ushiromiya Ange probably would be able to reunite with her family. The 6-year-old Ushiromiya Ange from 1986 would, right? Who am I? Ushiromiya Ange? An 18-year-old one. No, that's not it. You aren't Ushiromiya Ange. You're a witch's piece with that name. Strictly speaking, a completely different person with the name Ange Beatrice. Get it? Okay, I'm gonna put this in the theory. Lambda Delta... Sorry, I have to move my phone again. Lambda Delta appears and tells Ange that she isn't the same 6-year-old Ange that would greet Battler in 1986 should he be freed from what is going on in Rokenjima. Or I should say what is happening on Rokenjima. She seems to insinuate that the current Ange will never get to see her brother, as she is not the same. She is a witch with the same name as the 6-year-old. She is Ange Beatrice from 1998. I think that's what we're getting at. I'm starting to think I don't... Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh? And that's why I think Burn's cruel. No, I think she's a meanie. It's not like she hasn't had that experience herself. Am I somehow being tricked? But please don't blame Burn, okay? After all, depending on how you look at it, she isn't lying. If you defeat Beato, your family will be returned. Returned to Ushiromiya Ange. But she probably didn't say that this Ushiromiya Ange would be you, right? Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Burn Castle say to me again? Your assistance is needed. Your family needs it. Burn Castle had started by saying that. Then I had responded, if I save them, does that mean my family will come back? And how Burn Castle answered that again? How had? I cannot promise that. That kid did promise me, in exchange for accepting this fight. Yes, that is what she said. In exchange, I will search for the fragments with the ideal world that you wish for. The world where your family comes home. Yes, that's right. She only said she'd search for it. She didn't say she'd find it. But I've been prepared for that from the beginning. Even so, she did promise that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And in the end, she said this. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to find and bring you the happiest resolution that is possible for you to receive. I've known it was a tough bet from the very beginning. After all, I have no family in my 1998. If I could have a small chance of shaking that certain zero, that alone would make it worth it for me. I was warned beforehand that even if I succeeded in my revenge, it might be a wasted effort. So, yeah, there's no lie in that part. Beato's game board is perfect. No matter what moves you make, the chances of Beato losing are so slim that it's doubtful you could even dream of it happening once in your life. In other words, that chance of winning is so absolutely, virtually zero that it could be regarded as infinitely close to zero. It's an asymptote, oh my god. So it's not really Burn's fault that she had to say it in such an evasive manner, but I can say for sure that she was tricking you when she let you get your hopes up. Because I mean, even if you manage to overcome the astronomical odds and win, the person your family would return to is not you. It's a 6-year-old Ange that exists in 1986, the rightful Ushiromiya Ange, not you. Even so, Burn will still probably go around billions of fragments searching for the most acceptable world for you, and didn't she tell you that she planned on bringing it to you as a present but wasn't able to find it? She did. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Finally starting to realize, there's no reward waiting for you in this battle. No, to the contrary, if you defeat Beato, her game board will disappear, then you as a piece will disappear as well. There's no goal you'll be capable of appreciating. No goal you'll be capable of appreciating, such a thing is utterly, no. I'll proclaim it upon my name. Upon the name of the Witch of Certainty, the Witch of the Absolute, Lambda Delta. I proclaim with absolute certainty that such a thing does not exist. No. That's Burn's lie. Or should I call it speaking in riddles? She made you misunderstand and think that there was some salvation for you. I came to clear that up. So, no matter how I fight, no matter what victory I secure, my family won't come back to me? No, they won't. For certain. Oh ho 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 ho! The Witch of Certainty is telling you it's for certain. Do you know how incredible that is? There have been several ancient kings who dedicated historical buildings to me because they wanted me to give them certainty, and I'm generously giving it to you as a present. Isn't this so lovely, cute, and marvelous? Oh, but I do have one nice little proposal for you. Not good. I'm getting completely swept up. I knew I shouldn't have listened, and now the witch, Lambda Delta, is starting to suck me in. My opponent is Burn, not you. I just said now that it's possible for there to be a subject that benefits us both. I've been saying since the beginning that that's what I want to talk about, so listen to me. You have no choice but to. I'll listen. I'm about to sneeze, I can feel it. I'm listening. I'm listening to you, okay? Are you happy now? Oh god, am I gonna sneeze or not? Sorry, I'm looking at the ceiling. I need a light to look at. Phew! There we go. Okay. I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from the inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Angie, but at some point I stopped being Angie. That's right, I'm Angie in capital text. Not Angie. Who am I? I'm not my parents' daughter, nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game. There's no need to be so pessimistic. I mean, think about it, okay? Right now you're together with Battler. While it's true that you can't tell him your name, you're at least positioned as his ally in a game of fighting against witches. And you're able to be with him for all eternity. Get it? Frustratingly, I do. In other words, as long as Onichan keeps getting a draw in this game, it will be repeated forever. Continuing to draw means the game will continue for eternity, so you'll stay with him for eternity. It means that I, as a game piece, can remain with Onichan. But if Onichan wins or else loses and the curtain closes on the game, you, a piece, will disappear. What is the happiness of a game piece? Nothing more than being played within the game. It doesn't come when the game is shut in the closet, gathering dust, right? In the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness is being used, not being stored away. That's right. I am now the witch's furniture. Let me change the subject a bit, okay? Actually, I want this game to continue as a draw for all eternity. An unending game is an eternal cage. An absolute locked room which will never open for all time, and which will finally make Burn surrender. The thing is, Beato does want to win in a way, by making Battler surrender, but that's actually a problem for me. God, this is like the whole meta-narrative. Lambda Delta starts talking again about how she doesn't want the game to end to make Burn suffer. I mean, if the game ends, locked room will fall apart, so I'm going easy on Battler to a certain degree to make sure that he doesn't surrender. Don't worry, okay? When Battler starts surrendering, I'm even supporting him and stuff. The only thing is, I get the feeling that Beato is faintly starting to realize that. I think she's starting to realize that her victory in this game might not come for all eternity. But we're okay there, because she's the Endless Witch. Beato's stupid, so she optimistically thinks that even so, she'll surely win eventually. And just has to repeat this game on and on endlessly until that happens. Blonde-haired girls are almost always stupid. Okay, good cell phone. Then in this game of witches, there's no such thing as victory or loss. I won't let her win, and I won't let her lose, with certainty. Burn realizes that, so she found you to be the most powerful piece for breaking that deadlock and threw you in. To bring this game to an end, you see. To bring this game to an end. When it ends, what role do the pieces have? I'll state it clearly, they get put back up in the box and stored away. Your existence is a contradiction. Your reason for existing is to bury yourself in the darkness and despair. My goal is to defeat Beato and release my captive family, and yet even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded. You cannot lose, and you won't be rewarded if you win. So I brought you a third choice, and that choice will allow our interests to align. Continuing to draw forever. Yes, as long as I continue to draw for all eternity, this world will not collapse. What is this world? It is the world of the game with the witch, a world where Beato and Battler fight forever. Okay, so this is weird. Lambda Delta says this is the world of the witch's game. Where Battler and Beatrice fight for all eternity. Go up here. Lambda Delta says that Beatrice may be aware that this is all a ploy and that there is no way for her to win. Lambda Delta says she will keep this game going for eternity, helping Battler when needed, or Beatrice when needed, to keep it in a deadlock. Valve 2024 deadlock. Lambda Delta says it's the world of the witch's game, Beatrice fight for all eternity, and at the same time it is a world where you can be with Battler forevermore. My brain turned to mush. I could feel the chaos pouring from my eyes as a hot liquid. The heat of it felt like it was going to burn my face. Think about it. Angie Beatrice. Since Burn Castle's goal is to end the game and end the world where you and Battler can interact, why should you be on her side? That girl was tricking you, you know. She made it look like you might be saved if you became her piece. But I won't deceive you there. So I'll say it, Angie. Become my chess piece. Unlike Burn, I won't offer you false rewards that you'll absolutely never receive. As long as you become my piece and help me so that this game is certain never to end, I'll grant you a certain promise upon my name that this world will certainly continue. That's not all. I'll add on a bonus too. The rule that binds you. I'll clear the way for you. Well, of course, that's only after you've sworn to become my piece, alright? My throat made a heavy, loud gulping sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister praying for my brother's victory. But I might be different now. I might have degraded into a witch's furniture, satisfied merely to be by Oni-chan's side. I'm not telling you to betray your brother, alright? If it looks like Battler's gonna lose, you can save him with all you've got. On the other hand, when Battler closes in on Beato too much, I just want you to hold back a little. That's all I'm asking, okay? Don't worry, there's no need to go so far that you're actually betraying Battler. Battler can't win against Beato alone. That's why Burn threw you in, right? As long as you don't lend a hand, Battler will be unable to win against Beato for all eternity. Okay, so... Good lord. Lambda Delta wants Ange to join her side to keep it a deadlock. She says that Battler has no chance to win this game, hence why Rika brought her to the game board to begin with. See how easy it is? And a lot of laughing. Lambda Delta promises to keep this world around forever if Ange joins her, meaning she can spend an endless amount of time with Battler. The only thing is, like, Lambda Delta is just so evil coded, there's like no way to trust anything she says. Let me think here. Sorry, I'm not showing my notes. Okay. End of the chapter, my god, I know I had a pause there in the middle, but these chapters have been fucking long, bro. Like, long as fuck. My world. So, we're on chapter 8, okay. Hey, that's mine. Give it back. No, I'm gonna eat it. Asmo, pass. Levia, over here. I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly. Hey! Ange is reading. Can't you be the slightest bit quiet? And yet you're the loudest one, Satan. Silence yourself. You cretinous sister. You're louder than me, Lucifer. Is there something you want to say to me? By now I was used to the fights between the eldest and the third eldest sister. It's a bit funny how they're both a little hesitant even though they're so quick to anger. They might be surprisingly similar. I mean, fuck, their names are the same thing, technically, kind of, apparently. I don't know my theology enough. You ordered us to be noisy, but this is surely too much. Should I make them lower the volume a little? You can mess around all you want. It's 100 times more pleasant than the shrill laughter in the classroom. Ange, hurry up, next page. You read really slow. You like to read, Mammon? You look like you'd be the most averse to such ordinary things. Mammon's domain is greed. That also includes a thirst for knowledge. But she tends to want to keep that knowledge all for herself, so when someone gives her a book, she'll sometimes burn it after reading it so no one else can. Please watch out for that. I like knowing things that no one else knows. I like being able to do things that no one else can do, so I like studying and practicing, because I want to keep wisdom that no one else knows about all to myself. As Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling, she stared transfixed at the open page, reading through it again. You could see the greed that made her even more intent than me on devouring that page. As you can see, my magical power is now much stronger compared to the first day I summoned them. I was now at the point where I could summon all the 7 Sisters of Purgatory at once and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I couldn't recall where it was a quiet and calm street side bench. The reason that I couldn't remember the location of this place was that at the time I visited it, I was very young. Still, I remembered the day we'd walk here, and how much fun it was. We'd walked here. Mom, Dad, and even Oni-chan had been there. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when all the family had actually been together. The people walking by every once in a while weren't noticing me. They were just pleasantly ignoring me and passing by as normal. I wasn't even the slightest bit embarrassed by the 7 Sisters' shameless outfits, because it wasn't like they were actually being seen by anyone. In fact, I'd gotten pretty used to them, just so long as they didn't make me wear one. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was lowering the average grades for the class considerably. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, the average would rise drastically. They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn with colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. Just thinking of the effort it must have taken to draw that was nauseating. But I'd already spat out all those complaints. I'd already used those girls to vent all my furious anger and sadness. The 7 sisters were sometimes outraged, sometimes compassionate, and sometimes shared in my sorrows. I was truly happy to have friends with whom I could share those emotions. It said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrificial ritual. If that sickening occult message bottle was to be believed, it seemed that several among them even attacked my family. But I didn't believe that, and it would be pointless to question them about it. They're furniture, so all they do is respond to their master's request. Even if they really had attacked my family, I couldn't hate them. The one I really hated was the Golden Witch Beatrice, or else the one at the very center of Rokenjima Gate, Aunt Eva. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. I'm muted. Angie, hurry up, next page. Oh, sorry. I'm tired. Mind if I take a break? Yeah, Angie says she's having a break. Let's play. Angie, let's play. When they noticed that I'd interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. That wasn't all. Even Maria and Sakutaro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hid themselves so that they didn't interrupt my studying. Uryu! Angie! How's studying? Yeah, Sakutaro! How are you? Wait a second, let me fluffle him too! You snooze, you lose, aren't we always telling you? Yeah, so cute, so cute. Q, you're crushing me! Ryu! I miss plushie, Sakutaro. Your luck ran out when you showed up when all the 7 sisters were gathered. Now accept your fate and be fluffled. Come on, do you always have to treat him like this? I apologize on behalf of my stupid sisters. Sakutaro's happy to meet all of you too. Well, Angie, how's your studying? Thanks. Well, not bad. They were nice enough to pass me a printout of the test from another class who took it earlier. Their beautiful sense of solidarity is enough to bring tears to my eyes. Well, at least I'll do a little better now for putting the timeline into my head. You sure are good at studying, Angie. You'll be able to get a load of points. Good work. I was completely useless at studying, so I'm jealous of you being able to get a good score when you study hard. You're joking. English, Latin, knowledge of the occult. You're much more amazing for being able to learn all of that by heart. I can remember anything when studying magic, but can't remember anything boring I have to study, so it doesn't help at all for tests. Well, I'm sure your occult knowledge would have been a bit like that, but your English and such must have translated into good grades, right? In the first year of elementary school, on a Japanese language test, there was a question where I was given a picture of a gun in 4 squares, and it said to write its name in the 4 squares. Wrote rifle, raifuru, and got it marked wrong. Why? It fits. It was supposed to be teppo, the Japanese word for gun. Got told that it was wrong because you don't learn katakana in 1st grade. I didn't really get it, so you were an overachiever to the point where it fucked you up. So from that day on tests, I wrote everything in hiragana. But I got in trouble with mama for some reason. Got in trouble with teachers too. You probably picked up the wrong country to be born in, One-chan. Then I'd have liked to have been born in a country of witches and go to a school of witchcraft. Ugh. And then you might have had a whole lot of even more wonderful magic friends. Or you. Ugh. But it's not like I mind it now. After all, I can use a lot of magic, and I have a lot of magic friends too. All I need is Sakutaro. I'm not the only one. There's also Sakusuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, Shimoda the seal, Sanai the rabbit, Piguo the pig, and plenty more. Incredible. One-chan's friends just keep increasing in numbers. Every time I ask, the list of her friends grows longer. But there's no doubt that Sakutaro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of her having such a close friend. How are they? The 7 sisters. Are you getting along with them? Those sisters are really energetic. They sometimes say worrying stuff, but they aren't bad. What I really wanted was to get a cute kid like Sakutaro, but now I think being with these girls is more than enough. Heh. If you learn my magic of origins more, I'm sure you'd be able to create just the kind of friend you'd like, Angie. As it is, creation is still a little too hard for you. There's a difference between creation and summoning, and resurrection is different still. So your greatest wish really is to revive your family? Yeah, I have a vessel for it. This. Yes. I'm sure that hair accessory will become the key to summoning battlers someday. The rest is up to your training, Ange. Although not knowing how long that's going to take makes me cry. Ryu, stay strong even if it's tough. Even if you don't give up, it will definitely happen someday. I'm sure I'd feel a lot more at ease if someone would just give me some proof of that. Ryu, then I'll guarantee it. No doubt about it, someday you'll be able to make your wish come true. Thanks. I'm happy even for consolation. It's not consolation, Ryu. Stop it, Ange. That kind of emotion will become the anti-magic toxin. The feeling that your dreams will definitely come true is the best seed that buds into the magic power. You're right. Sorry, Master. You need to be a bit greedier, Ange. Go however far for the thing that you desire. Never give up until you get it. That's the willpower you're lacking. Ryu, that isn't true. Ange is doing her best. Thanks, Sakutaro. Mammon. Crying about it won't help anything. There's nothing I can do except hang in there. I'll try hard, grit my teeth, and I'll definitely make my dreams come true. For certain. Ryu, you're awesome, Ange. Do your best. Mammon and I will support you. Yeah, we will. The greedier our master is, the more our worth will increase. More importantly, Ange, we have 10 whole people here, so we were thinking maybe we could all play Shiritori together or something. Penalty if you lose. Let me nibble your ears. Come on. Is there anything inside your head other than food? Please forgive my cretinous sister's imbecilic proposals. Is it really alright for you to not return to your studying about now? No. I waited so long for you to finish studying. You gotta play with us. You gotta. I don't think it's a bad idea. I would suggest that playing every once in a while is a good way of exercising the mind. Your domain was sloth, right, Belfi? What you're saying sounds reasonable, but you're actually being sneaky, aren't you? My apologies. You are a diligent one, Ange. If it's okay with you, Ange, I'd like to play with everyone too. All noisy together. It'll definitely be fun. Ryu, Ange, let's play. Let's all do Shiritori. I don't know what the fuck Shiritori is. In that case, let's start from Sakutaro's Ryu. What does the next word have to start with in this case? Ryu? Is it that you like, huh? Oh, I see. Is it you just drop the first letter and then you? If it's Ryu, I wonder. Maybe it really would be Ryu. It's rare for a word that ends weirdly like that to come up. Okay, I'm first then. I'll start from Ryu. A watch stem. Ryu Uzu. Okay, I see. I wanted to be the one to speak first. Lute. Ryuto. Ryuto would have been so much more wonderful. Zoo. Feels like we keep getting tough ones. Wait a sec, what order are we going in? Who's next? Ryu. I don't think it matters who. Whoever thinks of something first. Huh, that sounds fun. The person who can say the most wins. It's like fast-talking Shiritori. Okay, I'll go then. Zucchini. Garlic stir-fry. Niniku itame. Makabu and pasta. All of them delicious. I said 3. Belzy takes 3 points. Can you use conjunctions? If you could use and, then anything would work. That last one doesn't count. -1 point. Start over at me. Okay, my turn. Meringue. G-E. Ooh, meringue. See, the thing I don't understand... Okay, so it's what it ends in. But how do you decide? It has to be based on, like, what it is in Japanese, like, the... Yeah, I don't know, because I was going to say, this doesn't really make sense to me in English, but... I understand that it's what the word ends in, but it's, like, in English, like, why would you randomly pick, like, different... like 3 letters versus 2 letters, but it's probably just how it's written in Japanese. Uryu. Drainage system. Gesuido. Umetatachi. And chikashitsu. Something like that. Oh nay, those are all pretty unrefined words. So what? Why don't you try following up with something more refined then? Anyway, that's 3 points for me. The next one's Tsu. Alright. Tsu. TSU. Never played such a weird Shiritori before. Ooh, fun. Uryu. I don't get it at all, but it's fun. Uryu. I played normal Shiritori before, but this kind of weird Shiritori was a new experience for me. The 7 sisters, who would be lively enough just on their own, Maria, Sakutaro, and me. I was now surrounded by friends that were just so fun. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone wouldn't change the fact that I was locked up in an academy, without a single friend in my class. But I was having such a fun and merry time regardless. I'll become a witch like Maria. And someday I'll add my family to this happy circle. Oh, excuse me. Mom, Dad, and Oni-chan. If possible, George and Jessica too. And my other relatives. I'll call everyone here without a single person missing, and we'll all be gathered together. Is that my dream? Or that is my dream, yeah. And until I make it come true, I'm definitely not going to lose heart. I'm sure you'll become a great witch, Angie, as long as you believe that. We 7 stakes of purgatory will always serve by your side until that day comes. You'll be there, no matter how long? You'll lend me your strength? Of course. After all, I'm your friend, right, Angie? Yeah, you are. Let's always stick together and play together. Today and in the future, forevermore. Until the day you can make your dream come true. The lively 10-person game of Shiritori, cut off from time alongside the street under the forever bright warmth of the sun, continued without end. Until, of course, some ominous wind-blowing noise seeped in. What the fuck is this? What the hell? Seriously, Ushiromiya? One sec. Okay, sorry. What the hell? Seriously, Ushiromiya? In the end, I wasn't able to make a very good grade on my test. I thought I'd memorize things in my own way, but if you could manage anything by cramming all night like that, no one would worry about tests. Normally when you know the questions beforehand, you'd ace it easily, right? Easily. It's true that we didn't go so far as to write the answers into the blanks for you. We thought you'd have the sense to study at least that much. Oh my god. No friggin' way. This is God almighty. They're almost all wrong, aren't they? Did you really actually study for this? More or less. This isn't what you call more or less, Ushiromiya. My mind is reeling from how horrible this is. Oh lord. Please forgive her for getting a miserable grade on such an easy test and plummeting the average score for the entire class. Witch-like laughter. The same test had been given to another class first. They had managed to get hold of that test paper, so the average score for the test was unusually high. Enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things that I couldn't make an excuse for. If I had spent that entire day studying like mad, I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After all, after that on that day, that's such an odd phrasing, I'd spent the time having fun playing Shiritori with the 7 sisters Sakutaro and One-chan. As expected, the winner had been Maria. She had been a strong player because of her various bits of random knowledge. Sakutaro had gotten the penalty. He had spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers and had completely forgotten to think of any himself. Because of that, he got dogpiled by the 7 sisters and his ears thoroughly nibbled, didn't he? Excuse me, are you listening, Ushiromiya? They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. Annoying. Smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, a weary expression on her face. This school is as messed up as always. If their own grades are good, shouldn't they be more than happy? More than happy. Probably because of that collective responsibility thing. Instead of worrying about their own grades, they're more concerned about how embarrassing it is for the class average to be low. Or maybe it's because they really, really hate the volunteer work they're forced to do as punishment. In other words, they aren't studying because they want their grades to be good, but because of collective responsibility and because they hate volunteer work. They're jealous and embarrassed. They don't want to be inferior to anyone and they don't want to be humiliated. That's the only feeling that drives them to study. What noisy people. They want to study, why can't they just do it themselves? In the end, okay, welcome Sakura, Danganronpa 1, without collective responsibility and volunteer work, they'd have no desire to study. How foolish it is to study without knowing the meaning of studying. Wow, these guys are so annoying and stupid. Stop disturbing Angie's precious lunchtime. Ah, I hate these guys. Go away. I'm hungry. Disappear already. Ah. I'm sorry, everyone. I wonder why humans are so despicable. Probably because instead of working hard themselves, forcing you to put the effort in is the easier way for them to greedily boost the class average. Humans are all greedy, and they'll burden others with that to make things easier for themselves. We'll eventually be reunited with them on the Mountain of Purgatory. When they get to the 5th terrace, they better watch their step. Mammon controls the 5th terrace on the mountain that reaches to paradise, Mount Purgatory. Given that she herself was promising them this, we can probably be sure that after those girls die, that journey to heaven will not be an easy one. No, in fact, why don't they just go to hell? Okay, Ava, chill. The class committee had applied to the student council to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group. A wonderful little gathering so that they can all collect around me and make me study. I'm overjoyed. Which meant that every day I would have all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon stolen away from me. The Academy and its Student Council, with its motto of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I would no longer be able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. Would they open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course, it was nothing like that naive fantasy. After school in the classroom, around a dozen of my classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of my problem, or of the problem, and show remorse for my actions. Of course, there was no way I had an answer to a question like that. They had avoided me like the plague up until now, and they had rejected me and kept me at a distance so as to not include me in their communities. So I had been avoiding the communities myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict between us that way. So even when they formed this community intent on raising the class average, I obviously kept well away from it. Even if I had tried to join in, they would probably have ignored me just like they had always done in the past. If you'd just have asked, we'd have taught you as much as you wanted. Wouldn't we? We would! Such enthusiasm. I've had enough of their ex post facto pretenses of charity. Ushiromiya, the thing that's bad about you is you're lacking a cooperative attitude. You only think about yourself. It's that selfish way of thinking that's the problem. Those who gather in St. Lucia's place of learning shall have a cooperative heart. It is written right there in the student handbook, you know. I think if you have a cooperative attitude, that's what gives birth to the desire to study together and contribute to the entire class. I think that's the most fundamental thing that you're lacking. How about you? Hey, have you been listening to us? We've gone to all the trouble of staying after school to have this talk for your sake, you know. The tears of gratitude are pouring down. Of course they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like we're bullying you, they scolded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, they meant today. The class president politely applied to the student council and the staff room for an extension on the use of the classroom. Apparently, it was accepted right away. Which meant that, starting now, I would be forced into self-criticism here for at least a full 5 hours. I, Ushiromiya Ange, caused trouble for my classmates by getting a low score on my test. That's not it. You getting low grades and causing us trouble isn't the root of the problem, right? It's a cooperative attitude. A cooperative attitude. Come on. Why do we even have to guide you on how to write a letter of remorse? Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed their guidance and put the eraser to it. I, Ushiromiya Ange, caused trouble for my classmates by not having a cooperative attitude. Hey, wait a sec. It's pointless if you just write whatever we say. Do you even friggin' know what remorse means? It's pointless if you don't write it in your own words. Pointless. I've always thought you were a bit strange, Ushiromiya, but you really are an odd one. Hehehe. Even following their guidance didn't change the jeers much. In fact, now it felt like they were mocking me more as well. In this way, over the following several hours, without rest, without being allowed to go to the bathroom, of course without being permitted to have dinner, and while being continuously insulted, I was coerced into writing a document which humiliated myself. Okay. And now it's dark out. Thanks for being born. Crazy title of that song. And as it passed 9 at night, I was told to stand up and read it aloud. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their guidance. So while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I was being coerced into writing it down and even coerced into reading it aloud. I was surprised to find that even after all this time, in addition to ignoring someone and hiding their things, there were still other ways like this to bully people. Come on, hurry up and read it out. Look how many people are staying this late just for you, Ushiromiya. How about a little gratitude? Isn't the fact that she doesn't feel gratitude for that indicative of her not having a scrap of cooperative attitude? It's alright, Ushiromiya. We'll always be with you from now on. Why not study with us and remake yourself, okay? What they said. Still surrounded by them, I stood from my seat and dropped my gaze towards the blackened page. And then I began to speak those humiliating words. Right away, jeers flew at me saying they couldn't hear and to speak up. I can't read this. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation written in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. The girls surrounding me all appeared warped. I saw them warped into exactly the impression I had of them. In other words, this was the correct view. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all of their eyes. Angie, stay strong. Or you. Maria and Sakutaro were looking at me with sad eyes. Perhaps because they realized that even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads. What the hell's wrong with these people? They're such dirtbags. Really pisses me off. What's so fun about ganging up on Angie and tormenting her? The resentment of not being able to spit out their jealousy. Anyone would do just as long as they can spit it out. They're the worst. Angie, in this kind of situation, going mad with rage for the sake of your own honor is perfectly acceptable. Anger is an appropriate emotion and an appropriate reaction. If you don't get mad now, when are you going to? Stop it. Don't stir Angie up with cheap anger. If Angie could do that, she would have done it already. If the situation could improve by you getting angry, then that is what you should do. However, objectively speaking, that would only serve to aggravate the situation further. It may be humiliating, but the wisest thing to do now is to withstand it. You really are a sloth, Belfie. Screw that. I can't stand this. I can't forgive them. Everyone, settle down. You're putting a burden on Angie. A burden? What are you talking about? Is this the time or place to be calm? We furniture are not so cruel as to be able to coolly watch our master being humiliated. Angie, you have no obligation to read such a humiliating essay. If you can't let out a cry of rage, then at least throw that insulting message onto the floor. You don't need to trash talk them. You don't need to yell so loud that they bend over backwards. Just throw that notebook on the floor with all your might. That's all you need to do to show how strong-willed you are. Don't be so irresponsible. I told you already. If Angie could do that, she would have done so long ago. Nothing will be resolved by the eruption of momentary emotions. Why don't you understand that doing that will only worsen the criticism Angie is receiving? Why is this happening to Angie when she didn't do anything wrong? Not letting her eat dinner and making her stay so long after school, I hate it. It's not just tonight, it's tomorrow and the day after too. Give me a break, I can't bear this humiliation. Excuse me, are you actually listening to us? Someone tugged at my hair. I was pulled back into miserable reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the seven sisters expressing my inner thoughts on my behalf. My hair was lifted upwards. One of my hair ornaments came off and I heard it bounce then roll on the ground. Okay, now this gotta be her trigger, right? No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy had come rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again. Why is it that you're never listening, even though we're trying to have a real serious talk with you? In one ear and out the other, is it? Or maybe we're talking to a brick wall? Get a grip, alright? Are you really conscious of the trouble you're causing all of us? You better not be about to say you just wrote that grudgingly because we told you. Until you can really feel remorse by yourself, this seriously isn't gonna end, get it? It's not just gonna be today. This is seriously gonna keep going on tomorrow and the day after, you got that? I'm warning you, don't push your luck with us. Like, more to the point, what are you even still alive for? Could you guys go on like this? If it were me, I'd just die. Yeah, I could never live this way. Think about it. Just by being alive, you'd be getting in other people's way all the time, right? If it were me, I definitely couldn't live on. Yeah, I'd die too. If that's better for the world, I'd die on the spot, wouldn't you? Then die. Angie. Kill them all, immediately. Lucifer, did you hear me? Huh? You seven sisters of Purgatory are incredible furniture that can massacre mere humans in a flash, right? You're always boasting about it to me. Then do it. Kill them all right now. Right here. Right now. But for some reason, Lucifer's speech faltered. Why? What's wrong? You're certain kill furniture that can fly around faster than the eye can see and instantly strike through the hearts of the witch's enemies, aren't you? And I'm giving you an order as your master. Carry it out right away. Kill them. Kill them all. Angie, please calm down. If they'd immediately followed my brutal order and left corpses strewn all around me, I would have been ready to rue my own reckless action of stealing human lives so readily. I was ready to regret and feel remorse just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to go through that. And yet Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face and didn't move to carry out my order. I was aware. Of course I was. Vaguely. It's not it. I knew it from the very beginning. I knew, didn't I? The magic was all empty. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? Yeah, right. Worthless, worthless. I knew it from the very beginning. Angie. I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and it seemed that pain accompanied that stare. As though she had been struck by a horrendous headache, Lucifer clutched her head with both hands, but it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my glare, so the pain assaulting her grew more and more intense. You are useless. Useless. I hate you. Disappear. You're nothing but a delusion inside my head. Hopelessness and disappointment. Resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound, like you'd hear from a frozen lake surface during a fierce winter, rang out just once. Simultaneously, Lucifer's form, tormented by violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. It was almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless cracks. And that was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and the head and arms fell to pieces as it crumbled to the floor. Lucy! Who's the second sister? Leviathan? Carry out my order. Kill them all. Right now. Well, Angie, please calm your heart and listen. We, I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or a reply. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me. If you're gonna say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. After Leviathan turned white from the vast number of cracks through her whole body, frozen in a bent backwards pose, she toppled over, and her fragile neck, hips, and arms broke into separate parts. It would have been less brutal if they had just smashed to smithereens instead of retaining their original form. So the fact that I had left the two of them partially intact, made the remaining younger sisters shake even harder. Why won't you listen to my orders? Why? Why? My apologies. Here under the current conditions, the anti-magic power is extremely strong, and... What? You can't do it because humans are here? That's your logic? Isn't killing humans what you do? If you can't do that, then what use are you as furniture? Die! Okay, so this is an interesting thing to note, even though she's kind of crashing out a little bit here. If anti-magic is powerful, stakes can't do anything or carry out orders. Please, spare me, Angie! As she clutched her head with both arms, Satan also turned white and fell down face first. The neck really did seem to be the most fragile part. Her head broke off weightily and rolled over to Belphegor's feet. You can't do it because there are too many humans. And if I were to call them into the shadows later one by one, you're saying you guys could make a bloodbath of all of them? With your current magical power, it may be easy for you to converse with us, however you still lack the training and magical power to manifest us in front of all the humans here. I deeply understand your anger, but even if you could use us to attack, murdering everyone here would only make the situation worse. I do think it humiliating, but please, if you could control your anger for the time being... Will I get the same answer from the remaining three? Going to tell me you can't do it because the anti-magic power is too great? Going to tell me you can't do it because my magical power is too weak? Then I won't ask you to kill all of them. Let's see you kill just one. Right here, right now. As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they had been able to obey my order, they would probably have carried it out immediately. And yet, here they were, crouching down. Empty. Sad. And pathetic. That's right, I knew it. These girls can't touch reality with even a single one of their fingers. No. Belzy, I'm scared. Belzy! Angie, spare us. I don't want to die. Die, useless furniture. Why are you guys even alive? Why are you alive when your lives are worthless? You could just die. Die, please. Drop fucking dead. Do you think that anyone's stupid enough to leave furniture lying around without a use? Please stop, Angie. What is it, ma'am? Will you be the only one to fulfill my order? Of course you will. You're my best friend. You alone will do what the others wouldn't, and kill them. As you are now, Ange, even if you use us, you're not capable of committing murder. It's the duty of furniture to help with things its master can do. Things that even the master can't do, we can't do. Okay, this is a good note. Mammon says that furniture only aids in helping the owner do things they can do, in brackets, I'll show the notes, make it easier. However, they cannot perform activities that the owner themselves cannot do. Do you hate these girls, Angie? You hate them, don't you? I understand why you want to kill them. Really, I do. Alright, in that case, let's go ahead and kill them, Angie. If you will stain your own hands with blood, then we seven sisters of Purgatory will go along with you however far. However far! I'm asking you guys because I can't do it myself, aren't I? Isn't being able to do things I can't the thing that makes you furniture? Yes, we are furniture. Furniture to be used. Please go ahead and use us to kill. You'll be the one killing Angie. If you're saying that you want to kill, then go ahead, be my guest. No need to hesitate. Please go and carry it out right now. And once you have that level of mental resolve, once you're prepared to dirty your own hands, then we will help you. But you haven't reached that stage. Don't speak, you furniture. You delusion! I get it already. Don't make me say it all out loud. You guys can't do anything. You're nothing more than my delusions, illusions, and daydreams. I haven't had a single friend from the very beginning. You're just a phantom, a pretend friend, lonely old me created inside my heart, aren't you? I knew that from the very beginning. Yes, that's right. We're a fantasy inside your head. Got a problem with that? Yeah, it's true. We're just imaginary friends, created to soothe lonely, lonely Angie's heart because she doesn't have a single solitary friend. Want to say something about it? If you want to look at reality, just look at it. Stop looking at us and go back to being yourself over there, completely boxed in and bombarded with abuse. Go on then. Go on. Back you go. Back to reality. Just call on us when it's convenient for you and pretend you have friends. Set us on your enemies when you don't have the guts to dirty your own hands, and deny and erase us once you realize that's not going to work. Yes, I'll leave with a shriek of anguish just like you want. Go ahead and enjoy it. Just copy the jeering that you're being bombarded with right now, and do the same to us to get it off your chest. That too is the duty of furniture. Getting slammed against the floor when someone's pissed off is also a chair's important duty. If by that trifling surface we manage to absorb our master's bad mood even for an instant, there can be no greater honor for furniture. Kill me, deny me, your first and final friend. At the end, Mammon had a derisive expression on her face, but for some reason it looked like teardrops had scattered from her eyes. Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus smashed to pieces and rolled across the floor. Okay, so we find out now, I'll put this here. We find out why the relationship between Angie and the sisters went sour. When Angie wanted to get revenge on her classmates for humiliating her, they didn't aid her because of the above statement. And as such, Angie effectively unsummoned them. We now know why they previously held a grudge. Ryu, come over here, Sakutaro. Angie's just a little agitated right now, so you mustn't get close. What about the others? Are the seven sisters alive? Did they die? It's alright. It looks very gruesome, but those are the remains of their vessels after they were forcibly evicted from the human world. Their shells that have been shed. It's alright. They're probably deeply hurt, but they're safe. They're all alive. I'm sure we'll be able to meet them again someday. Ryu, thank goodness, thank goodness. Angie, you violated the treaty of Mariage, Sorcière, doing such a horrible thing, even though witches of the Alliance must respect and accept one another. They were all your precious friends. No witches alliance has anything to do with this. Magic friends, give me a break. I killed them, erased them. I smashed the seven sisters. Ryu, that's so cruel, so cruel. Just give it a rest with this playing witches thing. Please. Maria and Sakutaro, I want you to disappear by yourselves. Because even amid my delusions, I don't want to kill or erase you. We aren't delusions. We're your friends, Angie. Are you? Sakutaro sobbed those words as he hid behind Maria. Sakutaro doesn't exist. Sakutaro is also a delusion One-chan created to distract herself from loneliness. Are you? It hurts. It hurts, Maria. Why? Why? Are you? Stop it. Denying my friend is the one thing I will not permit. The same power that had smashed the Seven Sisters was probably eating into Sakutaro as well, but Maria was apparently protecting him with some other power, so Sakutaro's form didn't break or scatter. One-chan glared at me sharply, a serious expression that she had never shown me before. Sakutaro is my furniture. You cannot erase him, Angie. That you would try to deny him regardless is the greatest contempt you could ever show a witch. Sakutaro never existed in the first place. He's just a lion stuffed animal. Just a phantom you personified in the delusions inside your own mind. That's not true. Sakutaro is my friend. He was a stuffed animal once and now he isn't. No, he's a stuffed animal. A stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. He can't move or talk by himself. You're just talking for him like a ventriloquist. Is that what you call magic? Is that what you call a witch? Is that what you call a friend? I can't accept that. Are you? Am I not me? Am I just a stuffed animal that can't really talk and not your friend? After all? Are you? As though plagued by high fever, Sakutaro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to One-chan's body, he did all he could to continue standing, but his body began to slip down bit by bit. As he did, One-chan held him and screamed at me as tears streamed down her face. Stop it! Don't burn Sakutaro with the anti-magic toxin! Don't bully him! Don't insult him! Don't deny him! Maria, you're weird. There is no Sakutaro. Stuffed animals are stuffed animals. I learned from Maria that they're made of cloth, or Mama that they're made from cloth and cotton. There's no way they can walk or talk. Sakutaro! He's not a stuffed animal. He's not a stuffed animal. He's a friend. Ash, I don't want to play with stupid animals. Let's all play outside. I'm bored with animals now. No, you're not my friend anymore. Why would you say that? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you! You're not my friend. I won't let you be one of us witches anymore. Upon my name, the apprentice witch of origins, Maria, I hereby expel the apprentice witch Ange from the Mariage Sorcière alliance of witches. Okay, well, we got our answer. Maria expelled Ange from Mariage Sorcière. Due to her denying Sakutaro's existence and insulting witches broadly, we'll say. And then, those tranquil days of mine, now merely a waking dream, came to an end. At this point, it's unverifiable. No one can verify whether that really was magic, and those really were my friends, or else whether it was all nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that those girls were a figment of my imagination, so that became the truth. Perhaps further in the future I will observe it again, and when that happens, maybe I will acknowledge that it wasn't a dream, that the Seven Sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria and Sakutaro, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague is neither the truth nor even an illusion. Maybe the reality that's here and now is the only real world with the real me. Where is the real me? The person standing among the girl's shameful remains resembled broken glass sculptures, breathing harshly and shoulders heaving. That is not me. The place I am is over there. The one boxed in by a crowd, the one being subjected to constant verbal abuse, the one hanging her head with clearly red eyes, the me over there, isn't that the real me? I won't dream anymore, because there's nowhere for me to run. I'll go back. I'll return myself to the cage made of flesh. Hey! Are you listening to us? Standing there hanging your head forever won't solve anything, you know. I hear you. Ah, you finally answered. Are you thinking that this will end eventually if you just stay silent, or that we'll forgive you if you cry or something like that? We're asking if you are aware. We're asking if you are aware of the trouble you're carrying those or causing those around you. I slowly nodded. I admitted it. I admitted that I had been spending my time in a waking dreamland, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. Those friends who had spoken to me with such kind and hopeful words, yet who couldn't offer me any help at all now in the moment I truly wanted it, to move on from them and to sully them, I admitted it. I, Ushiromiya Ange, caused trouble for my classmates by not having a cooperative attitude. The reason for it is nothing more or less than my excessive inferiority complex towards all of my classmates because of my inability to study. And there's no point in me being alive. Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph they had made me write. It was my improvisation, and what was in my heart. They also noticed that it wasn't what they had anticipated, and while they did frown, no one spoke, so I continued. That's right. There was no point in my life continuing. I was meant to have been taken with them on that day in 1986. And yet I was the only one who didn't get to be taken. Why am I here, I wonder? This isn't the world I'm meant to be in. No one will save me here. For a time I felt as though the fictional friends I created inside myself would save me. But those friends were nothing more than a delusion, and they did no such thing. After all, this isn't a fantasy world. It's the real world. So in short, up until today I've been living in a daydream. Averse to my real classmates, I lived only by interacting with the friends in my delusion. Just now, I split up those friends, and here I am. I have no family. I've discarded my friends. There's no longer anything left for me. Why haven't I died? One of you just asked me that now. I think you're absolutely right. Why am I alive, I wonder? I should have been dead in 1986. No, I did die then. I'm sure of it. But even so, my soul that was killed is still locked up inside this cage of flesh. So I'll ask this of one of you. If no one responds, I'll do it myself. Someone. Please let me die. I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls. Shocked girls. Girls who looked like they didn't know what this kid was saying. And after a small delay, more and more girls with faces said, or with faces that said, "Is this kid alright?" Whisper, whisper. Mutter, mutter. And then giggle, giggle. When I ordered my friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it. And so, I asked real humans to kill. But of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't that mean that everything, absolutely everything, this world included, is all a daydream? Then what's the problem? After all, on the day when I lost my entire family, I already died. All the days since have been the delusions of a wrongful survivor, delusions of a life flashing before my eyes. Once I understood that, it felt like all the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. I'm finally going to wake up. I'm going to be released from this world of waking dreams. I felt my consciousness sliding away. It's alright. Fade further and further away. Take me to my family. And therefore, no matter what unfolded in this twisted, fated world, I paid it no mind at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as a teacher stepped in. Perhaps the teacher doing the rounds happened to note a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Upon seeing that, and learning that an ally had appeared for me, even if only one, I felt my awareness return very slightly. The only ones who can save me in the real world are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek salvation from daydreams. This is the human world. The only one who can save a human are other humans. Yes. If that's what you think, then that's your world, Ange. Can Ange become happy this way? If Ange believes that is the only way to become happy, then it is the only way. If she cannot accept the bluebird in the cage for what it is, then she must go and search forever. Maria, are you breaking off relations with Ange? No, nothing like that. I only did that because it was what Ange wanted. We witches are sometimes persecuted, however we are always close by. And our aid will surely be sought. Will the day come when Ange will play with us again? It may be that it never comes and we will simply be forgotten. In the human world they call that growing up or moving on. Still. If Ange just remembers, we will always be by her side. And until then, we will be waiting. Okay, the last section was really good. I thought that chapter was dragging on for a bit, but that last section was really good. We see the whole section of Ange rejecting witches and what she calls the world of waking dreams. Seems Ange lived a very sad and detached, so the notes here, / despondent life. Afterwards, Maria said they would always be close by when Ange needed them, but that she may never call on them again. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick, and I'll be right back. Let me hide the notes, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me hide this. Let's get back to it. Dot. Who are you? Maria, answer me.
Who are you?
I really am a stuffed animal? I'm made of cloth and cotton, so there's no way I can talk. Is that why I can't talk to you? Sakutaro looked up at Maria sadly. Maria's face was covered with tears, and she looked as though she had even lost the emotion of sadness. I can hear you, Sakutaro. You aren't a stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. You're my friend. Hate Ange. I'm sorry, Maria. I'm sorry.
Who are you?
Sakutaro felt regret. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, he had caused her to become overwhelmed with sadness again. Sakutaro tried toddling up to Maria and hugging her, then letting go, gazing at her appearance uneasily and trying it again, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little humorous doing that. As a result, that was able to divert Maria's feelings from sadness. Sorry. More crying won't help anything. You got in a fight with Ange, but you still have a lot of friends, Maria. Not just me. Wait, how does this make any sense? In the world where Ange... Wait, in the world where Ange has this power, like in the world where Ange becomes, or has this, like, this witch ability, Maria should be dead. So I'm sort of confused how she's... Sorry, apologies for that noise. I'm sort of confused how she's still kicking about. Maybe I'm missing something here. I don't understand. How is this even possible that Maria is having this conversation? Unless Maria is just taking on this form? Because Ange was only ever put in St. Lucia Academy after Ava returned. Confused here. How... Assuming this isn't a vision of some kind. How is it that Maria... Ange only got sent to St. Lucia Academy after Ava returned as the sole survivor, meaning Maria should have died on the island. So unless this is like her witch form, which I guess it kind of is, but then why is she dressed up? If this is her witch form, why is she in her room and dressed up as she was when Ange was reading from the grimoire, from her diary rather, about the story with Rosa? Huh. Oops, didn't mean to do that. What chapter is this? 9. You got in a fight with Ange, but you still have a lot of friends, Maria. Not just me, you have everyone else too. Sakusuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, and many, many more. Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having a conference. They're all worried about you, Maria. They've all been discussing how to cheer you up, you know? They won't go away like Ange. They won't. We'll always be together. Really. You're all only with me at home. can't go out together when Mama's with us and can't go together to school. We aren't allowed to go to school, so you'll get in trouble if the teacher finds out. But I'm so confused how this timeline makes any sense. Maybe I'm being really slow, maybe I misunderstood somewhere, but like this feels like this shouldn't make any sense. Like I said, we know that Ange only went to St. Lucia after Ava returned, so I don't understand the possibility of how this is even a conversation that can be happening. Again, unless this is all a representation, but we aren't allowed to go to school, so you'll get in trouble if the teacher finds out, but if no one finds out, we can be together at any time. Sakutaro, you're big, so you'd be found. And you can take some of the kids that are small enough to walk around with. For example, what about them? If you take the friends in the forest band, look, they're small, so they can hide in your pockets and go to school with you. There's a lot of them in the band. I can't fit them all in my pockets. She gathered all the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There were about as many of them as pieces in a chess set, so it would probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket. In that case, you can just take friends that you're especially close with. Why don't you take the 4 rabbits, the ones you're closest to in the forest band? 4 could fit in my pocket. Yeah. This way they won't be found. So this way you won't be alone even at school, Maria. Interesting. Those kids will be with you even where I can't go. Yeah. Maybe won't be lonely that way. Maybe I can hold out until I get home from school. As long as we aren't found by the teacher or Mama, we can be with you at any time. So let's be together forever, play together forever. We definitely won't leave you all alone, Maria. Or you. Maria's expression finally regained a little bit of its brightness. That's right. Thinking about it, my world didn't start out with Ange in it. Even without Ange, everyone was together and it was fun. So it's weird to suddenly get sad just because Angie's gone when she was the last to come in. All that's happened is that I've returned to the world right before Ange entered it. Okay. Interesting. Maria states that she has returned to the world before Ange entered it. Okay, that means this is before any of the incident on the island. So there's nothing to be sad about. Ah, not lonely. Sakutaro and everyone else is with me. For you. Love you, Maria. I won't let any more humans come into my world. Mariage, Sorcière is an alliance only between me and Beatrice. Even Beato opposed letting Ange join in the beginning. It's alright this way. Ange was still too young. There's just one thing I want to point out. The reason why I wrote in the notes that the people are rabbits, and then if you look here, we have these 2 rabbits, one with green, one with red. I remember what the Chiester sisters looked like, okay? They were rabbits, and one had like a seafoam green and the other was like a pinky red color. It's not exactly the same, but I'm just saying I'm a little bit sussed. Until you can be friends with Ange again, I think it's okay to forget about her for now. Just wait until you regain your high spirits and then play with her again. This has to be like a vision of some kind of Maria's, because like I said, none of this makes sense otherwise. Until then, all of us will be by your side. Thanks, Sakutaro, everyone. And then I once again regained my former world. I regained the world where I wasn't lonely and where I was surrounded by many friends. As always, I didn't have any human friends at school, but my magic friends were always with me. Even during class, I could hear the rabbit band hiding in my pocket, talking together and giggling, and they sounded like they were having a lot of fun. Just listening to that added a lot of color to those lonely school hours. I made sure that my other friends too were always with me, as long as Mama and the teacher wouldn't find out. When Mama told me to go play outside, I would secretly pack— I'm so confused by this whole scenario. When Mama told me to go play outside, I would secretly pack Sakutaro and Sakusuke and the rest into my bag and put it together at the library or somewhere else. And when Mama was late coming home and I went shopping for dinner, I always went with them. The men working at the convenience store were always nice to Sakutaro. Sometimes they even gave me 2 extra things for free, one for me and one for Sakutaro. Whenever Mama found out, I would get in trouble for bringing Sakutaro and the rest outside. Whenever the teacher found out, I would get in trouble for bringing toys to school. The toxin must be strong in Mama and the teacher. Interesting. Maria insinuates that the toxin is strong in Rosa. That's why Sakutaro and the others just look like normal stuffed animals to them. After all, the men at the convenience store say hello to Sakutaro. Not all humans are worthless. There are a ton of people who, unlike Angie and Mama and my teacher, can say hello to magic friends like I can, yeah. Or they're being nice adults, being like, oh, hello there. You know, I don't think they actually think it, but... Oh, Maria, welcome. Is your mama late coming home tonight too? Yeah, but Sakutaro's with me, so I'm not lonely. Right, Sakutaro? You. It's not just me today. Other friends are also with us. Oh, other friends? What kind of friends are with you today? Today the rabbits from the forest band are also with me. Look, they're in my pocket. Maria began to line up 4 ceramic rabbit dolls on the register. As the owner of the shop looked at them with a smile, he signaled a part-timer with his chin. The sign on the other register that said close was taken down, and the part-timer called out for everyone to move over there. All the people in line behind Maria formed a new line over there instead. Yes, I see. You sure have a lot of friends, Maria. But I hope your mama comes home soon. Ugh, Mama's busy with work again, so she's staying at the company. She's very busy lately. She hasn't even been able to get much time to talk with me on the phone. But I'm not lonely. I have Sakutaro and all the rest. Right? You. All the rabbits in the band are with me too. Look. QQ. Is QQ the sound a rabbit makes? Come to think of it, I've never heard that one. After smiling at Sakutaro, who was poking his head out of her knapsack, she played around with the rabbit band on the register, making them frolic around. Even as he gazed at this heartwarming sight, the shop manager had a slightly pitying look on his face. Yeah. These people don't buy this shit, man. This was apparently a family without a father, and where the mother had to work hard and couldn't come home very often. On top of that, it looked like this girl didn't even have any friends. As he watched this girl play around happily with her dolls and claim that she wasn't lonely despite everything, he couldn't help but feel a kind of compassion. And actually, this wasn't limited to him alone. Maria had become very famous in this shopping district. Maria, you should eat some udon every once in a while. You won't grow if you don't eat your eggs and fish paste. Ooh, can't get a cream roll. You need variety or you won't get big. How about Odin for today? Ooh, okay, I'll have Odin. Yep, that's the ticket. Why don't I stick a whole bunch in there? Want mustard? Oh, this is really sweet, actually. You, I can't handle spicy things. Alright, I see. Then you make sure you don't let it spill on the way home. Best eat it while it's hot. Ooh, thank you. She had planned on getting some sweet pastries for dinner like usual. I did not mean to skip that. But since Odin had been recommended to her, she would be having that tonight instead. Letting someone else determine the menu makes for an unexpected and interesting meal. Very often, Maria had to decide on her own what to have for dinner, so it was easy for the menu to get a little one-sided. So it felt fun to look forward to a meal she hadn't anticipated. You. Thanks for giving us extra, mister. Send my regards to the other friends at home. No nibbling at it on the way home now. Go straight home and eat it there. Ooh, thanks, mister. Maria held the bag with the Odin container high for all to see. Huh? I knew something like this was gonna happen. I was gonna say that, like, because she's become infamous, because people know that, like, she's not around and whatnot, or the possibility that Rosa returned early, but I'm afraid that somebody might have broken into her house because they knew that she was out. I don't know if the Mariage Sorcière has, like, a time-bending thing where Maria could commune with Ange despite her living in the past. I don't know. I'm still so confused about this situation. I was just writing the notes. You? What is it, Maria? The key isn't in my pocket. Standing in front of the door to her house, Maria searched and patted all over her body. The key to the house wasn't there. She always methodically put it in the same pocket, so there was no way she'd put it in another pocket, but she searched her whole body just in case. It really wasn't there. Did you drop it when you took your wallet out? No. Definitely felt it when I took my wallet out. Also definitely felt it when I checked my pocket on the way home. It wasn't there, or it was there until part way. Didn't drop it, so she might have got pickpocketed. The late autumn wind had been made bearable by the thought of the heater that was waiting at home, but now that Maria had lost her key and had no idea what to do, she was really feeling it. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find her key. She turned out all her pockets and even tried taking off her jacket and hitting it, but to no avail. Of course, she also turned the knapsack Sakutaro was in upside down, but no key came out. Something that should have been there wasn't where it was supposed to be. Why isn't the key there when I didn't do anything wrong? Why isn't it? Why? Maria stamped on the ground, cold and frustrated and angry. Should be just cold, frustrated, and angry. You fuck, okay? I'm gonna be a grammar Nazi now. The bottom of her foot throbbed, but even so, it didn't lessen her frustration. Before long, bitter tears were pouring down her face. It wasn't her fault, so it was someone else's. But Maria didn't know who that someone was, and could do nothing but continue to let out a moan of anger. Or you must have dropped it part way. Let's look for it, okay? Let's go back the way we came in search, okay? I was excited to buy Odin, and I got eggs and stuff for free. Can't eat it while it's hot. Maria, I know it's frustrating, but let's search, okay? It's no one's fault, let's search. Maria finally lent an ear to Sakutaro's words and began to plod back the way she came. The wind was colder than it had been and felt like it was blowing in through the gaps in her jacket despite her. You. Let's watch our feet closely and search, okay? And then let's go home quickly and eat Odin while getting warm by the heater, okay? I'm sure it'll taste good. Not here. Not here. As Sakutaro encouraged Maria searched for the key. But she made it all the way back to the convenience store where she'd bought the Odin. She hadn't found it. Just in case, she asked the man at the convenience store whether they had found a dropped key, but they hadn't found anything. One more time she returned home, paying close attention to the area around her feet, but still she didn't find it. She was no longer frustrated enough to stomp her feet, but hot tears dripped down her face. The Odin was stone cold. Even though the man at the shop had said to eat it while it was hot, she hadn't been able to. He'd given her so much extra stuff for free. You, don't cry. Mama isn't coming back tonight. Let's do our best to search. Why can't I find it? Maria, don't cry. Let's do our best to search. Maria. Maria was no longer able to hold back her tears. Sobbing, clutching Sakutaro, and with the Odin bag in her hand, she returned once more down the road she had come by. Perhaps because it was now later at night, and more houses and stores had turned their lights off by now, it was even darker and harder to search than before. And once again, without finding the key, she returned to the convenience store. Maria, you still can't find your key. Key gone. Your mother was away for the night. You can't get into your house without a key. Can't get in. Well, that is a pretty pickle. Did you try going to the police? It might have been handed in. Mama said not to talk to policemen, even if they start talking to me. Now why on earth is that? It was probably because Rosa felt guilty for making such a young girl as Maria watch over the house by herself, and because she knew that this was not socially acceptable. So she had indoctrinated Maria into changing the stores she bought things at so that she didn't catch the eye of adults, and saying no more than a greeting to policemen even if they talked to her. Maria had obediently done as she was told, instead of considering why she had to do that. Honestly, obeying because her mother had told her so was far more important to her. But the manager of the convenience store probably didn't think of it that way. Naturally, seeing such a young girl being forced to watch over the house alone, and so frequently, would cause anyone to worry. And then, after making the round trip between her home and the store once more, and arriving at the convenience store for a third time, a policeman was there. That's the girl. Maria, did you find your key? Can't find it. What's your name, little girl? The policeman asked her name, but Maria didn't answer. Did your mother tell you not to talk with policemen? Don't worry. No need to be scared of me. It's gonna be Bro-ishi. He's back. Have you eaten dinner yet, little girl? Bought it, but can't get into the house, so I can't eat it. What's your mother doing? Is she not coming home today? Is she working? Do you know how we can contact your mother's work? Maria hung her head limply. She didn't understand why the policeman was getting mad at her. No, he probably wasn't getting mad at her, but if this reached her mother's ears, she would definitely be in trouble. Even if she didn't understand the reason why she would be in trouble, she at least understood that much. But the policeman wouldn't let Maria go, and her head was swimming from hunger. The policeman noticed that, and it was decided that they could talk as they ate in the police box. I was taken to the police box. I had my Odin heated in a microwave oven, and there were even salty rice cakes and hot tea brought out for me. The rice cakes were apparently shio daifuku. I'd been told not to talk to policemen, but as I answered questions about Sakutaro, I started to feel like he wasn't a bad person, and I wouldn't be able to return home anyway, so I didn't know what to do, so I told him Mama's work phone number, which I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, and was told to use only in a very, very serious situation. In the tatami room inside the police box, as I ate the Odin that was so hot it felt like it would burn me, I watched the policeman making the phone call and lazily thought, I'm probably gonna get in trouble. I don't know what she means by the police box. I'm gonna Google what a police box is. What is a police box? A public telephone kiosk or call box. Oh, these are like the things you see in like Doctor Who. Huh. Uses a temporary shelter and communication hub. Okay, interesting. But it's just Japaneseified. Is Mama gonna be mad at me? Or are you? Okay, this is definitely a copy from Higurashi, is it not? I feel like I remember this exact same CG, bro. Am I going crazy? He must have been listening to the phone ringing for a very long time. With the receiver up to his ear, the policeman looked up at the clock and grumbled. Maybe they aren't picking up because their business hours are over. Hello? Hello? Is this Auntie Rosa Co. Limited? Or LTD? I don't know if that stands for limited. I thought that's what it was. This is the Komatsugawa Police Department police box in front of Senbon Sakura State. Jesus Christ, man. You can't throw these words at me, man. Komatsugawa Police Department police box in front of the Senbon Sakura Station. Is President, President Ushiromiya available? Okay, so that's gotta be her maiden name. Okay, so we know. Or not maiden name, her married name. Rosa's married last name is Udaikon. They don't just drop in little things like that without it being important, okay? President Ushiromiya available? Yes. What? Vacation? Yep. Yes. The president's off for 3 days starting yesterday. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Oh, no, that's quite alright. So, do you know where she may be? Have you heard how she can be contacted by any chance? Would you mind waiting for just a moment? Hey, anyone know where the president's taking her vacation? How to get a hold of her? Heard she was going for an all-you-can-eat crabs in Sapporo with her boyfriend. Yup, knew it all along. Lucky girl. Cold places are great for bringing a couple closer together, don't you think? Haven't heard how to get in touch with them. Okie dokie. Hello? I heard you went to Sapporo, but I'm not sure about how to reach her. Can I take a message? I see. That's awkward. If you make contact with her again, could you tell her that we called? Yeah, that's right. So it was exactly as Angie had said. Rosa is off vacationing with a boyfriend and lying to Maria, saying she is busy at work for cover. Man, she actually is a fucking terrible mom. After that, I was taken to the police station, which was bigger than the police box, and they said I could spend the night there. And then they asked me all kinds of things about myself. A lady who called herself the district welfare officer came by and asked about various things. And she said to me, "You poor thing." When I heard that, I learned for the first time. Am I a poor thing? Or you? That's not true. You're happy, Maria. And Rosa came back. Maria was told to go to her room, but on her way back from the bathroom, she hid by the entrance to the living room and listened in on the exchange. The person who had come to visit was the female district welfare officer who had asked Maria various questions the other day. Don't be so pushy. Maria's heart is too innocent and delicate, so if there was an insensitive kid there, she could be hurt. Please, stop your unwanted meddling. But in that case, ma'am, if the child is so delicate, why leave her home all alone? Shouldn't a mother be there for her child? I am here for her as much as I can be. I have no idea what makes you think I need ordering around. Really? She's very well known in this area, you know? They say that your daughter frequently goes out at night to buy things and eat. Everyone was worried and looking out for her. How do you know that was my child? Children are a dime a dozen around town. Don't just assume that it's my Maria. Kids sometimes walk around outside at night, don't they? How can you prove that all of those are my child? A girl holding a lion stuffed animal often came around to eat dinner and buy things. She was very famous around the shopping district. Everyone treated Maria with care out of concern for her. Sometimes people even escorted her home, thinking the streets might be dangerous at night. You can find lion stuffed animals anywhere. It was none of their business escorting her home. And are they thinking of kidnapping her or something? Don't fuss over Maria. Maria is my child. I am raising her. I have absolutely no intention of putting her in some strange institution. Stop your needless meddling. Does that lion stuffed animal mean me? It's alright. I'm the one who's in trouble. It has nothing to do with you, Sakutaro. Maria hugged Sakutaro, continuing to watch her mother fearfully. I also wish I could be with Maria every day. But I'm a single mother. I have to work. I may not look it, but I'm a president of a company, and I bear the responsibility for my employees' well-being. I'm busy with my work all year round. There's no time for me to rest. Really? But you've been off work for the last 3 days, haven't you? I have not been off work. I've been staying in my company for several nights working. There's a mountain of matters to be taken care of that the other unreliable employees can't handle. Why are you lying like that? The people at your company told us that you were taking a 3-day vacation, you know? You went to Hokkaido with your boyfriend. Oh, it was Sapporo, actually. Unless Sapporo was in Hokkaido. But I don't know why you... Sapporo location. It's in Hokkaido. Fuck, they're right. Fuck. You went to Hokkaido with your boyfriend, right? Leaving your daughter by herself for 3 whole days. I don't know anything about any boyfriend. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Why are you coming out with all this nonsense? Why? Why? Do you have any proof? What's wrong with you? Don't just start butting in on someone else's family matters. I love Maria, and I have my own way of loving her, so keep your mouth shut. I was working the whole time. I was working. I didn't go on a vacation. I know I read that backwards. I went back to read it, okay? I was trying to finish things up at work with all my strength because I wanted to see Maria as soon as I could. I stayed at the company working and 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 working. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Don't come in saying all this. Ah! Please just go. Just go. What is wrong with you? Just go. Just go! Rosa raised, her hair flying wildly. She stood up with such force that her teacup fell over, and far louder than that noise was the sound of her beating the table with both hands. When faced with this rage that could accurately be described as wide-eyed derangement, the female welfare officer couldn't help but be taken aback. And the same went for Maria, who was secretly watching this from the hallway. She had seen her mother enraged several times before, but she had never seen her go this berserk with anger. Seeing this, Maria was sure this was no longer her mother. It was some other... Okay, I see. So this is where the witch explanation came from. Maria created a description of witches to explain why Rosa could change her emotions on a dime so much, probably to protect her image of her mother. One where she could... Is it shulk or is it shuck? I think it's shuck off. Not like shulk. Is it shulk responsibility? Shuck responsibility. Shirk responsibility. Okay. We'll just say what one where she could pass on, sorry, I'm not showing my notes, pass on all negative traits to, or say blah, 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 of a witch. To explain why Rosa could change her emotions on a dime so much, probably to protect her image of her mother. An image of a bad witch that controlled her mom. To explain the difference between that person and the mom she had a good relationship with. In reality, it's probably all just Rosa. God, man, they're fucking the Rosa PR team is taking a fucking massive hit, man. The tier list, it's never seen changes like this in such an up and down matter. Oh my god, man. I'm like coping so hard because I like Rosa. I want to like Rosa. But it's like, she's making it hard, man. She's like a really fucking bad mom. Ugh. Okay. It was some other evil being that was possessing her mother's body. And then the evil being discovered her. Maria learned that she was being reflected in the evil being's eyes. Her mind went blank, and she felt as though her field of vision was racing off into the distance. After fiercely closing in on Maria, Rosa mercilessly bore down on her small shoulders and dropped her gaze onto the stuffed animal Maria was holding, Sakutaro. Maria, even though I told you so many times not to bring that outside, you brought it with you, didn't you? Ryu, it's not Maria's fault. I said I'd come with her. That's not true. I brought Sakutaro on my own because I was lonely. So Mama, it's not Sakutaro's fault. Ryu, Maria, it's not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault. The brunt of Rosa's anger was aimed not at Maria but at the lion-stuffed animal Maria was holding. A girl came shopping in the middle of the night, always clutching a lion-stuffed animal. Because of that, she had become well known in the shopping district. She's gonna fucking destroy it. I told you not to take stuffed animals with you! Why? Can't you? Listen to what Mama says! Why? Why? Why can't you follow Mama's rules? With every single word, she stamped her heel and banged furiously on the wall. Admittedly, she wasn't making direct contact with Maria. However, the violence of that harsh sound certainly beat against her. Ma'am, stop that. Let go. I said let go, damn it! The welfare officer had come back to her senses and put Rosa in a full Nelson. Oh, damn. But the instant Rosa was touched, she went wild, furiously throwing the welfare officer off. How the fuck do you get someone in a full Nelson and then get thrown off? How does that even make sense? She hit the table and fell to the ground. A teacup on the table smashed on the floor, making a violent sound. But Maria didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault, so don't scold Maria. I'm the one who brought Sakutaro. It's not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault! Don't look at Sakutaro with those scary eyes. Don't look at him! Don't scold Maria. Don't scold Maria. Or you. What in the... What do you think you're doing? Did you also play with dolls like that outside? Did you do it in front of the people at the store? Then of course they remembered you! Think a little, you idiot! Why are you such a dumbass? Answer me honestly. When you went out shopping, you always walked around with that stuffed animal without telling Mama, right? Are you... Stop using that weird stuffed animal talk. Speak with your own words, not a stuffed animal's. Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal. He's my friend. Don't call him a stuffed animal. Don't! Yes, fine, Sakutaro. It was called Sakutaro. You took that Sakutaro doll with you all the time when you went shopping without telling Mama, right? Yeah. Maria admitted it honestly. If she hadn't admitted it, then Sakutaro would have said something to take the blame. So by admitting it right away, she was protecting her small friend. Only Sakutaro? Any others? Excuse me. Yeah, Sakutaro's about to get fucking ripped up by Rosa, bro. Because I was actually gonna say this earlier, is that, I was confused as to why Sakutaro wouldn't have been with Maria on the island, you know? And I think I'm starting to get my answer as to why. Only Sakutaro? Any others? You haven't been bringing weird things to school too, have you? Ma'am, this is not your daughter's fault. Stop this interrogation at once. You bite your tongue. I'm talking with my daughter. Alright, Maria, look at Mama when you talk. What's the answer to Mama's question? Not just Sakutaro, all the rabbits too. Do you have them with you now? Maria fished around in her pocket and pulled out the 4 ceramic rabbits with her tiny hand. The rabbits were her precious friends who could go to school with her in Sakutaro's place, but when Rosa saw that, she shook her head slightly as though dizzy. In Maria's communication booklet, a note had been written that Maria was apparently bringing toys to school and playing with them, and it requested Rosa to give her home instruction to try to prevent this. But Rosa had dismissed the teacher's comment as fault-finding, and on the contrary, had phoned the school to make a complaint of her own, saying there was no way her child would bring toys to school. For nearly an hour, she had shouted at the vice principal to stop making false accusations about her daughter. To a certain degree, the school grasped that Maria was a pitiful girl. They knew that the small toys she brought in were her only friends, so they had done their best to overlook it. But when the other students caught sight of them, some of the boys started complaining that only she was allowed to bring toys, and the school had racked their brains on how to cope with this. They had tried to gently send a warning by way of the mother, but after Rosa's overreaction, even Maria's teacher had decided to overlook it. But now Rosa knew. She had been the one who was wrong, and her daughter really had been bringing toys into school, and the school had seen the sorry sight of her bringing toys into school and playing with them as her only friends. To Rosa, who knew her daughter was a little different from normal children, having this peculiar side of her daughter exposed and found fault with was more unbearable than anything. So she howled. She raged. The welfare officer tried to cut between Rosa and Maria again, but she was only met with... Oh, no, okay, no, it does actually say, but she only met with Rosa's wrath again. Probably need a was in there. Rosa once again threw the woman off with a face like a demon, and when even that failed to curb her anger, she stomped on the ground over and over again so forcefully that it seemed she might break through the floor. Then after seeming to come back to her senses for just a second, she suddenly froze her rough breathing and asked Maria, "Maria, those rabbits in the band, are they your close friends?" I see. I'm glad you have a full 4 friends." As she said that, Rosa took one of the rabbits from Maria's hand. Then she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so she could see it very well. She's gonna fucking smash it on the ground because it's ceramic, so it can definitely crack and break. Then she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so she could see it very well. It was a cute little doll like a chess piece of a rabbit holding a trumpet. She slowly lifted it into the air. Of a rabbit holding a trumpet. Of course, Maria and Sakutaro's eyes also followed it. And she smashed it, right? and then with a speed that the eye couldn't follow. Interesting that they use that phrase again. They always talk about the stakes like that. She hurled it against the wall. She had half imagined that this worst possible thing might happen, so she instantly realized what had been done. So Maria let out a short, despairing scream. It was in pieces. It had been small and sturdy, but not enough to accept her mother's fierce rage. Because you didn't listen to what Mama told you, one of them broke. From now on, every time you disobey something Mama says, I'll break another one. Remember that. You call yourself a mother after doing something like that? You think you can do something like that without hurting your daughter? Hurt Maria? I'm hurting too, you know. Who's gonna take responsibility for my wounds? Well, who? I told you to bite your tongue. Stop it, Mama. It's my fault. Don't get mad at this lady. It isn't Maria's fault, it's mine. Don't get mad at Maria. You. I told you to stop playing make-believe with that stuffed animal. In the first place, it's disturbing. A stuffed animal is your friend. Just how old are you this year? How old? Well? This is just a gross, crappy stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. Is this the only kind of friend you have? If you have enough time on your hands to play make-believe friends with this monstrous stuffed animal, go out and make some real human friends instead. Why is it that time goes on, and you still can't make any friends? That's why your class always treats you like a weirdo and makes fun of you. Cut it out. Give it a rest. Get a hold of yourself already. Grow up from this stuffed animal play. Are you... Actually, you know what? Because I think Sakutaro's about to die, okay? I'll give him his due.
Oyo.
I said stop playing make-believe with that stuffed animal! Ah! Mama, give him back! Give Sakutaro back!
Oyo.
Well, I think I only got a few... Mama grabbed hold of Sakutaro's head and snatched him from me. She's gonna fucking rip his head off. Then she smashed him against the... I'm sorry. Just the image of someone taking a fucking plushie being like, fuck you! And just like smash... It's not gonna do anything. Smash him against the wall over and over.
Oyo. It hurts. Oh.
Fucking stop! Fucking stop playing make-believe with this stuffed animal! It's because of this stuffed animal! That's why you can never make any friends. That's why you're the only one in your class who sticks out like a sore thumb and gets treated like a weird kid. I should never have given you a stuffed animal like this. I should never have given you this disgusting stuffed animal. Stop it! Give Sakutaro back! Give Sakutaro back! Ah! Sakutaro's my friend. My best friend. I don't need anything else if I just have Sakutaro. Give him back! Give him back! For some reason, my frantic request just added oil to the fire of Mama's anger. As I pulled on Sakutaro trying to take him back, Mama pushed my arm aside, and in a bizarre way, she stuck her fingernails on both hands deep into Sakutaro, twisting him. The red scarf, which I had carefully wrapped for him every day, came undone and fell to the floor. No, that's so sad, don't! Sakutaro, who had been so precious to me. He was crumpled, twisted, torn out with fingernails so much. He was twisted in pain, his face grimacing so sadly. Then Mama's fingernails, found a stitch on the neck and tore it. With the fingernails of both hands, she tore him apart. Man, what the fuck? In that instant, Sakutaro's yellow cloth and the cotton inside burst apart. It looked almost like moist cotton candy. Kutaro?
Maria.
Sakutaro.
Maria.
Kutaro. Taro. The crumpled yellow cloth and the cotton candy that was flowing out were thrust right in front of my eyes. Then through Mama's face, the evil being stated it clearly. Sakutaro is dead. Okay, I'm sorry, there's something really funny about it updating the character sheet with the blood drip of somebody dying. His broken vessel can only be regenerated by Rosa, the Meister who made him. However, Rosa disposed of all the vessel's scraps and even lost the sewing pattern. On top of this, because his existence was denied by the Meister herself, resurrecting him is impossible. With the Meister's death in 1986, his resurrection was lost forever. Resurrecting him is impossible even— oh my god. Jesus. Sakutaro is killed by... No, dude, I miss him already. He's killed by Rosa. apparently because the one who created him, Rosa, sorry, I'm basically just copying what this says. Rosa destroyed him utterly, leaving not even a scrap behind. There is no way for him to be resurrected, not even by Beatrice. Interesting that it shows Rosa as a witch's font too. Sakutaro death page shows Rosa's name as, or say in the witch's font. Apparently because when he created and destroyed him utterly, I'm gonna add this, and denied his existence, leaving not even a scrap behind. There's no way for him to be resurrected, not even by Beatrice. Sakutaro death page shows Rosa's name in the witch's font. Interesting. What is a Meister? I'm gonna look this up. Meister. Oops, Meister. Apparently it's just master. Okay. The German word for master. Interesting. Okay. That's terrible. Sakutaro is dead. Maba penned Bizgek. Giku Guki Kutaro Sakutaro neck snapped. Oh, I see. So what is this trying to say? Oh, I see. I think it's unscrambling. Gudaro Sakutaro. Maria, do not cry. Beatrice. Sakutaro was a good friend. As long as you do not forget that, he will always be with you. So do not cry. Bring him back to life. You can use a lot of magic, Beato. You can bring Sakutaro back to life as well, right? About that. Of course, if Sakutaro had been my furniture, it would be easy. However, Sakutaro is your furniture. That makes it difficult for me. See, this is the other thing that's weird, right? Is that this has to be like beyond time in some weird way. Because this has to be non-linear or confusing in some way. Sakutaro got killed in 1986, as stated in his death log. This is prior to Maria going to Rokenjima, obviously. Yet somehow, Ange, who is in St. Lucia in 1998, has visions, or I shouldn't say in 1998, at some point after Rokenjima, can see Sakutaro, but apparently he can never be created, or he can never be resurrected. Only explanation, or I should say explanation possibilities. Ange conjured the image of Sakutaro from Maria's diary, and not actually him being there. Or Maria, after somehow gaining the power of origin from Beatrice, recreated Sakutaro. I have no fucking clue, and this entire sequence of Maria with Sakutaro has been insanely confusing timeline-wise. I literally do not understand the timeline portion of this. It is like destroying my brain right now. Difficult but not impossible, right? Bring him back to life. Bring him back to life with endless magic. To tell the truth, Sakutaro's vessel was a stuffed animal Rosa made herself, correct? That Rosa has denied Sakutaro, a life that is not permitted by its own mother cannot exist. Beatrice's words were feeble, because she knew that no matter what the excuse, it wouldn't be enough to calm Maria and make her accept it. But she had to communicate the painful truth to her disciple and close friend. She had to tell her that fact. That even with all of her own magic, even she could not revive Sakutaro. As long as you continue to strongly believe in Sakutaro's existence, his soul will not disappear. So Maria, please do not be sad. Even now, look, you must believe that Sakutaro is smiling right over there. No! 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 Okay, so this is... Beatrice says if Maria continues to believe that Sakutaro's soul will remain, you have to bring Sakutaro back to life. No, no, no! Give up. There is no magic to revive Sakutaro. You must strongly believe that even in spite of that, Sakutaro will continue to exist as your close friend. That power will become magic. That's not magic. That's not magic. You have to bring Sakutaro back to life. Can't you do it because Mama made him herself? Why did Mama make Sakutaro? Wasn't it to give him to me as a present? Wasn't it to make him my friend? Why did Mama make him herself and break him herself? Why did Mama create him herself and try to break him herself? Don't get it. Don't get it. Hate Mama, can't stand, it's too much. Want to twist Mama up like she did to Sakutaro. Want to stick my fingernails in and tear her, turn her into cloth and cotton. Can't stand it, I can't stand it, Beatrice. Sakutaro. From the darkness behind Maria's back, two massive jet black arms crept out. Coiling around Maria, she sobbed in anger. Then massive fingernails stuck into Maria's chest and stomach. Maria could not see them, but Beato could. Anger and sadness without any place to go will tear you apart. Beato knew that. She could see that. Yes. In the end, those massive arms were Maria's own. Those fingernails slowly started to dig into her chest and stomach. With their immense size and strength, those arms would probably tear Maria into bits easily. But Maria herself couldn't notice. Drowning in a sea of her own tears, she couldn't notice that her own arms were trying to tear apart her own chest. Can't stand it. If Sakutaro can't be brought back to life no matter what, I want revenge. Want to make the same thing happen to Mama. Want to make her suffer the same thing as Sakutaro. Beatrice, teach me magic for that. Teach me magic to get back at Mama. Those are true feelings. I'll kill Mama. I'll kill her. No, that's not Mama. It's the bad witch possessing Mama. I'll kill the witch, Mama. Very well. I shall give you that power. If you, beautiful of heart, shall otherwise be torn asunder by your own hand, then I find your heartless mother, who brought such suffering upon you, considerably more deserving of such a fate. I shall teach you. Of the abyss in the world of witches, of depths where no light reaches. Interesting, okay? Beatrice says she will teach Maria the magic to kill Rosa, if she so wishes. Sakutaro, I hate everyone. I hate them. I hate them! Hate Mama, hate Angie, hate everyone. Everyone! Ah! Interesting. Okay. To the Island of the Witch, the world 12 years later, October 98. I've been trying to take a nap, but the boat really was shaking bad. Okay, that whole section, like, my mind is fucking nuked. I have no clue the understanding of it all. We understand that Maria has, like, a little bit of a freak out session. We get that. But I really do not understand, I guess, that whole timeline with Sakutaro. It feels like it's non-linear, like she had some contact with Ange, but like I said, like, none of that shit makes sense. Ange took up magic that she got taught by Maria when she was in St. Lucia, but that was already after Maria was dead, but maybe Maria's soul still existed through being bound with the grimoire, which we kind of already knew about. Same with Sakutaro. I guess that's like the only explanation you could give, is that like they weren't actually alive that entire time, and that then we're going back, and that in the future Ange rejected her soul and destroyed all the 7 stakes. But again, like, I still don't really get it, I guess. Because, again, at this whole time, Ange would have been 6, you know? She would have been young as fuck, so I'm still a little bit confused about all that, but it's okay. What chapter are we on? I think we're on 10. Probably gonna do this and maybe, like, 2 or 3... This and maybe 2 more, I'll say. So if we're on 13, that should be, like, enough that even with a little bit of, like, time, we should be able to finish tomorrow. I gave up on sleeping and went up onto the deck. I was welcomed by the shining sun and a strong sea breeze, and it seems like now, what's her name? Ange is going to go visit Rokkenjima. That's what it seems. If she's allowed in. I was welcomed by the shining sun and a strong sea breeze. Up on the deck, Amakusa was doing some stretches. He probably has a lot of time on his hands too. It'll still take a while longer to reach Nijima. It would only have taken on the order of half an hour by airplane, but there was the chance that the Sumadera's net extended over Nijima Airport. The harbor would probably be the same. For that reason, I'd obtained a boat that would let me land while avoiding the harbor with no questions asked. I'd bumped into a cheery boat captain, treated him with generosity, and he had decided to help me out amused. Still going to be a while? I just asked the captain, and it sounds like it'll take a full 2 hours more. Well, beggars can't be choosers. The weather sure is nice. What is the name of this chapter, sorry? To the Island of the Witch. The weather sure is nice, feels like I'll burn. Going to read on the deck, you'll damage your book. Amakusa apparently got that idea because I was clutching Maria's diary under my arm. Okay, maybe we'll finally get an explanation now because we're back to like the current day. I'd been reading it as I tried to fall asleep, which was why I had come back up still carrying it. How's it going? Think you'll be able to find the truth of Rokkenjima from Maria's diary? Who knows? No matter how much I investigate what happened on that island, it won't make for anything more than a theory. There's no truth written in the message bottles or One-chan's diary, just a fairy tale with a witch talking or walking around. I'm stuck. Looks like you're gonna have to bank on what you can get out of the relevant people on Nijima. I imagine the witch hunters have subjected them to endless questioning, so I'm pretty sure I won't find any new facts. So even though your hopes are that low, you're willing to spend a half-day trip on boat to go to Nijima anyway. You really are fickle. It's like a journey of self-satisfaction so that I can say, I investigated. I'm not so naive as to seriously think that I can unlock the truth of 12 years ago. When you're finished with your self-satisfaction, what do you plan to do? Who knows? Haven't thought about it. I'll go to Nijima, ask some questions of the people related to all this. Then after going to Rokkenjima in the end and leaving some flowers, my journey will be over. Several days had already passed since this journey began. After being told by Burn Castle on the roof of that building to search for the truth of 12 years ago, I left on a journey akin to trying to grasp a cloud. At the time I felt something mystical about it, and I remember feeling as if I might be able to grasp some kind of miracle at the end of this journey. Several days are enough to bring a person back down from that high. As I stood on the roof of the skyscraper that day, my heart had nowhere left to go. It was completely dead. Wanting from the bottom of my heart to be released from the cage of my body and rise into the sky, I crossed the fence in order to die. Maybe experiencing the desire to die and actually stepping forwards, throwing my body down, caused some kind of mystical experience inside my head, making me think I had received a message from a witch. The more excitement from jumping down lessened over time, and the more I came back to my senses, the more this journey lost its meaning. But I'd never considered suspending this journey just because of that. If I stopped this journey, it would mean acknowledging that the message from that witch was an illusion. And it felt as if that meant throwing away the promise the witch had made, and any chance that someone from my family might come back. I'm continuing this journey because I want to believe in that illusion. I don't seriously believe that this journey will change anything. I'm even free to end it at any time. It's up to me to choose where the final destination is. In the end, this journey is only for my personal self-satisfaction. Self-satisfaction, is it? Sounds bad when you say it out loud, but I think that's life. Or did she say that's it, actually? But I think that actually that's life. Okay, see, I added a word. It made no sense when I added a word. Huh. If that's the answer you reach after crawling around the line between life and death in the mercenary business, that's probably pretty deep. Don't just laugh it off. What I'm trying to say is that there's no self about it. In this world, the only one capable of satisfying you is yourself. Amakusa continued stretching as he spoke, in an annoyingly eloquent way. Hearing it told to me as though from a teacher made me instinctively want to resist, but what he was saying was extremely sensible. That may be true. People work hard when they want to satisfy someone. In most cases, that someone is their parents. Children learn how to work hard because they want to be praised by their parents. Of course, that's why I never learned. Sorry, that's not what I intended to say. What I want to say is that self-satisfaction is a-okay. No matter who praises you, it's meaningless unless you yourself are satisfied. Fair. Turning it around, even if no one praises you, that doesn't matter as long as you're satisfied yourself. True. He's actually based. Self-satisfaction and self-improvement contradict each other, so we're usually taught that the former is bad. The argument is kind of a breath of fresh air. The anguish of the human world comes when you want to satisfy someone, you want recognition, but you don't know where to put the effort. I had a time like that too. I wanted recognition, but I didn't know what I wanted recognition for. And since I didn't know what I was meant to put effort into, or how much, or even who I wanted to give me the recognition, I did a lot of crazy things. And the answer you reached was self-satisfaction. It sounds bad, but that's how it is. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, they say. If I've decided this is the life I'm happy with, no one has any right to tell me any different. It's the same for your life and for this journey. No one has any right to object other than you yourself. You are the only one who determines the meaning and worth of your journey. If it turns out to have been a meaningful journey for you, then that's more than enough. He's actually fucking spitting right now. Shout out Amakusa. I thought you were the kind of guy who never takes things seriously, but you really do say some weird things every once in a while. I'll bet you think saying things like that every now and then will make you a hit with the ladies. You got me all wrong. That's not why I said it. It looks like you want to be alone. I'll be over with the boat captain. Please take your time. Take a drink here, one sec. Seems Amakusa had decided I was in a bad mood. No. I think he decided that you need to think on it for a second. Although I didn't feel that way myself. Maybe he had just finished a set of stretches and wanted to cool off in the shade. The sea winds were strong, but not enough to take the edge off the rays of the sun. Amakusa disappeared. Sea winds were strong, the fucking tail of the north wind and the sun. Amakusa disappeared, and only I remained. Self-satisfaction is life, he says. That's just boring. Life is nothing without greed. I noticed that Mammon had suddenly appeared, her full hair streaming out in the wind by the prow of the ship. It's true that a life of greed would be fun, but unlike you, humans have a limited lifespan. If a person remains greedy for eternity, that means that they have desires even in the last moment before they die. Having desires means that there's something they want, something they don't have, some way they aren't complete. I'm sure it's tough to die when you can't think of yourself as being fulfilled, so I'm sure self-satisfaction is actually necessary. I see. Then beings with lifespans need to make that kind of compromise. Our masters always had very long lifespans, so I've never thought of it. I wonder if humans live so that they can be satisfied. If so, to seek nothing is probably the easiest way to live. Yes, it makes sense why greed is one of the 7 deadly sins. Hehehe. Your praise honors me. Apparently that counted as praise in Mammon's eyes. She turned and gave a graceful curtsy. Angie, do humans live so that they can be satisfied at the moment of their death? Ooh. I don't know why saying it simply like that is like, huh, damn. It must be pretty tough to be somehow incomplete at the moment of your death, right? If so, then humans live only so that they can have a satisfying death. They live so that they can have a better death. They live to die. It's a hell of a thing to say. I should have expected that from a demon steak. I wonder if she's like medium rare or like... Personally, I'm a medium rare guy, you know, well done, no, medium well, nah, medium's the last acceptable stop, but you know. However, her words might be the truth. Humans suffer because they aren't whole and live only to be made whole. That might be the same, in other words, as a desire to die while whole. I have no argument against that. People live in order to be content, and they hope to die while still content. So not knowing how to make yourself content, make yourself complete, is very tough. How does a human do that? Make their life complete? Receiving validation, acceptance, that they're happy. If it doesn't matter who accepts you, then I'll do it myself if you like. Yeah, that's just it. People don't know whose acceptance they need. So searching for that person to accept them is the journey of life? Are we getting back to the one element, love? It sounds strange, doesn't it? Whether you find acceptance or not, it shouldn't change your circumstances. And yet if you find acceptance, you'll be whole, and if you don't, then you won't. It's almost like the bluebird. Okay, I gotta search up this fucking bluebird story, I'm sorry. They keep referencing it, and I just don't have a grasp of it. I feel like they... Bluebird in a cage thing. Story. Story. The Bluebird Play. By Belgian playwright and poet Maurice Maeterlinck on the 30th of September 1908 at Konstantin Stanislavski's Moscow Art Theater, blah 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 blah, is about a girl called Meitel and her brother Tiltil. Meitel and Tiltil? Tiltil? Seeking happiness, represented by the Bluebird of Happiness, aided by the good fairy Berry Loon. Maeterlinck also wrote a relatively little-known sequel to The Bluebird titled The Betrothal, or The Bluebird Chooses. In the opening scene, the two children gleefully describe the beautiful decorations and rich desserts that they see in the house of a wealthy family nearby. When Berry Loon says that it is wrong for the rich not to share their cakes with Tiltil and Meitel, the boy corrects her. I'm assuming it's Meitel if you're going to say Tiltil, but the boy corrects her. It is enough that he gets to watch others' happiness. Their joy does not create envy in him. The theme is emphasized again when the children meet the luxuries, particularly the biggest one of them all, the luxury of being rich. When Tiltil turns the diamond, the hall is bathed with a dazzling brightness, and the luxuries run wildly in search of a dark corner where they may hide their ugliness from the ethereal light. At the end of the play, Tiltil shows what he has learned about happiness. He looks at the window at the forest and remarks how beautiful it is. The inside of the house looks much lovelier to him than it did before. Also, he creates great happiness for another by giving his pet bird, which seems bluer than before, to the sick child. Interesting. Huh. The Blue Bird play. How long is it? It doesn't seem like it's that long. A 6-act play. One second, we're chat GPTing this, okay? I don't really like using AI for anything, but we're gonna get at the summary of this. Can you describe to me the story of the Blue Bird play by Miterlink? The Blue Bird by Maurice Miterlink is a symbolic fairy tale first performed in 1908. It tells the story of two children, Tiltil and Mytil, who embark on a magical journey seeking the elusive bluebird of happiness. The play opens with the children living in poverty watching their wealthy neighbors celebrate Christmas. That night, a fairy named Berylune appears and tells them they must find the blue bird, which symbolizes true happiness, to cure her sick granddaughter. To help their quest, Berylune gives Tiltil a magical hat with a diamond, allowing him to see the souls of everyday things. Suddenly, common household entities such as bread, sugar, milk, and their pets come alive and join the adventure. The children travel to various magical places. The land of memory, they visit deceased loved ones, discovering happiness rooted in cherished memories and familial love. The Palace of Night, they explore dark secrets, encountering illnesses, fears, and nightmares. Understanding happiness often requires facing fears. The Forest, nature's creation, accuses humans of cruelty and injustice, forcing reflection on humanity's relationship to the natural world. Kingdom of the Future, they meet children yet unborn, highlighting the joy and optimism embodied in hope and potential. Despite numerous adventures, the children never manage to capture the blue bird. Returning home, they awaken to find everything seemingly unchanged. However, they realize that happiness has always been present, close to home and hidden in ordinary life, symbolized by the common bird in their cage, which appears briefly blue. Oh, that's actually so cute. Wait, that's actually really cute. Happiness is also closer. Yeah, so it's just saying that the major themes here: search for happiness. True happiness is not something external or distant, but found in everyday experiences and simple pleasures. Self-awareness and enlightenment, the journey symbolizes personal growth as the children learn empathy, compassion, and appreciation for their immediate surroundings. Impermanence. Happiness is transient, ever-changing, and often overlooked. Ultimately, Maeterlinck's The Blue Bird conveys a profound, gentle message. Happiness is always closer than one believes, quietly waiting to be recognized in ordinary, familiar surroundings. Oh, that's so fucking cute! What a fucking good... Oh, sorry, that's totally unrelated to this, but what a fucking good... I almost want to, like, see a thing of the play somewhere now. But now, I have more context to what this means. It's almost like the bluebird. Even though the bluebird is already in the cage, you can't notice it, so you have to go out on a journey searching everywhere. The cage being your home, your life, your everything. You live inside the cage. The cage is your life. And happiness is all around you, but you don't notice how blue the bird is until you've gone and you've seen everything, you've learned how blue the bird can be. Which is another good reference to talking about the sky, or not the sky, the sea in this game, as being blue. That when somebody is truly human, they can see something as blue. I'm gonna write this down, so... That was so beautiful. What the fuck? That's really beautiful. I like that a lot, actually. What the heck? Human lives sure are stupid. That's right. Amakusa really hit on something. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, was it? I don't know where that proverb came from, but it's deep. In short, you won't be fully content unless you have someone's acceptance. That's the same as not being able to accept yourself. I think you could have a different read on that, that like, you could say that one is only most happy when they are at peace with where they are at and in acceptance of what they have. That, what she's saying with someone else's acceptance. Oh, no, she's agreeing with, if you won't be fully content and if you have someone's acceptance, it's the same as not being able to accept yourself. So you need to be able to accept yourself first before you can accept, or you can have the hope of somebody else accepting you. Turns out the ultimate self-fulfillment begins with self-acceptance. Well, of course. Because if you can become aware that you're fulfilled, there's no need for anyone else's acceptance. Exactly. Just by taking notice of that small little thing, the human's foolish lifelong journey can be ended easily. Then they can spend... Dude, I'm getting like fucking emotional. I'm sorry. This is like... I don't know why this is so prescient right now. I think that's the right word for that. Sorry, I'm gonna word check myself that I didn't just do a... Nope, that had nothing to do with anything. We're gonna do a thesaurus meme right here. Impactful thesaurus. Let's see here. Why it's so poignant. Then they can spend the rest of their life effectively playing and having a good time. I should have known that prescience isn't that it's foresight, or like knowing, being like prophetic or clairvoyant. A human's life is so ridiculous. Mammon's choice of words was bad, but it was surely the truth. If most of a human's life is a journey wishing for someone's acceptance so that they can achieve a satisfied death, then the moment they realize that the person to accept them is not someone else but them themselves, they can end that pointless journey. And then you can truly live. Humans who have finished that journey can probably spend the rest of their lives as they wish with their heads held high. How sublime, how praiseworthy that would be. You know, it seems Amakusa's on pretty bad terms with his parents. Makes sense, right? Amakusa is in the kind of trade that any sane parent would want their kid to wash his hands of. Why does it matter? If he's enjoying it. Exactly. That's what it comes down to in the end. Your worth, as observed by others, doesn't matter. If your existence is firmly accepted by you yourself, that's enough. Oh my god, and this ties even more... Okay, sorry. This ties even more into the game than you even think. Ange talks about how the real meaning of life is acceptance. And at the heart of that is self-acceptance. That if you can't find acceptance of yourself from within, it's impossible that you'll be able to be happy, let alone supplement that lack of self-acceptance with acceptance from another. Once you have that, you have real satisfaction, and you can live your life in happiness, no matter the path you take. Of note in this entire game is how the witches are constantly trying to get the acceptance of others. Beatrice has literally created a game that is defined by Battler accepting that she is real. She is someone who either cannot or is, I shouldn't say, who is searching for someone to fill that void, which she, for whatever reason, cannot do herself. She is fighting a futile fight, which makes sense that she is the Endless Witch. Or if she can never figure out, except herself, she will never be able to be satisfied, slash real, slash, I don't even know what word to input here. I might just be like waxing poetic for no reason here, but I feel like I'm hitting on something at the core of this game. My meta prediction now is so my thing is, meta prediction is that whoever Beatrice is behind the curtain, so the non-witch portion of Beatrice, Battler will force that person to accept who they are, slash find self-acceptance, without the explanation of witches, and that will cause the game to cease, because by self-accepting, they will not need to project themselves as another person and live through them, but they will be able to be happy and live with the acceptance of themselves. I'm sure Amakusa will eventually eat a stray bullet on the battlefield and get seriously injured. He might even die. But I don't think Amakusa will think of it as unfair. I'm sure he'd cackle about how that too is life. What a great way to live. I'm enchanted. Pitiful humans who can't accept themselves, wander about searching for it their whole lives, doing nothing but grumbling and complaining, unable to come to terms with anything, ultimately dying while still unfulfilled. How pitiful. Compared to people whose lives drag on without any purpose, Amakusa is more likely to eventually die by the roadside, but I think he's much more noble for living his life with his chest stuck out, and living his life the way he wants to live it. Maybe the enlightened are the winners in life. If you can come to that realization even a little sooner, you'll be able to put that much more of your life to good use. With those words of Mammon's, I finally came to terms with a certain fact. I had described her as an abnormal kid, a little strange. However, that wasn't the case. She had simply finished that journey faster than anyone else, and taught herself to keep her own chin up and live with confidence. Maybe that's what made Maria so amazing. She had already reached that point at that age where she was only just about to begin elementary school. Actually, was where. Other people like us, looking at her life from the outside, couldn't call it happy by any standard. But even though such days were engraved in her diary, the entries always finished up by saying it was a happy day. Even though you can catch glimpses of her mother's lack of love for her, in spite of that, she believed that her mother did love her. The mother's love that didn't exist, she created herself, filling her world with love. Others observed her as an unfulfilled, pitiful girl, but she told herself that she was fulfilled and accepted herself for how she was. And so she was happy that way. It's easy to observe that as something pitiable and sad, but to her, that was an outsider's opinion and didn't matter in the slightest. The only important thing was whether or not this was happiness to her. It's just like how, when people who live in the city point at the lifestyles of those in the country, and lament the inconvenience and feel sympathy for them, it's really just misplaced kindness. If those who live there are satisfied with what they have, that's more than enough. But the city is better though. Real talk. I finally realized something. And I realized it just now. I did something horrible to Maria, and to all of you, and to Sakutaro as well on that day. The question of whether magic exists or not, that's not up to other people to decide. Sorry, just typing that. Just put the quote in. It's up to you yourself. Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. It's up to you yourself whether magic exists to Maria is a problem for Maria, or for Maria to decide, not for me. It's up to you yourself. Whether magic exists to Maria is a problem for Maria to decide, and not for me. Sorry, I'm adding that as well. And yet when I was young, I said it that day. I told her there's no way magic exists, and I heard her. She says it when she's young, but she says it like she's 6, but she's not. When I was young, like potentially less than 4 years ago. And yet when I was young, I said it that day. I told her there's no way magic exists, and I heard her. To me, magic doesn't exist, but that's my world. Denying One-chan's world as well just because of that was totally barking up the wrong tree. Mariage Sorcière is the Witches' Alliance Maria created. I was invited into that and invited to become a witch with her. I thought it was a fun new game and I went along with it for a while, but because of the cruelty of youth, I got tired of it halfway through, and then with sharp words I tore her pure and innocent heart apart. At that time we must have gotten into a huge fight. I forgot about it right away, but it was unforgettable for her. After all, to her, magic was a natural power that empathically existed. Or emphatically, sorry, I was like, that didn't make any sense. Emphatically existed, and she believed that she'd be able to share that with me. Magic to Maria was a power by which she could give the world a happy interpretation. No, which could make everything happy. It truly was a magical power. This is interesting. Ange states, magic to Maria was a power by which she could give the world a happy interpretation. No, which could make everything happy. It truly was a magical power. She just wanted to share that with me too. The young me tore those feelings apart. She should say the younger me, but so she closed herself up in a shell, believing that no one could understand magic with her. If so, then Lady Maria's life journey wasn't over at all. If she had accepted herself, there would be no need for her to feel down just because you denied her. One-chan was young. She still hadn't reached the same kind of philosophical viewpoint as Amakusa. Explains it perfectly. Why the Witches' Alliance called Mariage Sorcière was necessary. An alliance where each accepts that the other is a witch. That's right. I'm pretty sure that was the first article in the agreement of Mariage Sorcière. Witches of the Alliance must accept each other and respect each other. That is the deepest and the only meaning of the Witches' Alliance. Maria wanted to share with me the secret laws for making the world happy called magic, but I was young, and she was too. I hurt her with innocent cruelty. On that day I said it, those reckless words, to all of you and Sakutaro. I said there was no way you exist. I'm offended. We accept that we exist ourselves. We're not like humans with their souls half asleep. I think, therefore I am. Whether you accept or deny magic, the existence of the magic called the 7 stakes of purgatory is therefore a fact. Huh. To all of you, I said there's no way you exist. I'm offended we accept that we exist ourselves. We're not like humans, so they accept that they exist. Whether you accept or deny magic, the existence of the magic called the 7 stakes of purgatory is therefore a fact, as long as we accept ourselves, to borrow your words. It truly would be violence for another person like me to deny that. I'm sure that would be like having your true mother yell, "I wish you had never been born." No, get out of my life. Even after being slammed by all those words, Maria's magic made her believe in her mother's love. Sakutaro, her magic friend, always encouraged her. He kept saying that her mother loved her, that she was coming home late because of her work, and that she would definitely bring back a present. Even after Maria learned the fact that it really wasn't because of work, magic still kept her believing that. So by believing that her mother loved her, by accepting herself, she filled her world with love and peace and serenity, and established it perfectly. What happened 12 years ago? What happened to my family? This was not a journey to search for that. And what is this journey? It was a journey to apologize to Maria for what happened that day. I don't know why, but that's what I think. If I hadn't heard her that day, the incident 12 years ago might not have occurred. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just writing this down. That's what I think. I have no basis for it. I don't have a clue about how hurting One-chan would be connected to that mysterious incident several years later, but for some reason I can't imagine that there is no connection. A witch caused that incident, and the culprit is the Golden Witch Beatrice, and Beatrice was part of the Mariage Sorcière alliance of witches. I had horribly hurt the other witch of that alliance. I had hurt her by saying that magic doesn't exist. And that's why several years later, an inexplicable crime by a witch occurred. Exactly, and that's why it could only be explained by magic. This is like all a message to Ange almost. Doesn't this just implicate Maria like really hardcore? Ange reasons that maybe the denial of magic by her is why a crime by which no explanation worked. Other than that, a magical ritual killing by a witch. Mind you, we still haven't done like the game at all. Like the actual events of the chapter, nothing. Although I do get that doesn't seem to be the purpose of this chapter. Ange reasons, sorry I'm not showing my thing, that maybe the denial of magic by her is why a crime by which no explanation worked other than a magical ritual killing by a witch happened. That it was a message of sorts. I'm sure that I'm not unrelated. I don't know. It could be a chance. Or it could be chance, it could be fate. For some reason I've just started thinking that way on this journey. And your basis? None. It's just what I'm thinking. The Japanese sure are interesting. Even if they're the victim, they feel as though they did something wrong and apologize for no reason. I could understand if you said, I hate Beatrice for stealing my family or something, but you really are an odd one, feeling guilty for no reason and apologizing. Of course I hate Beatrice. I couldn't continue this journey without that feeling. But it's alright for me to find another purpose to this journey. There's nothing wrong with me adding the goal of apologizing for past sins onto this journey for revenge on a witch of 12 years prior. I can at least go to Rokonjima, apologize for my reckless remarks, and offer flowers. That it? No, there's something better than flowers. And I think that would be more fitting for One-chan. Stuffed animal? I stood up, and ignoring my hair being blown about by the sea breeze, I concentrated my mind. I lifted my palms up to the height of my head and imagined a vast space. Ange. Quiet. Come, arise. I am the witch apprentice, Ange Beatrice. Though I was excommunicated, I was once a member of the same alliance, and you are dearly missed furniture who played with me. Answer to my call. It was hard to tell in the middle of the day, but a faint blue light gathered around the palms of my hands. Then, I revived Sakutaro's form. It truly was long missed, that figure. His cute ears, his bright red scarf. It came off easily, so One-chan faithfully rewrapped it all the time, didn't she? Sakutaro, recognize us? Do you know who we are? Uryu? Mammon? Ange? With a sleepy face as though waking up from a long slumber, Sakutaro looked all around him as he spoke. It's been a long time, Sakutaro. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've summoned you with my own power. And now I'm the only one who can. Uryu. Those words might have been a bit cruel. Sakutaro's face clouded over. In the past I denied you. Now that I have summoned you, that means that I have accepted your existence. Is it okay? Is it okay for me to be summoned into your world? His eyes were slightly frightened. It was only natural. I, who had played with him like a friend before, had one day suddenly denied him and tried to burn him with the anti-magic toxin. It was only natural that he was scared. I apologize. For that day. To you too, Mammon. And to the rest of you. At some point, the rest of the 7 sisters had gathered on the deck. No, they were there at all times, always by my side. As long as I accept that it's okay for them to be there, they will appear anytime. You certainly do exist, Lucifer, and Leviathan, and Satan, and Belphegor, and Mammon, and Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, and Sakutaro too. Is that alright? Ange, you are one who is challenging Beatrice. Is it alright for one in a position of denying witches to accept us? About whether magic exists or not in my world, sorry, but let me put that question on hold. It's not like I myself have accepted the existence of magic. yet you accept us. How do you explain that contradiction? Because magic exists for people who believe. Even if I don't, if someone believes, then magic will exist in that person's world. That will not be interfered with in any way whether I believe in magic or not. Exactly, part of the alliance must not be interfered with. That person just needs to hold their head up high and believe in their own magic, and I will accept that. So it isn't strange at all for you guys to exist. It's quite the rationalization, but an interesting interpretation, I would say. What you're saying, Ange, is probably a devil's proof. A devil's proof? After all, to prove the existence of demons, you need to bring one with you. But denying the existence of demons is impossible. And we are here. That means whether Ange believes in magic or not, our existence is unshakable. Where are you? The anti-magic toxin is disappearing. From Ange. You're right. But she's in a position of denying magic, so why? It's probably because I learned respect and acceptance. Now I might be able to understand the depths of Maria's magic and Beatrice's. In the past, I insisted that I didn't believe in things like magic, that something like that couldn't exist. I acted like I had my eyes tightly shut and couldn't see anything. But now I'm different. I get the feeling I can look right at the thing called magic and close in on its true nature. How frustrating. It's truly rare to find a human so free of the anti-magic toxin in this day and age, and she has such an uncommon genius for being a witch. That's right. If Ange tried to become a witch now, she could grow to be a great witch, maybe even at Beatrice's level. Even so, she is our master and has accepted our existence. Most likely, Ange will be our final master. Let us think of this as our final service and apply ourselves to the fullest. Blech. I just can't stand that Ange still doesn't believe in magic herself. Ange, please believe in magic too. Feels like a waste to finally have a master and have it not be a witch. Even though you have outstanding talent, which could make you one of the greatest of witches, your goal is to slay them. It's such a shame. Well, that's her life, her way of living. And if that's what she's decided her world is going to be, there's nothing we can achieve by complaining. Thank you for understanding me. Yeah, whether magic exists to me or not, that's up for me to decide. Whether magic actually does exist somewhere in the world or not, you see. When I think about it, the world is so vast and yet so small. Billions of people live on the earth, but I probably won't meet even 1% of those people. No, you almost certainly will not. Even so, I will speak of the world. Without knowing even 1% of the world, I will speak of my world. I'm not qualified to deny the laws of a world I don't know, so just because magic doesn't exist in my world... excuse me. I can't deny that magic exists in a world I don't know. That makes it a true devil's proof. Maybe it's more like when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can be confident in the world I know, so even if my world is denied by a complete stranger who doesn't know a thing about it, that's nothing to worry about. And in the same way, just because I don't know another world, that doesn't make me qualified to deny it. Which is why, regardless of whether there is magic in my world or not, I cannot deny the magic Maria once taught me. Who are you? After all, even if you've never seen it, magic exists. Yes. That's why, as I've already said, your existence as friends of the Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches cannot be denied by me or anyone else. I proclaim the most important part again. Even though the sea breeze and the crashing of the waves were noisy, it was a time of silence. Both Sakutaro and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory reflected upon my words. And probably I did too. Does magic exist or not? Do witches exist or not? I reflected on the fact that while ignoring what the answer was within my world, I declared openly that I would accept their existence despite it being a contradiction. Thank you, Ange. If you will accept that much, perhaps one day witches could also... No, that was a foolish question. You already have a clear answer to that question. Sorry. I do accept that witches might exist somewhere in this world, but my world will not waver. You won't accept witches or magic, you'll definitely expose the truth of Rokonjima, right? Yes, that is my world. Even if a witch really does exist, I won't accept her in my world, no matter how much that witch tries to court me. Your position is to slay witches, and I now understand well that you have not the slightest wavering in that feeling. We are your furniture, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. We will always be by your side. We will always be waiting for the day that we can be useful. Although since you don't believe in magic, we can never be anything more than someone to talk to. That's enough for now. We've been left room to exist. For that alone, we should thank and accept Ange. In short, all of us can be together again. Who are you? Kya! Sakutaro! Let me fluffle you! As Sakutaro was overcome with emotion and tears came to his eyes, the Seven Sisters closed in and mobbed him. They were also celebrating a long-awaited reunion. Because they were granted permission to exist, they can exist here without doubt. No, they can exist even if I don't permit it. Because I accepted them, they showed their reunion's joy to me as well. As I watched over that scene, I reflected on the meaning of this journey of mine. I wonder if everyone will forgive me this way. You've done enough. We are furniture. Just being summoned, just being allowed to be by your side makes us happy. Uryu, Angie, thank you so much. Come to think of it, why was I able to summon Sakutaro? No, it's the other way around. Why wasn't One-chan able to summon Sakutaro? Because she truly believed. Yeah. Maria had despaired thinking that Sakutaro had died, which told me that she hadn't been able to summon him like this anymore. In the past, One-chan said it was more advantageous in a summoning to have a vessel. However, a vessel is like training wheels and it shouldn't be absolutely necessary. In other words, even if the stuffed animal lion that was Sakutaro's vessel didn't exist, it should have been possible to summon him. In fact, for that matter, it's a little doubtful whether summoned beings even have the concept of life and death. Moreover, Sakutaro was an especially important friend to Maria. She should have been able to strive hard to summon him one more time. It certainly was sad that the original stuffed animal vessel had been torn apart. But why was he dead? And why couldn't she summon him again? Because she believed it to be so. What do you mean? That's because at the time Maria saw my stuffed animal get torn, and she decided that I had died. It's the same as the existence of magic. If in Lady Maria's world it became a fact that Sakutaro died, then Sakutaro cannot exist in her world. Uryu. The shock of having her beloved stuffed animal torn apart had left a wound in her heart serious enough to prevent her from ever again summoning her irreplaceable close friend. In Maria's eyes, Sakutaro had died. So even if Sakutaro could exist like this to me, he could not exist before her. I was always together with Maria. As she cried, I was there the whole time right beside her, telling her not to cry. But my form, my voice, nothing in me would reach her. Sakutaro hung his head looking sad. After that incident, the nature of Mariage Sorcière rapidly began to change. Before then, the alliance was a peaceful thing. After the incident, it grew full of shadier things, focusing on how to curse people you hate. One-chan's diary began to show a clear change. Okay, so Sakutaro's death was the impetus for Mariage Sorcière to change from that of, I would say, like peace/love to being that of curses and evil magic. A diary is a mirror that reflects one's heart as it is. It probably showed the personality called Maria die, and be reborn as the evil witch personality Maria. As she filled the diary with hatred and sadness, her heart surely was not fulfilled. Because she wasn't fulfilled, she had no choice but to fill it with hatred and sadness. And while still unfulfilled, she met with death. I wonder if her unfulfilled soul has a hole open in its chest from sadness even now, and continually wanders, tears dripping down and calling Sakutaro's name. You are needed by One-chan. Uryu. What can I do to revive you in Maria's world? If I can learn how to do that, I'll be able to save One-chan. That is the method of atonement I am tasked with. Okay. Angie reasons if she can revive Sakutaro in whatever world Maria is in, that she can save her and potentially save everything. The only thing that I'm confused about with this right now is, again, it feels like they're really heavily pointing towards Maria being like the source of all of this, which, sorry, I didn't mean to press that, but I don't know. What can be done to revive you? My vessel had a very important meaning to Maria, the vessel. So if we could revive the lion stuffed animal. But Mama Rosa made my stuffed animal herself, so only Mama Rosa can make it. Even inside the diary, Maria had asked this of Beatrice and had been refused for the same reason. The magical significance of a stuffed animal being unique and handmade is very large. Then if we could make the same thing once more, but Aunt Rosa is already gone from this world. We can never make the same thing again. Was there ever another identical stuffed animal made or anything like that? He is a stuffed animal made for Lady Maria's birthday present and is the only one in the world. A handmade and unique vessel. That's why it conceals a great magical power. And if lost, it will never be obtained again. It will not revive. Uryu. Maria knew that. Excuse me. So when she saw that stuffed animal, unique in the world, be torn apart, she despaired. Because it was a stuffed animal unique in the world, and it permitted her no compromises such as simply buying another, she despaired from the bottom of her heart. But Sakutaro is right here. Even without a vessel, he's here. I accept that, and so he firmly exists in my world. Even if Maria doesn't accept him, that fact cannot be denied, right? Logically, that's true, but I think using the same logic to make Lady Maria accept him could be difficult. Maria, I'm not dead. I'm right here. Where are you? I'm sure that on Rokenjima, I'll be able to be reunited with Maria. And no matter what, I'm gonna revive you inside One-chan and let you be reunited too. Can you do that? It'll probably be hard, just like how after being invited into the Witches' Alliance I rejected it without understanding what it meant. She might also reject your existence. But I've gotta do it. It's the only way I can atone for my sins. Ange. What is waiting on Rokenjima? And what will happen? What will I be able to achieve? Although maybe nothing will happen at all. That island, which was the beginning of everything, will be the final destination of this journey. As your master, I must bring all of you witches' furniture with me. And I must return to the Witches' Island, to Rokenjima. End chapter. Oh, never know. Wow. Even though the rays of the sun had been so strong, at some point clouds had started to hang over us. The spray hitting my cheek might not be coming from the crashing waves. Ange? It looks like a light shower is coming. Shouldn't you be going down? Amakusa called out to me with an expression of surprise that I was still here. When I looked up, I saw that the island's silhouette had gotten much larger. We might reach land very soon. I remembered that the weather report, Love Part 6, had mentioned scattered rains. The sky wasn't dark enough for rain clouds. It'll probably be just for a short time. Even if the rain was light enough not to be a bother, having rain start to fall as we approached the island felt like some kind of fate. It was probably raining on October 4th, 1986 as well. I was approaching the Rokenjima of that day, and not just in the distance. I went back down with Amakusa. Amakusa was carrying what looked like quite a large and heavy golf bag. It was something Amakusa had brought back from God knows where after we split up for the day. I wasn't going to inquire as to its contents, but it's hard to imagine that they're anything peaceful. I'm deliberately not going to ask what's inside, but it looks heavy. Why is it that these are so heavy? A French instructor taught me something interesting about that once. He said that they should be heavy. After all, a human life is heavier than the earth, so these should be even heavier. Oh, I think I see what he's saying. He said they should be heavy because they're tools to take lives. So they should be heavier than lives, but they're not. It'll be nice if you don't have a chance to use them. That would be nice. Amakusa set the golf bag-like luggage down heavily beside him. Ooh, helicopter, what the fuck? Oh, brother, is this gonna be the fucking Kasumi? A two-propeller aircraft touched down on the runway. With the weather in these conditions, it could not have been a pleasant flight. Everything after this flight had been suspended due to the weather. Classic. Cutting through the drizzle as she traversed the runway, Sumadera Kasumi entered the lobby with 2 black suits as guards. The 4 black suits who had been waiting inside the lobby stood up and respectfully lowered their heads. Kasumi? Propeller planes do shake awfully, don't they? I never want to fly in one again. We have a car prepared. Please, this way. They went into 2 luxury cars that had been rented. Ange should be heading for Rokenjima, a deserted island. How truly convenient. You have prepared the tools, I hope. Yes, ma'am. The black suit in the passenger seat lifted a heavy bag that had been held by his feet onto his lap, opened the zipper wide and showed Kasumi the contents. Inside were several blocky objects wrapped tightly in silver aluminum foil. He peeled one open to show her. Out peeked a black, blunt, automatic pistol. Okay. Wow. Holy fuck, are we actually gonna go back to the island? Ushiromiya Kinzo. Yep, we're back on the island. Interesting, this is the title of this. Okay, so let's see. So this is chapter 11, right? Okay. So we'll do this one, and we'll do the next one. And that's it for today. It was already approaching 10 at night. The typhoon had already engulfed Rokenjima. Even the rose garden that had looked so beautiful during the day was now being beaten down upon by fierce winds and resisting with all its might, undulating and trying to keep the flowers from blowing away. Heading for the guest house through that rose garden, led by Shannon, were Battler, who was holding up an umbrella, Jessica, and Maria, who was sleeping on George's shoulder. It's just to the guest house. We could make it there on our own. Shannon, it's okay. Go back and rest. Oh no, accompanying you is also my duty. The family conference is going on inside, and my mom and Genji are on edge. That's the thing. If we're too considerate to her, they'll get the wrong idea and think she's slacking off. That's right. Just graciously accepting her offer will actually cause her less trouble. Thanks, Shannon. Not at all. Certainly, as Milady says, it is very tense inside the mansion today. Coming with all of you has allowed me a breath of fresh air and taken some of the stress off me. Family conference, huh? They went to all that trouble of chasing us kids out, so they're probably having a pretty damn nasty discussion. Probably. I'm sure there's nothing we can do to help out. Just making sure to stay out of their way is the best way for us to be useful, I think. You can bet your ass they're just going on and on about money, money, money again. They act like they're so rich most of the time, but when it comes down to handing out cash, they start hemming and hawing. Why can't they just be generous and split it evenly between everyone? That'd be awesome. It'd be great if I got a share too, because if I got some as well, I'd split it with Shannon right away. Thank you very much. That's alright, but I appreciate the offer. You aren't materialistic at all, are you, Shannon? Normally girls of your age have plenty of things they want to buy. Yes, but none of the things I want can be bought with money. Ooh, so ungreedy. If you lined up all the things I wanted, all the gold in the world wouldn't be enough. Nothing you can buy, she said. I wonder what the things that can't be bought that Shannon wants are. Any ideas, George? Well, I wonder. I guess only Shannon would know. Bro must be an Attack on Titan fan. You see that shit? Only Ymir knows? I don't know either. George and Shannon looked down with their faces red. Battler had also heard the details, so he knew what Jessica was teasing them about. George is someone even I can respect. I think you met a really great person, Shannon. Yeah, I can rest easy knowing Shannon is in good hands. Stop teasing. It's a serious issue for us. More importantly, what about you, Jessica? Have you been able to get a little closer to Canon? What? So you and Canon are like that? That's dirty, George, twisting the conversation around like that is just mean. Meanwhile, Battler's just like, damn, bro, who's there for me? Kumasawa? As they had an animated discussion with ups and downs, the four kids headed for the guest house. The annual family conference was extremely important to the Ushiromiya family, and this year in particular seemed like it was going to be especially so. Apparently the family head, Kinzo, was personally going to be making a very serious announcement, and everyone other than the adults had been strictly ordered to leave the mansion. Battler hadn't attended the family conference in 6 years, so he hadn't really noticed, but according to Jessica, there seemed to be a very tense atmosphere tonight, completely different from a normal year. Common sense made it clear that Kinzo, whose remaining life was short, was going to make some big announcement about the succession of the head and the distribution of his fortune. I'm surprised to think that grandfather is actually going to make an appearance. I see. So this is the witch's counterattack. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I wanted to leave the joker called Kinzo face down a little longer, but it is probably about time to turn it over. Trump cards exist to be used. Cackle, cackle. Damn. So my theory that grandfather was dead since the beginning, and a mysterious 18th person had snuck in his place, is now suddenly torn apart. I had foreseen that you would begin to doubt Kinzo eventually. Come on. Come on, your reasoning is back to square one again, you know? With this, your theory that Kinzo was dead at the very beginning, and I was hiding as the 18th person goes poof. Cackle, cackle, cackle. God damn it. No way I'll lose heart. That's only one theory gone. I'll attack you like a storm, like a tornado. Cackle, cackle. I would have it no other way. Even the first twilight has not yet begun. It is far too early to give up. That's right. And it's not like it was denied with the red truth. At this point in time, Battler's theory hasn't been defeated. It's too early to say that you've won. You're right. It is still too early for me to simply swallow her story. Grandfather is supposed to be finally appearing, but there's also a chance that there will be a lot of talk about how his health has gotten worse and he won't appear out after all. Uncle Kraus might simply be trying desperately to hide the fact that grandfather really is dead until the last second. Ha! I see. You could also think of it that way. Do as you please. It will be resolved soon. Very soon. Cackle, cackle. Kinzo like walks into the fucking family conference, just pulls out a shotgun and fucking kills himself. All the relatives and Nanjo, bro, his first mention in the whole let's go Nanjo could be seen in the dining hall. Oh my god, it's my first guys, I haven't been on screen in a long time. Nanjo sat alone, quietly watching the wind and rain outside. Kraus was sitting in the seat of his own rank, with Natsui standing motionlessly at his side. All the other siblings and their partners were gathered at the opposite end of the long table, whispering to each other. Is that true? Yes. Maria said, the person who gave her the umbrella. was father. Oh! Interesting. Son of a gun. Then that means the foundation of our strategy has collapsed. Not just our strategy. Since father is healthy and has said that he will make an announcement himself, our trivial bargaining with Nissan was completely pointless. Yep. That old bastard. Why couldn't he have just shown himself right away instead of dragging it out? Thanks to that, we could have been quarreling with Aniki uselessly. Or we've just been quarreling with Aniki uselessly. Fuck, I can't read. Maybe that's what he wanted to test? Maybe it's not my place to say it. Since we aren't related by blood, but your father is very intelligent, you realize? Our exchange during the day was probably being listened in on by one of the servants and reported to father. Incredible. The fact that we're clamoring after father's inheritance is now clear as day to him. Just incredible. Ava held her head, uncharacteristically dejected. If, as Kiri had said, this had been Kinzo's design from the beginning, a huge setup spread over more than a year in a bid to find the siblings' true natures, then they had fallen for it completely. We still don't know for sure that it's reached father's ears. No, it definitely has, and everyone but Nissan claimed that he was dead, and none of us believed in his good health. We're done for. He'll make an announcement. He'll say that Nissan will become the successor and that we aren't even qualified to wear the one-winged eagle. Nissan, don't give up. Rosa, I wonder whether Maria really did receive that umbrella from father. Huh? What do you mean? Maria might have met father, but we haven't. Maria only claims to have met him. What? Are you saying that Maria is telling a lie? Calm down, Rosa. We're not calling Maria a liar, but she's still the kind of kid who accepts what people tell her, right? For example, if say Genji came up to her and said something like, I was told by your grandfather to hand this to you, Maria, then even if Maria hadn't met Dad, she might say that she got an umbrella from him, right? Interesting. Interesting. That's right. That could be the trick. But what Maria said was this, right? Grandfather came and handed me an umbrella. Grandfather came and handed me an umbrella. Yes, it was. She was clear that she received the umbrella directly from her grandfather. Directly, huh? Well, that's that then. Whoever said that the thinking of the incompetent can pass for sleeping was absolutely right. If you think about it a bit, all this about the umbrella is irrelevant. Why? Maria could have been bribed by Nissan to lie and say something that made it seem like father was in good health, couldn't she? There was no evidence that father actually handed the umbrella to her. No matter who Maria received the umbrella from, or even if she never was given an umbrella in the first place, father will appear very soon. When father is in front of us, the question of the umbrella will be completely irrelevant. In other words, the only time that the umbrella question comes into play is the other case, when he doesn't show himself. Kiri states, the only importance of the umbrella is when the person who delivers the umbrella doesn't show themselves. It is entirely to convey the existence / presence of someone. Sorry, I'll show my notes here. But without them actually showing themselves. What do you mean the other case? I got it. This is probably what Kiri's saying. We're being told that father is coming here any moment, but there's still a chance of some excuse why you won't turn up in the end, right? I see. That's true. Maybe Nissan just said father was going to appear off the top of his head in a desperate bid to buy time against our investigation. Father really has passed away already, and Nissan is still lying and saying he's in good health. In short, if father appears, then no schemes will be effective. There's no need to even think about it. We're fish on the chopping board. We'll have no choice but to leave fate to the heavens and face direct negotiations with father. No choice but to beg for money in the expectation that we'll need to prostrate ourselves and be subjected to his fists. But on the other hand, if father doesn't appear, then our original strategy isn't hampered in the least. I see. And no matter which way it goes, there's absolutely no need to get flustered now. That's it. If Father shows up, it simply means that the family conference will be carried out as normal. If he doesn't, we just have to continue to press Kraus. He might start off saying Father's mood has suddenly gotten worse, and we gotta make absolutely sure not to let Kraus talk his way out of it. It seems that we should really be trying to figure out what scheme Nissan is going to try to use to buy himself some time. I know better than anyone just how far he'll go to refuse to admit defeat. If Father is well, then we prostrate ourselves and beg for money, and if it's Kraus's farce, then we continue our ugly sibling fight. Seems like this year's family conference is going to be as wonderful as ever. Yep. To thinking of the incompetent can pass for sleeping then. It's almost 10. Should we press Aniki? Rudolph and the rest looked at Kraus. Firmly seated, he looked like he was awaiting Kinzo's arrival with an air of composure. They couldn't tell whether that really was composure, or whether he was scheming about how to tie together his lie. Dear, calm yourself. Making a fuss here won't achieve anything. Let's leave it to Genji. It's almost 10 o'clock, isn't it? That was the time that had been set for tonight's family conference to open. And in addition, it was also the time that the Ushiromiya family head needed to appear. Interesting. Right then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the hall. There were multiple sets. Natsui jerked her head up with a start. With a start? That doesn't even make sense. But there came the sound of a knock, and her expression filled with disappointment, because Kinzo probably wouldn't have knocked. Please excuse us. We have finished closing up the mansion for the night. It was Goda and Kumasawa. Unlike the physically fit Goda, it was rare for Kumasawa with her old body to still be tasked with work this late. Of course, Kraus also seemed to know that. Good work. My apologies for making you work at such a time, Kumasawa. Oh, not at all. I may not look it, but staying up late is still one of my specialties. Ho 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 ho. Could we not at least relieve Kumasawa of the duty of being an observer? It really would be difficult on her body, I imagine. The order was to gather all of the servants as well. I cannot disobey. Tonight's family conference was clearly different from a normal one. On a normal year, no one was able to attend the family conference except relatives. Imagine he has like a suicide vest and he just fucking blows up the room and kills all the servants and all the parents. On a normal year, no one was able to attend the family conference except relatives. It would have been inconceivable for any servants to be present. But this year was different. They had been told to have all the servants in attendance for the family conference. Of course, they would not be allowed to speak. They were there as observers. Just what in the world was going to happen that needed 5 servants to observe? Even Kraus didn't know. Ho ho ho. Believe it or not, I'm good at pulling all-nighters. If you stuff yourself with mackerel too, Kraus, you'll be able to keep going all night as well. Oh, really? Going all night? What are you talking about, Kumasawa? Ha 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 ha. I see, so there's energy in you yet. No doubt you'll be working... Fuck, sorry. Slow down. Haha. I see, so there's energy in you yet. No doubt you'll still be working with such energy when you're past 100. Madam, forgive my presumption, but I have prepared a light snack. It is ready to be served at any time. Just give the word. Thank you. You really are considerate. Please ask our guests whether they would care for some more coffee. Certainly. After bowing slightly, Goda took the pot towards the relatives gathered at the other end of the table. As he did, more footsteps approached from the hallway. A single set. They were light. Even before the knock, they could imagine who it was. Cannon? Oh, Shannon. Excuse me. I knew it had to be all of them. I have taken the children to the guest house. Good work. Tonight is a special evening. Make sure you stay alert. Yes. Certainly, madam. Genji, accompanied by Cannon, had gone to meet Kinzo. There was still no sign of their return. The hands of the clock were creeping past 10. Once sure of that, Eva spoke to Kraus. Nissan? It's time. Is the family conference still not going to start? The arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed. Wait a short while. How long? Sorry, but I'm setting a time limit on this. I won't have you saying Father hasn't quite shown up yet over and over until dawn. How can I make a promise about the time Father will show up? Why are you in such a rush? Why not drink some coffee and calm down for now? Aniki, we're gathered here for a family conference, not a farce. We'll wait 30 more minutes. But if that gets us nothing, we're barging into the study. But barging into... That would be an action quite lacking in respect for the head. It would, wouldn't it? Sorry about that. We'll sit tight for 30 more minutes. Hee 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 hee. I look forward to seeing whether you can keep that same smile 30 minutes from now. You honestly believe that Father is dead? I have no desire to discuss that at this point. We just have to wait until Father comes here. There's absolutely no need for me to argue you down, Nissan. The Ushiromiya headship will be passed on to the proper person in the proper manner. No matter what you may scheme, you cannot go against this. Of course, the same goes for me. What are you on about? You've been bragging all these years about being the successor to the head yourself. Allow me to turn your words straight back on you. I have no desire to discuss that at this point. Father merely has to come here and proclaim it with his own mouth. It is completely unnecessary for me to argue you down, right? Kraus casually turned Ava's words back on her. Of course, that poured fuel on Ava's anger, but it didn't ignite, because in that instant, the sound of a very loud knock rang out. Taking a drink, one sec. Both Genji and Kanon were usually very reserved when they knocked. They wouldn't hit the door with such a violent strength. It was like a judge's gavel slamming down in a call to order, so everyone fell quiet. The door opened slightly and Genji showed himself. Then he spoke with a solemn tone different from his usual one. It wasn't the tone he used when carrying out his duties. It was the tone he used when speaking for Kinzo himself. So just by hearing Genji speak like that, the siblings were struck with a sudden tension. Take your seats, everyone. At those words, the dining hall fell into complete silence and everyone rushed back to their designated seats. They were like students who had been making a lot of noise just before homeroom, hurriedly returning to their seats when the teacher came. It might even have felt humorous, but there was no way anyone would joke about it. Everyone sat in order, and Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa stood up straight in a row by the wall. The head of the glorious Ushiromiya family and the Lord of Rokunjima, the island that sparkles gold, Lord Ushiromiya Kinzo, is present. Of the double doors into the dining hall, Genji opened the right door from the inside and Kanon opened the left door from the outside. Is it going to be Beatrice or Kinzo? There it is, Kinzo, wow. And welcomed by the deepest of bows from the two servants with his cape fluttering majestically, Kinzo appeared. Kinzo's gait had a dignified weight to it, and it was very hard to believe that he had been diagnosed as having not much time left to live. Genji pulled back Kinzo's seat and motioned for him to sit. But Kinzo remained standing, signaling with his chin for Genji to move back. Ready for the face expression to switch? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Rokunjima. Why the frightened face, Ava? No, why would I be frightened? I'm just relieved to find you in excellent spirits, Father. Ava, you're as interesting as ever, aren't you? You might try honestly saying how frustrated you are at losing your bet with Kraus. You can't say it, can you? Ava realized that their conversation during the day had indeed been an open book to Kinzo, and she turned red as she hung her head. Well then, my sons and daughters and their companions, tonight I shall make an important announcement regarding those things that you all have your heart set upon, my fortune, and the succession of the headship. But first, I think I will mention how incredibly disappointed I am. I refer to the fact to this very day not a single one of you has been able to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Even though Kinzo said he was disappointed, a condescending smile, as though there was no way the likes of them could have solved it, rose to his face as he cast an eye over each and every one of them. I had been planning on handing over everything to the person who could solve it, but here we stand today, not a single person having been capable, and not a single person having succeeded to all that is mine. Shameful. The fact that not one among you has come forward with the qualifications to succeed me, I find truly disappointing, and shameful, and pathetic. The siblings hung their head in silence. Of course they would have solved it if they could. They had blown their chance, and none of them could deny that, but even so it was just so hard a riddle. Therefore, I'm proclaiming here and now that I will suspend the use of the epitaph's riddle as a method of choosing my successor. In short, time's up. The game is over. What a shame for all of you. You all had an equal and fair chance, and that has now collapsed. Okay, this is interesting. Kinzo says he is suspending the succession based on the epitaph after appearing at the conference. Said something about a victory proclamation. In that case, will the headship be succeeded by my oldest son, Kraus? The answer is no. I am sure you understand why, Kraus. I certainly did give you the title of successor, but you did nothing with it but get drunk on it. Do you know what it means to be the successor? It means to be the one who will succeed you, father. Wrong! The successor isn't something that's guaranteed by the current head at all. Listen up, Kraus. I'll only teach you this once, so unplug your ears and listen. The successor, see, is what you call someone who finds everyone else who's after the headship, thoroughly breaks their noses and makes it so that they can never disobey him again. This is not only something that can be said of the headship, it can also be said of money. A rich person doesn't mean someone who has money, it means someone who crushes everyone who has more money than himself, and who scrabbles together more money than anyone else. It's the same with talent. A genius is not what you call a person blessed with talent. It means a person who crushes everyone with more talent than themselves. A person who can coerce all people to call them that by using their strength and charisma. You have a mistaken impression when it comes to all of these things. So you aren't of the right caliber to be my successor. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Now I have learned. Perhaps that was precisely Kinzo's philosophy. Though it could also be taken for a rant, it was a result of faithfully carrying out that philosophy of his that Kinzo had raised the Ushiromiya family to such prosperous heights. It may be hard to imagine after his immersion in the occult in recent years, but it was that brutal aggressiveness that was Ushiromiya Kinzo's charisma and aura. Damn, they hit both those. His riz and aura? Jeez. Such a weak-minded person has no qualification to inherit everything of the Ushiromiya family. In that case, is Eva, Rudolph, or Rosa qualified? That is also no. You were not able to solve the riddle, and neither were you able to scheme to drag Kraus down from his throne. All the three of you could manage to do was put together a unified front to try and extort money from Kraus. And even that scheme was thoughtless. He's gonna give it to Kiri, I'm calling my shot right now. And even that scheme was thoughtless. You can't even corner Kraus all by himself. There could be nothing more shameful. You lack the avarice to steal away the position of successor by any means necessary. In order to get what you want, you should pay all sacrifices, be covetous, avaricious to the last. Fortune smiles upon the greedy. You three, who lack that wild spirit, are as unfit for the succession as Kraus. Ava and the rest had no words to respond with, and they couldn't figure out what it was that Kinzo was about to say. Was Kinzo actually planning to proclaim that no one would succeed the head? If so, that would work to Ava, Rosa, and Rudolph's advantage, because the only thing the siblings would ultimately need to do is coordinate everything between them after Kinzo's death and split the inheritance evenly. On the contrary, if a specific person's name was raised and proclaimed to be the one to succeed the head, that would surely be more troublesome. But would Kinzo really say something that would benefit any of the four siblings after lambasting them so much? You don't think he's gonna say that because no one will succeed him, he'll donate all of his fortune to charity or something, right? I'm afraid I wouldn't put it past Father. The blood's just risen to his head. For the time being, we're just gonna have to hear him out. Well then, Father, what thoughts do you have regarding the next head? Since I am so completely disappointed in all of you, I've lost the desire to hand it over to anyone. Therefore, the Ushiromiya family will end here. It ends with my generation. Surely, we must... The Ushiromiya family was ruined long ago in that earthquake. The current Ushiromiya family is nothing but my own short-lived vision of gold. The likes of which will end when I awaken from my slumber. This world is not but a dream, an illusion. Life is but a daydream before the awakening called death. Ah, yes, and so it has been since the beginning. That I should lose everything when I die was Beatrice's contract and her curse. Wow, ha ha ha. You think that will work, Beatrice? I will be the one to capture you. Tonight that shall become reality. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Wow, ha 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 ha. Sorry, yawning. For a while, Kinzo was overcome with cackling and his eyes bulged. Whenever he talked about Beatrice, he was always eloquent and filled with obsession. Foolish sons and daughters such as yourselves were truly a daydream. It is as though you were never there from the beginning. Disappear, wake up, fade away along with the doze of my true self. You failures that have not built up anything that makes you worthy to succeed me.
Kinzo, if I may, this is my first line in the whole fucking episode.
What is it, my friend? Nanjo nervously raised his hand asking to speak. Kinzo permitted it. I understand how you feel, Kinzo. Because you love your children, you expect a lot of them, and as a parent and grandparent myself, I understand the parental affection that can make you feel as though these expectations were betrayed. However, you are extraordinary, Kinzo. A genius. Isn't that a little too harsh to say that it's only natural for them to catch up to you? And even so, that does not stop them from trying. Kraus, Ava, Rudolph, Rosa, and all of their partners are doing their very best to catch up. Oh? And just how much money have they built up with this doing their very best? These half-wits, who fail in each and every one of their enterprises and become burdened with debt, are still trying to sponge off me, are doing their very best. Exactly how? Money is the crystallization of everything in this world. If you cannot grasp that, then you cannot grasp the world. If a soul cannot keep a tight grasp on this world, it doesn't deserve to live. Disappear. Be gone from my life and reality. That argument is unreasonable. With that logic, even I would not be allowed to live. Oh my god, he's popping off. Is this a Nanjo fucking standing up to a moment? And yet I believe the time I spent playing chess with you is worthwhile for the both of us. You should know better than anyone else that there are many things in this world that money cannot buy. As the siblings motionlessly hung their head, they cheered Nanjo on inside their hearts. Now one of the siblings could offer their opinion to Kinzo in a rage, but Nanjo alone was allowed to, as Kinzo's close friend. Even though Kinzo had raged so fiercely, after being admonished by Nanjo, he nodded several times as though in agreement. His surprisingly docile side might have seemed cute, but there was no one who could laugh. It may be true that your children weren't able to build up as great a fortune as yourself. Even so, from my point of view, they're rich enough to make me jealous. But besides money, they've also built up a great many things that money can't buy. When it comes to that, they are in no way inferior to you. Oh, and what are you saying they've built up that money cannot buy? Happiness. Family. They have found wonderful partners, had children, and built up their own happy homes. Your family is thriving thanks to them, and they have brought back grandchildren for you. Grandchildren are good. We older people can look at those young grandchildren who will live on into a new era that we will not be given a chance to see, and we can imagine endless futures for them. Isn't that the sole entertainment for old age? Remember, Kinzo, remember your joy when they first came back to you with grandchildren? Your children and your grandchildren will relate your great works to future generations, and they will model themselves after you. That is something that a single person cannot accomplish no matter how much money they have. He's actually kind of cooking. The siblings all nodded in agreement. Certainly there had been a time when Kinzo had looked at his newly born grandchildren with happiness in his eyes. Back when he still had some sanity in his heart. However, was there any human warmth still left inside Kinzo's heart? You mean to say that in exchange for the vast riches I created, instead of gaining money, I have gained my grandchildren? No, that's not what I... So in exchange for the several tens of billions in wealth that I have amassed, I have gained a single grandchild from each of my children. That's wonderful. So I've created a single life at a cost of 10 billion yen. That's how it is. Interesting, thinking of it from the perspective of alchemy truly makes for an interesting analogy, don't you agree? Oh, what valuable grandchildren. Wonderful, wonderful. Ah ha 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 ha. Is that right, Kraus? Is your daughter worth 10 billion? Damn, bro, you don't even fucking talk, you don't even defend Jessica? What kind of a dad are you? Kraus couldn't answer instantly. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his daughter, it was because he didn't have a clue what Kinzo was trying to test with this question. Fucking Natsui, my fucking goat. But when Natsui was then pressed for an answer, she responded, breaking Kraus's silence with an answer of her own interpretation. Yes, Jessica's a daughter who I wouldn't let go of even for 10 billion yen. In that sense, I believe she has a value that cannot be counted with money. Oh, so you can state for certain that she is worth 10 billion? Oh. What about you, Ava? What do you say about your George? Given the way that Natsui had chosen to answer, there was naturally no doubt as to what Ava's answer would be. Even though Ava should have known better than to respond to this kind of provocative question, she did so as well. Yes, father, George is worth 10 billion? No, even more than that. And that's not in the abstract sense of things money can't buy. George will certainly build up a fortune equal to his worth. I am sure he will become a grandson worthy of carrying on your great works. Ava sent a glance at Hideyoshi and Natsui that said, like a fiddle. After hearing Ava's answer, Natsui was about to add more praise for her daughter, but stopped at a glare from Kraus. I see. Then what about you, Rudolph? What about your Battler? Compared to George, there's nothing about Battler I can brag about. If he was kidnapped and we were threatened with a ransom of 10 billion, I'd feel like sticking a bow on the guy and letting them have him. On top of that, he's an idiot and reckless. He dreams way too big and talks about things he hasn't got a snowball's hope in hell of doing. I guess in that respect, he's a super idiot worth the equivalent of 10 billion normal idiots. But you look at the average person who hasn't even got the balls to be an idiot, and I'll bet that guy is going to try things that 10 billion of them couldn't do put together. Well, I'm pretty sure he'll fall flat on his face. The world isn't easy. But at the very least, there's no doubt in my mind that watching over his life will be more entertaining than looking at 10 billion average people. Ava clicked her tongue at the clever style of speech that would probably match Kinzo's tastes. Apparently Rudolph had been after this himself. He grinned back at her. What of Maria? Maria is my darling only daughter. Her value cannot be measured with money. That is all. I see. Dreams in the future, miracles and possibilities are the source of my magical power. No magic holds power without hope. I cannot expect anything more from you people who have proven yourselves to be average, but yes. My grandchildren do have future possibilities, and it is possible that they may be worth hoping for a magical miracle from. If you say that this makes them worth more than 10 billion, I could understand that. When Kinzo got in a rage, he wouldn't let anyone talk back, but even so, while yelling by himself, he would sometimes convince himself of something all of his own accord and change his own opinion. That's what this felt like to the siblings. Apparently, even though Kinzo had become absolutely fed up with his shoddy children and had cast them away as being unfit for the inheritance of his title or his fortune, he wasn't so sure about his grandchildren. At this rate, he might soon say that the inheritance would go to his grandchildren instead of the siblings. As the siblings sat in fear of what their fickle and short-tempered father would suddenly think of next, they carefully watched his every move. Let me change my thinking a little. I have absolutely no desire to see you people inherit all that is mine. However, it would be quite interesting to question the grandchildren to see whether one of them is qualified. I've been thinking of them as kids who never grow up, but there is a chance they will show me a glimmer of unpolished brilliance that will surprise me. And testing them for that would be... yes. That would be hard to pass over as a final diversion from my last remaining days. Well then, what shall I do? I can recommend George with confidence as a fitting successor for you, Father. Ava claimed that right away. Not so he looked like she was about to follow along, but Kraus gave her a look telling her to restrain herself, so she swallowed her words. Hehehehe, how bold. Then let us do this. I will individually question the grandchildren to see whether they are qualified to inherit the Ushiromiya family headship and all of its wealth. Father! However, I do not mean by this that one of you will receive the headship indirectly. I have already lost hope in every one of you. I have nothing to give you now, nothing. The ones I will question are the grandchildren, and the ones who might succeed me are the grandchildren. Make absolutely sure that you do not mistake this. Are we clear? I'll follow your decision, Father. Same here. I'll go along with whatever you determine. And you, Aneki? Of course. I believe that you will make a wise judgment, Father. I will also abide by your decision. I shall think of how I will test the grandchildren, and that no longer has anything to do with any of you, because you no longer have anything to do with the succession of the head. So why don't I use this opportunity to talk about something else that does have something to do with you? The first twilight kills all of them. Something else? That is the true reason for tonight's final Ushiromiya family conference. Cackle, cackle, cackle. What I demand from you is neither discussion nor your opinions. I demand cooperation. For my ritual. Ritual? Quiet. Father's talking now. Rudolph and the rest automatically knitted their brows at the occult-like word ritual. Was he talking about starting a strange ritual involving Beatrice's resurrection again? He was demanding that they help. What in the world was he planning to start? In the past, he had carried out many eccentricities that he called by the same name, such as lighting a strange incense and filling the whole mansion with stench. To the siblings, a ritual was nothing more than one of the aged Kinzo's obnoxious hobbies. Father, just what do you mean by... We'll assist you in any way that we can, right, Rosa? Yes, but what in the world is it? The ritual as I inscribed it in the epitaph, it is a ritual to revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land. That witch who escaped her cage of flesh and sneeringly slipped through my fingers I will finally be able to capture and subjugate with my greatest hidden art. Only I must sacrifice 13 people for that purpose. It is not easy to gather 13 sacrifices, but tonight is the family conference. Look how many have gathered on Rokenjima. There could be no other day on which to carry out this ritual. Taken literally, it could only sound as though he was telling them to die as sacrifices for his disturbing ritual. Ridiculous. Was this some kind of metaphor, refantasio? But they didn't even have a clue what he was trying to tell them through this analogy. The siblings whispered together, wondering what Kinzo was saying. What's Dad going on about? Is it his usual bad sickness? Probably. Keep quiet for now and hear him out. I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand how you mean that. What is it you don't understand? I'm speaking extremely simply. I have said that I shall choose 13 people from among the humans on this island and offer them as sacrifices for my ritual to revive Beatrice. Even worthless people like you can be very useful as sacrifices for my ritual. Hear this. This is not a joke nor anything of the sort. This is my final bet, my final ritual, the last I will desire in my life. There are now more than 13 humans on this island. In short, that's a head count which can easily satisfy this massive number of sacrifices. Become the sacrifices for my ritual. Kinzo, you weren't possibly serious about what you said back then. It wasn't a joke. Usually for Nanjo, his face changed color. Or unusually for Nanjo, sorry. His face changed color and he stood up and shouted. It seemed this wasn't the first time Nanjo had heard all this dark talk about 13 sacrifices. Sorry, my friend. That was not a joke nor anything of the sort. It is what I bet my life on, the final ritual, the final game that I will challenge. Yes, this is a game. If gaining my fortune and leaving the island is your goal, then there are only two ways to achieve it. Successfully survive being chosen as one of the 13 sacrifices and stop the ritual by finally solving the riddle of the epitaph. Or kill me, and stop the ritual in that manner. Okay, this is interesting to note. Kinzo seems to imply that killing him also stops the ritual. that and solving the epitaph are the only way. So this is of note because he has died in every single one so far, with except for episode 2. So... Interesting. Okay. By now it was no longer whispering among those gathered there, but uneasy commotion. Even the siblings had noticed that Kinzo was beginning to act abnormally. Father, are you a little tired? Genji, has father been drinking at all? No. The master is quite lucid. Sorry, Dad, but I don't have a clue what you started going on about. You're free to start up whatever weird ritual you want to revive the witch you love. That's your hobby, after all. But dragging me into all that and making me into sacrifice is just not gonna happen. Rudolph, who asked you to chip in? What are you talking about, Aneki? You think I'm gonna sit here nodding my head at this? Are you nuts? Was the ritual Kinzo had mentioned literally the frightening thing it seemed to be? Or was it some kind of test to choose his successor? It seemed that Rudolph had taken it at its disturbing face value, but Ava apparently still believed that it was something like a trial or examination, to find the proper next head. But Kinzo's response to this was clear. Well, that is all I have to say. No objections or viewpoints are necessary. I will simply awaken from my dream in which I have 4 failures for children. To all of you, what will occur now before your very eyes will no doubt seem like a dream, an illusion, an unearthly world that defies understanding. But that itself is my reality. Now I will finally awaken from the fleeting and useless dream that all of you are. Come, the game has already begun. With this many of you here, I hardly know whose life I should take first. Goodbye, my bungling sons and daughters. And for the final and only time in your lives, be of use to me for my ritual. Arise, Pendragon Memorial Troops. As Kinzo raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled those words as though towards a packed audience, the air shattered like glass, and the figures of 3 people who hadn't been invited to this island appeared regardless. Chester 45 right here. Chester 410 right here. And we have another one. Chester 00 right here, sir. 3 girls with bizarre forms suddenly appeared behind Kinzo. Where from? When? Who? Who are they? The humans were thrown off balance and their minds went blank, and because they wasted time with such thoughts, they lost their last chance to survive. I grant your permission to shoot 6 people to death. You have free choice of targets. Begin attacking. Interesting. In this episode, Kinzo gives the Chester sisters the ability to choose the first 6. It's taking a far more involved path this time around. Unrestricted firing, understood, sir. Thank you for the good targets. All units commence unrestricted firing. First one is yeah. As 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space and its string was pulled back. The golden arrow that had been readied there was fired off without any hesitation, flew around the room leaving haphazard gold trails everywhere, and from among those sitting at the table of the family conference it chose Natsui, and pulverized the left half of... Interesting! Natsui was shot by 410 and it pulverized half of her face. Fresh and deep red blood splattered all around, leaving a massive amount of deep red spatter marks on the relatives' faces and the pure white tablecloth. There was silence. Despite the massive number of deep red blotches left on the tablecloth, even still, no one could understand why Natsui's head was half smashed, nor why she was hanging her head as though she had dozed off in her chair, and they watched these events in silence. Those sitting on the right-hand side from Natsui were silent for a relatively long time, but those sitting on her left were not, because the people sitting on that side had been shown how her head had been smashed open like a watermelon or a pomegranate and could even see inside her. Natsui. That's one. Natsui, I see. A luckless woman to the end. Next. 00, firing. In the same way, 00 scratched the empty air to ready her bow and fired. Just like the golden arrow 410 had released, it flew around and around at high speeds, drawing a convoluted trail, after which, as he looked at Natsui in shock, it smashed half of Rudolph's head in the same way, killing him instantly. 00 shot and killed Rudolph in the same manner. This time everyone did not stop thinking altogether. So I want to search something here real quick. It's unrelated, sorry. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at what I'm gonna get for dinner, and I'm like, I was gonna get fish and chips, and it's like, oh, you can pick between haddock or halibut. And I was like, what's the difference? Because the haddock, or the halibut is like way more expensive. So, sorry. This time everyone did not stop thinking altogether. They realized that a terrible murder had been carried out right in front of them according to Kinzo's words, and they understood that Kinzo would probably kill again. Ah! Yeah! Shrill screams burst out. Even now they still didn't know what to do, so they could only keep screaming and flapping their wide open mouths like goldfish. But father! What do you think you're doing? You dolt! Hurry up and run! As Eva asked Kinzo that in total shock, Hideyoshi, who had come to his senses and risen from his chair faster than anyone else, pulled at her arm from behind. However, merciless fate's choice for the third sacrifice was Hideyoshi. Just like the two before him, half of Hideyoshi's head was neatly smashed. And the right side of his head, which happened to be facing that direction at the time, was blown away, chunks of its contents thrown everywhere like a watermelon or pomegranate. Okay, Hideyoshi, in the same manner. So still holding Eva, Hideyoshi toppled backwards and fell down. Still held by her beloved husband, Eva fell over backwards with him. Honey? Honey! Eva screamed, and who could blame her? The face she had been looking for had been half lost, and the crushed skull, the squelchy exposed brain, and the crushed jaw were all bare. 4-5, impact on target. Spectacular. Fire again. 3 remain. But father, what are you doing? Krauss to the porcelain was about to rush Kinzo when 0-0 blocked him. Despite her slender-looking body, she held back Krauss's body with just the palm of her right hand. He still tried to resist and attack Kinzo, so 0-0 lifted Krauss up by the collar and twisted into his Adam's apple with her thumb. It seemed to be very painful, and Krauss was overcome with agony. Everyone, run! Get the police! Emergency services! Quickly! Everyone, let's escape! Escape! Nanjo's sharp words finally broke the spell that had been holding them down in their chairs. As Goten and Kumasawa made a mad scramble to escape from the dining hall, 410 teleported to that spot, blocking the way. Heh, you sure are slow, yeah? Did you think I let you escape, yeah? Help me! Goten, duck! The sound of Kiryu's sharp voice, Goten, in a state of complete confusion, ducked. Then a burst of air rushed above his head. Kiryu had taken a big swing with a chair to mow 410 down. But 410, still wearing a contemptuous expression, easily caught that widely swung chair with one hand. Ch! You're a scary woman, yeah? You really want to follow your husband that bad? Okay, well, bye, Kiryu. From the sleeve of the arm that she had used to catch the chair, something like a shining golden snake appeared, coiled itself around the chair, and with a huge crunch, bursted into splinters. It was a fearsome power, far stronger than any vice. When Kiryu realized that the being in front of her, which looked like a girl, was actually being that surpassed human knowledge in which a human could not even begin to oppose, her head was filled with a great alarm bell that welled up from inside her. Even with a scene like this before their eyes, Genji, Shannon, and Kanon, the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle, continued to stand calmly at attention by the wall, making them look very bizarre and eerie. For an instant, Kiryu thought that the source of their calmness was that they were with the enemy and had been guaranteed they wouldn't be killed. Until one of them got smashed. But no sooner than she thought that than the sight of Genji's face. Okay, now Genji, same manner. Genji, same manner. Interesting. Genji. 4-5, impact on target. I know hers is the only one that's not individual letters, it's 45, but I don't care. She's getting the 4-5. Ho ho ho, Genji, now that is unfortunate. Rest in peace, my friend. Your death will not be wasted. You will become one of the 13 keys essential to the resurrection of my beloved witch. Ha 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 ha. The half of Genji's expression that remained was as indifferent as ever. He tilted, fell in a heap, and sent a blood-red spatter out across the floor. Genji. We are nothing more than the witch's pieces. Nothing more, nothing more. From the meek and frustrated, no, resigned expressions on Shannon and Kanon's faces, you couldn't feel any naive expectation that they would be saved. That's right. Kinzo was, in the truest sense, carrying out these murders at random. In the truest sense, he was killing like it was a game to see who would be saved and who would be killed. Well then, who'll we go for next, yeah? 410 looked at Kiryu for a second. In that second, Kiryu prepared for her own death. But once she had readied her golden bow in midair, 410 looked at someone else over Kiri's shoulder. So as shameless as it was, Kiri sensed that she had been saved. Is it Ava? Again, an ugly sound of something cracking and exploding rang throughout the room. Who was it this time? When Kiri turned in the direction of the sound, she saw Ava collapse onto her husband's chest, gushing blood like a fountain. Of course, her face was half smashed, just like her husband's. 410 had mercilessly targeted Ava as she clung to her husband's body, sobbing. Let go of Nissan. Let go of Nissan. Just stop it, father. Just stop this brutality. Run, Rosa. Rosa's protestations weren't reaching Kinzo as he continued to laugh loudly in the blood-spattered dining hall. And nor was she able to lessen Cress's pain as 00 lifted him up by the collar, so Rosa had no choice but to use force. She raised one of the chairs beside her over her head and gave a warning. Father, order her to let go of Nissan. Just make them stop all of this. I think not. If that is what you desire, then prevent it using your own power. Cut a path open for your own fate with your own hands. You, who have always hid behind the backs of others in fear, show me the final bit of self-mastery that dwells within you. Is this going to be talking about her actually being a witch? Ah! The chair that Rosa lifted up, I didn't mean to fucking... swung down at father, who had reigned as a symbol of terror for her entire life. It was the greatest and final act of bravery and self-mastery in Rosa's life. Kinzo might have been right. If she had grasped that courage much, much sooner, her life may have been more free, unrestrained by anyone else. Okay. Then a loud bursting sound, the sound of Rosa's chair fiercely hitting Kinzo. It was not. Still lifting up the chair, she neatly lost half of her head and fell with a thud. While still holding Kraus up with one hand, 00 had stuck her other hand out towards Rosa. The golden snake released from that arm had constricted Rosa in a helix and chewed a hole through her head. Defensive firing. I apologize for the discourtesy of a point-blank shot, sir. It matters not. So this makes 6. Yes, Lord Goldsmith, sir, that makes 6. After declaring that with indifference, 00 let go of Kraus, who she had been lifting up this whole time. So the sacrifices of the first twilight were Ava, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsui, Hideyoshi, and Genji. Cackle, cackle, cackle. It was a massacre that had happened in an instant. The interior of the dining hall was dirty with blood spatter, and the 6 unlucky victims lay with their heads brutally exposed. Fitting it was Kinzo's abnormal laugh alone that echoed in that abnormal space. Aha, aha! The curtain has finally risen. It's the beginning of the ritual to revive Beatrice. You lucky ones who have managed to escape the first twilight, allow me to introduce you to my friends. Arise, my friend, Ronove. When Kinzo called Ronove's name, the demon butler appeared out of thin air, bowing deeply and respectfully. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and to those of you for whom this is a long overdue reunion, good day. Interesting. Why would he say that? Ava and Rosa, same manner? Ronove is summoned by Kinzo. He says, "It is a pleasure to meet you all, and to those of you for whom this is a long awaited reunion, good day." It seems that we once again have a spectacular mess on our hands. I care not. The level of stimulus is necessary to wake me from my days of waking dreams. Allow me to introduce you, my friend, reliable butler and one of the 72 great demons, Ronove. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Just who was he aiming that introduction at? Kraus and Kiri, who were still down on their backsides, and Nanjo and Goda and Kumasawa, could only look up in shock at this middle-aged gentleman who they had never met before. Only Shannon and Cannon seemed to recognize him, and they bowed deeply. I see that I was unable to greet Genji. I hope that he was at least able to complete his duty painlessly. It was an instant death from a direct hit to the head. He didn't have the time to feel the pain. Is that so? Very good. Allow me to introduce another of my friends. Arise, my friend, Virgilia. Once again, the figure of someone unknown to the relatives appeared out of thin air. She appeared in an elegant dress while greeting them gracefully. I thank you for summoning me, my lord. Although I would rather not have been summoned into a sanguinary place such as this. Allow me to introduce her too. This is my friend and reliable counselor both, Virgilia. I want to borrow your power as a great finite witch for my ritual. Lend me that power. Interesting. Kinzo references Regilia as a finite witch, although in the past we were told she was the endless witch prior to Beatrice. Very, very interesting. This is all very all over the place, you know? I don't really know how to, like... Sorry, I was taking a drink. I really don't know how to parse all this, you know? But there's something going on, and I don't know what it is, and it's kind of hurting my head a little bit. But it's something, that's for sure. Okay. As someone under your powerful summoning subordination, I would not be permitted to refuse even if I tried. As you wish, my lord. He's a fearsome fellow. To think that he summoned 3 of the Chiester sister corps, and then me and even Virgilia. Even though it is only in the area of summoning, to think that he far surpasses Milady is frightening. The Ushiromiya blood makes my own run cold. I will be putting all I have as a summoner into the execution of Beatrice's resurrection ritual. It's still not enough. In order to perfectly succeed in the ritual this time, I shall summon more. The Pendragon Memorial Troops, Ronove and Virgilia, I can still call more with my magical power. I can still call many more. Answer to my summons. One of these 72 demons, Gap. I'm assuming that's how you say it. Gap. You can even summon her. It probably means that the corrosion has advanced even more on this island. It's enough to enable us to manifest. It would surely not be a surprise to see him summon any kind of great demon at this stage. And Rokenjima has already been completely sucked into a parallel world. Okay, so... when Kinzo goes to summon Gap, Ronove talks to Virgilia before she comments that then Rockin' Jimmy has already been sucked into a parallel world. Okay. Oops. I hope he doesn't surrender. You gave him a good deal of hints the last time, did you not? After all this time, he won't surrender over this much. Probably, I should say. Weird that they're talking about Battler, though, because it seems like Virgilia was, like, kind of evil the last time around. Poo-poo-poo. Well, then I suggest we enjoy the action unfolding on this stage. Seems the main character is the master this time. Let us look forward to a script of a different flavor than Milady's. Ooh, this is a different magic circle. As Kinzo strongly concentrated his magical power, a pale blue light gathered in the air, twisted, and a magical circle began to be drawn with a deep red light. Ooh, okay, hello. Who are you, milady? Then it shattered with a sound like glass, and a new demon could be seen there. Okay, we see the side boob. I see you, my lady. I'm glad to see that you answered my call. Gap, one of the 72 great demons. This is a hell of a place I've been summoned into. Did you call me to clean up this bloodstained room? Goldsmith. This literally devilish woman, wrapped in a gaudy, ominous costume, looked at the horrifying scene which should have made her cover her eyes, and her mouth twisted into a grin. If that had been the only reason for calling you, it would be like using a cashmere scarf to mop the floor. It's been a long time, Gap. To think that a great demon such as yourself has finally appeared on this island. I wonder if this island has nearly sunk into fantasy. This all-star cast is more astonishing than the gruesome state of this room. A full 3 Chiester sisters, the great demon Ronove, the great witch Virgilia, and even me. What's going on? Is this pandemonium? Are you trying to start a concert from hell or something? Yes, as a conductor for that. I can't imagine anyone other than you, Goldsmith. I will have your assistance as a facilitator in the completion of my ritual to resurrect Beatrice. You have no objections to my summoning contract, I assume. Objections? There's no way I could fight the summoning subordination of the legendary great summoner Lord Goldsmith, who enslaved the famous great witch Beatrice. I'll assist you. Although I will of course charge a fitting price. So, what's my first job? Capture the simpletons who made it through the first twilight. Fortunately, there are still 7 here, aren't there? Nanjo, Shannon, Ken, Goda, Kumasawa, Kiri, and Kraus. Oh, if these 7 are all offered as sacrifices, that's exactly 13. Until it is time for the second and later twilights to be carried out, throw them into the cage of sacrifices. A cashmere mop, I see. Understood. I'm sorry, I'm no better. I'm staring. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I'm staring at too, my lord. As Gap shrugged her shoulders, she looked down at Kraus, who was still down on his butt. She glared. Then she snapped her fingers and Kraus was allowed up by the floor as though a round pitfall had opened up there. Swallowed up, sorry. I read that totally wrong. Was swallowed up by the floor. A warg! One down. There was no hole in the floor, but it had certainly looked as though Kraus had been swallowed up by a hole and disappeared. Searching for her next prey, Gap's gaze crossed Kiri. She snapped her fingers. Kiri jumped back as though repelled. Her instinct was correct, because in the place where she had been until a second ago, a round jet black hole had appeared, the same kind that had swallowed up Kraus. However, before she could catch her balance, another pitfall appeared and swallowed her up. Even Kiri had no way of eluding Gap's capture. Dude, they fucking dragged down Nanjo's fucking thing, his sprite. Whoa! Snap went her fingers once again and a shocked Nanjo disappeared into the floor. Another snap of the fingers, and 410 let out a short yelp and jumped back. This time a slightly larger pitfall had opened, taking in both Shannon and Cannon, who had been standing in a line by the door. But because 410 had jumped away from the door, the way was no longer blocked. Damn, Gota got his ass out of there, what the fuck? Instinctively aware they would be next, Gota dashed out through that door. Referring to Gota as they? I don't know if this is like a... I guess because at this point, if you were just reading it, you wouldn't know without knowing it visually. Oh, Kumasawa 2. Of course, Kumasawa 2 was hot on his heels and ran off at lightning speed. But they were both caught, I'm sure. As Gap snapped her fingers over and over, round jet black pitfalls opened one after the other behind them, chasing them. However, they did nothing but drive the desperately fleeing pair forward and couldn't swallow them up. Gota and Kumasawa escaped in a matter of seconds. I've dulled. I let 2 get away. Worry not, we are currently locking onto the fleeing targets. Data link ready? Nah. Shall we snipe? No, I cannot authorize that. They are precious sacrifices. Wait for the Master's authorization. Great Lord Goldsmith, we await your orders. It is still too soon for the coming of the second twilight. He is what the source of my magical power is whispering to me. Not now. Let them do as they like. They cannot escape from this island in any case. The source of your magical power is noise, and risk, and tests of luck. It's just a weird... Interesting. Ho ho ho, your whims in other words. Perhaps you could also put it that way. Good work, Gap. Let us proceed steadily with the ritual from here on. Well then, that is that. Next is my grandchildren. I will test them to see whether they are qualified to succeed me. Let me see how best to check their qualifications. If you determine that they are qualified, do you intend to abandon Beato's resurrection? Of course. Yet, still I will test them. I doubt a woman can understand that contradiction or my madness. There's always something not quite right about men. The very concept of playing with risk is beyond me. Oh, and here I thought you loved that sort of thing. Of course. I'm sorry, I'm still looking. I'm sorry, you gotta cover that up. If a man whispers intimacies in my ear along with dangerous risk, I go head over heels. But only if he's a stud. Poo-coo-coo-coo-coo. Quiet, please. No talking among yourselves. Truly noisy women, but at least they don't bore me. This is why summoning is so gratifying. All of you will bear one side of the scales of noise and risk in my ritual. I am anticipating great results. 6 brutally murdered corpses lay in the dining hall, which was tarnished by a red and gruesome decoration. By now, it was impossible to imagine that 13 people had been sitting here in an orderly manner just moments ago. Kinzo lined up the demons of renown and their subordinates, loudly declared the beginning of an overwhelming night of mass murder, and swore to himself that he would certainly revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land. The wait is over. At last, the curtain rises on the first twilight. At Kinzo, as usual, he loves being flashy. Who knew that this man, who can be more persistent than anything when he follows you around, could shine so when placed on the stage? Damn it. Always killing them in a gory way, destroying half of their heads. The sick shit you witches and demons pull never fails to piss me off. Destroying half their heads. I see. So she noticed that the most ideal method of killing in all the games up until now was this one. Ideal? How the crap is this grotesque way of killing ideal? Oh, hello. Hello. It's very much ideal. Try and remember the very first game. Oh, I remember, trust me. You. So you're that new demon or whatever that just appeared. God damn it, so the Witch's Corrosion advanced and now there are even more unsavory characters? The more the Witch's Corrosion progresses, the more Rokenjima tilts towards the other world. That's why strange people keep appearing one by one. The island is closed off by the typhoon, and not only can no humans leave it, but new humans can't appear either. But the more the corrosion progresses, the more witches and demons can appear without limit, increasing one by one. By now, perhaps there are more demons than humans among the characters appearing in this insane tale. Their numbers might be precisely the figure representing this mad corrosion. I'm sure that's true. And not only are their numbers being affected by the corrosion, their fashion sense apparently is as well. If the corrosion advances any further, and even more weird people appear, just what in the world will they be wearing? It's too scary for me to imagine. I mean, seriously, give me a break. Please, no more of these weird-ass people. I can't oblige. They'll keep on coming, more and more. I'll defile the foolish closed circle rule humans speak of over and over again. Welcome to my elegant game, Gap. It's been a long time, Ruchi. Been well. In fact, you look pretty great. Have you gotten younger? You look 200, maybe 300 years younger than when I last saw you. Ah, I see. The demon grandfather had summoned and introduced as Gap, took a glance at me, and then grinned as though she'd figured something out on her own. Huh. I'm gonna write that down. Gap mentions that Beatrice is 200 or 300 years younger than what she remembers her as. What else was the message there? Apparently, this spurred some kind of realization in Battler, or in Gap's mind as she looked at Battler. Interesting. I don't know what the connection is there, but the chapters in this episode are definitely longer, bro. I'm not like, no way, I'm not going crazy. Honestly, I felt that smile was repulsive. Looks like she's Beato's friend, which means she must be an extremely unsavory character. Anyway, they were saying something or other about a closed circle, but what does that mean? Serial murder mystery novels that occur in places isolated from the outside world like Rokenjima is now are sometimes called closed circles. Since it's isolated from the outside, it's like a circle that's closed, therefore in general the characters and suspects are limited. Having new possible suspects added on one after another from outside the circle goes against the etiquette of mystery novels. Basically, the witch is probably trying to desecrate humans in the mystery genre. So you are Gretel. I see you look like a wise kid. I like that kind of kid. Their tongues just melt in the mouth. Gross. Keep the jokes to just your clothing. It's devilish pretty's newest, Jack the Ripper Christmas Blood. Sorry for having a style that a country bumpkin from the human world can't understand. Well, I can at least tell that it's breathable. Why don't you add a gap down your head while you're at it? Might help your brain cells breathe a bit as well. Gap is always sensitive to the fashion of the netherworld, but this year's fads truly are bold. I think I'll order something sometime. For you, Richie, I'd recommend Ali Gray, Alice in the Graveyard. Let's go to 666 sometime to look at the clothes. You should also come over to the netherworld every now and then. When this game is over, I'll be sure to do that. Cackle cackle. Still, your two opponents are pretty cute, Richie. I'll bet this kid has figured out the meaning of the corpses with their head staff smashed. Do you get it, girl? Just now she told me to remember the first game. What did that mean? This is what it sounds like. Remember the first twilight of the very first game? When the adults' corpses were found in the gardening shed with the magic circle drawn on it, remember? Episode 1. The first twilight. 6 people, Kraus, Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa, Shannon, and Goda, had died, and each of them had had their heads pulverized. At that time, there were 2 types of corpses, ones with half and ones with full, yep. The ones with their faces pulverized and ones with half of their faces pulverized. That's right. 4 with their faces smashed, Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa, and Goda. 2 with the sides of their heads smashed, Kraus and Shannon. At the time I had fictly created 2 types of corpses, but I realized that the former, more atrocious type was actually disadvantageous for me. Disadvantageous for you? Right. I get it. That's right. The smashed faces might look atrocious, but they made it hard to confirm the identity of the person. For example, at that time, Uncle Kraus and Shannon had had their heads only half smashed. That itself was of course atrocious, but because of half of their faces remained, it was easy to confirm their identity. Interesting. So, Beatrice states she specifically smashed only half this time, so that the identities of the victims could not be denied. But Dad and the other 3 were different. Because his face had been completely destroyed, even I, his son, could only guess that it had to have been Dad because of the clothes and the like. In short, it remained unclear until the end whether that was really Dad's corpse. If this reasoning battle had taken place during the first game as well, I probably would have claimed that, since it was impossible to confirm that those corpses were indeed Dad and the others, there was a possibility that one was a fake corpse. After all, Beato didn't state anything in red during that game whatsoever. Well done, correct. A fake death is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Even if you make a doctor examine the corpse, you can't trust the results if you suspect him of being in league with the culprit. So the corpses that can't guarantee a death for certain always put the witch's side at a disadvantage. You can suspect fake deaths for all the corpses, and hypothesize that they are the culprit for the incidents that follow. It's a move Battler doesn't like, but it's the most elementary move to use against a witch. That's right. That's why Beato started using the red. With the red truth, she can carry out a perfect autopsy. That's how it is. Normally for the tragedy of the first Twilight, I would use the red truth right away, confirming the deaths of these 6. However, as you know, my battle strategy this time is the complete opposite of the previous games, and I have switched to using red truth starvation tactics. I will not use the red easily given that you use it as a grounding from which to counterattack. I can just make you come apart at the seams by using the minimum necessary amount of red in just a single place. What this means is that no matter how I permit you to rant about your theories for each of the locked rooms, ultimately, I need only smash one of those with a single red truth. You've been knocking me about with that thing all this goddamn time, and now I've started using it to counterattack. You've gone and put it away. What a joke. Anyways, I don't want to use the red, I want to be stingy. I want to bully Battler. But how can I guarantee a death for certain without using red? I racked and racked my brain over it. It was Gap that gave me the idea. It truly was a simple method. Cackle, cackle. I just said something obvious and you hit upon the idea. I simply said that you just have to create corpses whose identity and total death can be easily appreciated by anyone who looks at them. Hee 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 hee. In short, I combine the two. The face, which is necessary to distinguish their identity, and the symbol of total death, the pulverization of the head, which is the vessel for the soul. When I put those two parts neatly together, oh hey, presto. Out came the perfect answer of corpses with their heads half destroyed. I bet you love 2-flavored bread and 2-flavored ice cream. You greedy childish. Fuck, I can't read now. I'm getting tired. I'll bet you love 2-flavored bread and 2-flavored ice cream. Your greedy childish tastes are so obvious. In any event, even if their heads are half destroyed, we shouldn't assume that they're dead at this point in time. I know. Since Beato is holding out on me and refusing to say anything in red, I should suspect everything. Of course, there's no way in hell I'm gonna swallow the magic mass murder by the sexy-ass Chiester babes. You certainly have become shrewd. If this were the first game, you would have swallowed everything. Cackle cackle. An adversary must be like that, or he wouldn't be interesting. There is no red for now. I suggest you capitalize on that to let your imagination run wild and build up theory upon theory. At the very end, at the very sweetest spot, I'll cut them all down at once with the red truth. Okay. I was gonna do one more. I'm fucking tired. And we're at like 8 hours. So we're calling the pause here. And we will continue. And ideally, we will finish this on the next stream. So I look forward to that. I appreciate if anybody stopped by, or if you are watching the VOD as always. And again, thank you. I will hopefully be back tomorrow, bar anything that would stop me. And hopefully we'll finish chapter 4, and then the stream after that, I'll talk at the end of the next stream about the plans for the theory stream. But that's all. Thank you very much.